Jack Morley, and Middlesex team led by captain Toby Rowland-Jones. The opening batters for Derbyshire are Harry Kane and Lewis Rees.
Weird. Morning. Welcome to the county ground in Derby. Every time I turn my head, I couldn't hear anything. I can hear stuff now. Dave Fletcher and Kevin Hand from BBC London with you. For this one, crucial game for one of these two sides, and Derbyshire playing as well. Middlesex simply have to win. Derbyshire won the toss. They decided to have a bat first on a pitch that we're told might take some spin later on. So that'll be interesting. Derbyshire have made, I think, one change. Martin Anderson with two S's, of course, can't play in this game because he's on loan from Middlesex, despite the fact that he's going to be here next season and the season after. So he's been replaced by Pat Brown. So they've gone with Kame and Rees at the top, Guest, Madsen Lloyd, Donald, Thompson, Chappell, who's just been capped, Moore, Morley and Brown. Kevin.
Morning, Fletch. Morning, everybody. I thought that was your welcome to me. Weird.
No, just when I turned my head to the right.
You said worse things about me, to be fair.
Well, that is true. I couldn't hear anything.
Toby Rowland-Jones has the ball in hand. I'll run you through the side in 2 seconds.
And he's going to be bowling to Harry Kane with 4 slips in place, and Rowland-Jones' first delivery is turned into the leg side for a single by Harry Kane. Delighted to say that the scoreboard away to the right is working, but the one in the room is working too. Derbyshire won without loss.
Oh, I thought that was going to be comms cam for us. So you're right there with it.
No.
Give us a. I got back the next week to the next home game at Lords, and all the media teams said, "You do know they had a comm cam in that game?" Like, what? Really?
I probably should have told you.
Morning, all. Do I need to snuggle in tightly to be in shot with you?
No, you're all right. Don't need to get that.
Camera
close.
looks like. If I sit.
I can only move a bit to the right. I'm not even sure it's plugged in, if I'm honest, but it might be. Rowland-Jones past umpire Baldwin and left alone by Lewis Rees. Umpire Baldwin standing at the racecourse end, which is where Rowland-Jones is bowling from, and umpire, I think, Hassan Adnan is at square leg.
Yes, you're right. Umpire Baldwin at the moment is sporting the most amazing beard. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Very impressive.
He was at Hove.
Very impressive.
And I didn't recognise him when he said hello to me. We were just walking around the stand there the day before the game because we left our cars there. And, I hadn't noticed him. I hadn't recognised him. It's Rowland-Jones bowls to Rees, who smashes this one away for 4. One bounce and over the boundary rope towards the East Midlands demolition stand. First boundary of the match. Derbyshire 5 without loss.
You can't bowl there, sir.
Well, not really. No.
Yeah, a bit of a long hop that one, wasn't it? Dragged down from Rowland-Jones and given the treatment by Rees. So a couple of changes for Middlesex. Ethan Bamber's back. Off to Warwickshire at the end of the season. I wasn't sure if we'd see Ethan again in the first team. Noah Cornwell is in alongside him, so Tom Helm and Henry Brooks miss out on this one. Holman, Rowland-Jones and De Carey's then complete the bowlers. Then top down, it's Robson, Stoneman, Holden, Deploy, Higgins and Davies, the wicket keeper, coming in at 6. So, De Carey's at 7. Rowland-Jones, not quite that sure that'll be quite right. 8 and Holman 9. I think there'll probably be a bit of a change there, but a couple of spinners for Middlesex, 3 seamers and Higgins. So plenty of bowling options.
They might need them. Here's Rowland-Jones to Rees, who turns this one into the leg side. Kame sets off with a single. It's not there. Just get my moan in about Middlesex's sweaters.
Go on.
Where's the numbers?
Because it's cable knit, you can't put numbers on them.
No, but you can get a logo on the front for the sponsor, but you can't put a number on the
Can
back.
you?
Well, yes, you can. Look at that.
Fletch, you're good, aren't you?
Mid-off.
Nobody's spotted that yet.
It's an absolute disgrace, by the way. Can you imagine any other professional sport hiding their numbers? Here's Rowland-Jones. In and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot for 4 more out to the point boundary by Lewis Rees. It was a straighter delivery, but he was able to get up on his toes and force it away. And Derbyshire are 9 without loss. It's going on?
It's like the one-day cup all over again, isn't it?
It's absolute madness.
You
out
moaning
there.
about the Middlesex kit.
Well, no, I wasn't going to mention the kit.
4 slips in place. Let me take you through them. Robson's at slip. Second is Deploy. Third is Higgins.
See what
and
chance
fourth,
have I got if you're struggling?
I know. Fourth has just thrown me slightly. Well, they're all facing us anyway, so we wouldn't see the numbers. But fourth has just thrown me slightly. Josh DeCary's, I'd imagine.
As Roland Jones is in again. That one's left alone by Lewis. He's got carry. Through to the wicketkeeper, who is Jack Davis. That's a fairly straightforward one. And it's the end of the first over. Derbyshire 9 without loss. 8 to Rees and 1 to Came.
And DeCary's it was. And here's Ryan Higgins to open up with Roland Jones. So Bamber and Cornwell have to wait their chance. And I've been corrected to say you must really put the emphasis on the well in Cornwell.
Cornwell.
Yeah. But we don't put the emphasis, if it was Cornwall, we don't put the emphasis on Cornwall.
No, but Hugh Cornwell is Hugh Cornwell,
Yeah,
isn't he? I know
so
he's... I
got in trouble for that.
I think we established when we were down at Lord's that he's no relation, which is a real shame.
Yes.
The only person who isn't wearing a sweater is the only person I know, and it's Leas Deploy.
I think you're going to say the only person not related to your man Cornwell. You have very prolific parents or something. Deploy, what's he doing? Is he warm? He can't be warm. It's a nice day. It's mild
beautiful
day,
out there, and the sun, there's not much of a breeze.
Only 3 slips for Higgins. Cover's blocked off as he's in bowls, and this is defended back into the offside by Came. So 3 slips, point, those slips again. Robson, Deploy, and DeCary's is third because, of course, Higgins is bowling. Point is Luke Holman. Round-shouldered, leg spinner, big tall guy. Was something of a bully with the bat when he began, and we could see that back again. That confidence in the middle. He's got his confidence back with the ball, there's no doubt about that. As Higgins passes the umpire, his right arm over and the right-handed Came, lifts the bat up in the air, and that ball passes through to Davies behind the stumps. Max Holden is in the covers. Mid-off is Noah Cornwell. Roland Jones is at mid-on. Mid-wicket is Mark Stoneman, and long leg, that means, is good old Ethan Bamber back in the side. I did not think we'd see him in Middlesex shirt again, bearing in mind he's off to Warwickshire. And, well, this is a must-win, but last week was a must-win as well, and he wasn't in that side. So here's Higgins, past the umpire, bowls, just full of a length, and it's driven to mid-on. Watchfully, Roland Jones hammers a throw back into the gloves of Davies. He almost seemed to enjoy that throw back to the keeper, didn't he? It was, give me that ball.
Presumably not winning the must-win means that this one's definitely must-win.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
I mean, it's a long shot now, isn't it? I
It
think
looks-
last week
it looks like it.
Last
yeah,
week was the
right.
must-win. Now it's just it's mathematical bar something brilliant for Glamorgan, you'd suggest. As Higgins comes in, bowls outside the off-stump through to the keeper. Middlesex followers will very much be hoping for something similar to what Yorkshire did to Leicestershire last week. 15 for 7, wasn't it? Or 11 for 7, something ridiculous.
Terrible mess, weren't they?
And they are batting first. Glamorgan, Yorkshire down at Cardiff at Glamorgan. Fletcher's kindly checked the weather for me and reported that it looks like sunshine all 4 days.
I wouldn't pray for. Well, I would pray for rain because there isn't any.
There's Higgins in bowls, and forward goes Kane pushing back up the track. I thought Middlesex was sending Gus and Gat overnight to do a rain dance for the centre of Cardiff for the next 4 days.
I'm not
They
suggesting
put a hat down. They make a fair bit of money, those two, wouldn't they? Dancing.
I'm not suggesting it never rains in Cardiff, but it doesn't look like it's going to rain anywhere in the country before the weekend, which is really good news.
Higgins past the umpire, he bowls just full of length. That's driven away into the offside. Oh, it bounces up on one of the used tracks, and Holden at cover. It was almost like all those years ago, and forgive me for using a football. Well, it's not football. It is a football analogy, but it's not using football description of it. Do you remember Tim Flower once? Blackburn Rovers keeper. He went down to get the ball, and it just hit a divot in front of him and bounced up over him into the goal. It wasn't too dissimilar to that because he was down.
Was it Paul Robinson from a Gary Neville back pass as well, playing for England?
Happened,
I think.
End of the over. Excuse me. Picks up a couple with that drive into the covers, so he's on to 3, and 11 for no wicket is the score.
Yes, our referees, our umpires, that's football for you. Our umpires, Hassan Adan and Paul Baldwin, with Peter Such as match referee. Just along the corridor from us, as Toby Roland Jones begins the 3rd over with Derbyshire on 11 without loss. having decided to have a bat first when they won the toss, and there's 4 more to Lewis Rees, who's taken a bit of a liking to Toby Rowland-Jones. That's his 3rd boundary off him. He moves to 12. And Derbyshire 15 without loss already.
Have you got a Pixel 8?
Yes.
Oh, just seen Dave's Pixel 8 on my Wi-Fi list.
Ah, yeah, that'd be me.
I've lost my Wi-Fi. What are we supposed to be on? It was on there a minute ago, but it's disappeared. You can't tell me the password, but you can tell me what we're meant to be on.
Well, I can... Yeah.
ECB, Office, Public.
Bear with.
I thought it was a media one. Is it switched off?
Bear with, caller.
Oh, we've lost the ball in the meantime. Oh, thank you.
Oh, we have. It's gone underneath the blotter, which is not ideal for anybody.
Oh, dear.
There are no members of the ground staff coming out to help the Middlesex chaps to try and find it either. Which
Gear
is,
on with it.
Yes, I think that's basically been the attitude. Gloucestershire have lost their first wicket after 10 deliveries. They're 0 for 1 against Sussex. In fact, they're now 1 for 1 against Sussex down at Bristol. I think, have they found it? Yes, they've found it. Good. We can carry on in a moment. Yorkshire 8 without loss.
Although the ball will be wet now and they'll be looking for a replacement ball.
Oh,
won't they?
yeah.
Under the blotter. What a place to go. Sorry, go on. You're going to say next one?
No, do this barely count, do they? Yorkshire 8 without loss in the 3rd over against Glamorgan, who put them into bat. And Leicestershire 3 without loss against Northamptonshire.
Well, it was all brewing up nicely, this, because Middlesex's last game of the season is away to Sussex.
It's going to be the decider, wasn't it?
Well,
Not sure it is anymore. Here's Rowland-Jones in and bowls to Rees, who leaves that one alone to go through to the keeper. The 2 key games in the First Division are at Old Trafford and Canterbury. Nottinghamshire at Canterbury are 14 without loss, having been put into bat, and Lancashire at Old Trafford are 5 without loss. They're playing Somerset, who obviously desperately need to win to try to dislodge Surrey after that remarkable end to the game last week, which had the nation gripped. Here is Rowland-Jones. The delivery of his over bowls to Rees. This time he's pulled it down to a very fine leg. There is a fielder down. That's a fine piece of fielding, by the way. Down in the far distance, it's Noah Cornwell. With his left arm throw back into the wicket keeper. That was excellently fielded. If I write down there,
left arm,
that gives me half a chance. So that's 2 of them that I know, 3 including the wicket keeper. I'm getting there. 16 without loss here. Derbyshire in the early stages. If you're just joining us, yeah, you've missed 11 minutes already. We start at 10:30.
Where were you?
I keep telling you it's 10:30 in September. As in goes Rowland-Jones, and has beaten the outside edge of Harry Kame's bat. Just prodded forward. The ball goes through to wicketkeeper Davies. And there's no run. And of course you can listen via your smart speaker if you have the sort of smart speaker that allows you to do that sort of thing. Mine don't.
Your smart speaker doesn't allow you to?
Well, it's the wrong sort. I've got the sort that isn't connected to the
BBC.
Well, it's not connected to the company that delivers parcels. Rowland-Jones bowls. That one is defended off the edge of his bat out towards backward point by Harry Kame. I've got one that belongs to the search engine, and they don't do it yet. They will at some point, I'm sure, but at the moment they don't. But you have to say, ask your smart speaker to play Derbyshire v Middlesex, day 1.
The great thing about that is if you're listening at home on your phone right now, and we keep saying that,
it'll come up on the smart.
All their smart speakers will be going off at home, won't they?
Yeah, you might have to say, hey Alexa, but I'm not sure. Rowland-Jones bowls wide of the off stump to Harry Kemp. Final ball of his second over. He's conceded 14 runs, which is very unlike him. 16 without loss. Derbyshire after 3, having won the toss and decided to bat first, made one change. Pat Brown in for Martin Anderson, and Zach Chappell was capped before the match started. Thoroughly deserved. He has been the outstanding player of the season.
So our spiel that we were meant to give on the smart speakers should have begun. If you have a certain smart speaker, but we can't tell you which one it is because it's the BBC and other smart speakers are available.
Yes, indeed.
If you have that one, then if you say.
The thing is, you're already listening another way, so why would you suddenly start listening on your smart speaker?
Oh, it is good to know that. I did think that was quite cool. Here, smart speaker, let me listen to Dave and Kev at the cricket. Once it gets that far, that's when I'll really be happy.
I'm going to get the proper wording here.
Here's Higgins. He's got 3 slips in place. Right arm over to the left-handed Lewis Rees for the first time. He's on 13 recently. Leaves alone outside the offside. Dies slightly on the way through to Davies behind the stumps. We did see one of great climb from Roland Jones previously.
What you have to tell most smart speakers is ask BBC Sounds to play Derbyshire v Middlesex Day 1. And you'll get this, apparently. So good luck, everybody. Let us know, usual way.
Higgins hits the crease, bowls full outside the off stump, and he hits the crease at the other end indeed with that one, doesn't he?
Oh.
Block hole delivery, and it's bumped up through to Davies, who didn't gather it cleanly, because that would have hit one of the footholds at the other end. Burst through the gloves, and they come through for a bye. All action.
Well, Harry Kane called Lewis Rees through. I think he must have called him through really quietly. Because he was virtually at his end by the time Rees realised there was a buy on offer there.
He wasn't listening to him, he was listening to you. How do you do that smart speaker thing again,
He's
Dave?
got his headphones
Yeah.
in. Yeah, they all listen to me.
Here's Higgins in, bowls. Oh, now he's got squared up by that little high, says the umpire. Turned around, the umpire, well, I think he was making the signal to say a little bit high. Either that or he tried to flick the stone from one hand to the other and had to do it again.
No, I think that's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, forward defence, but turned around by it, a little bit of climb, a little bit of bite in the pitch. Down go the 3 slips again. Robson, big bucket hands. That slip. Here's Higgins bowls. This is turned to Stoneman, whip it like at mid wickets. Cap on, sunglasses on. His seems a tighter cap than everybody else's always for some reason. It just feels like it's extremely tight on his head. It does. The others a little bit puffy. Look at Holman's at backward point.
There is a bit of give, isn't there?
Yeah.
Perhaps washed it.
Yeah. He shrunk it in the wash. Here's Higgins bowls outside the off stump. That seemed to nip away somewhat from the right hand. It came through to the gloves of the keeper, but yeah, Sloman over there pondering away. Ex-Durham and down to Surrey. Now with Middlesex and England in between as well. Double teapot on. It's either cover or mid-wicket usually, Stoneman. Pretty whippet-like in there. Seems to like the battle of the covers or the battle of mid-wicket. So here goes Higgins. He bowls and forward goes Kane defending. Roland Jones, the skipper, comes down. Short sleeves on. Sleeveless sweater. And fields the ball. End of the over. 17 for no wicket, Derbyshire. Having won the toss.
It's calmed down now. That's how it should be. After 4 overs, still going on at more than 4 and over, which is a lot more than either side managed at Wantage Road last week when it was 2.5 for the entire game, really. And the ball did turn.
Oh, one little bit of hope for Middlesex. James Harris has the ball in hand for Glamorgan. Come on, Jimmy. This has got to be Jimmy's finest hour.
As long as he's not bitter. As Roland Jones gets a new over and beats Lewis Rees with one that absolutely leaps. Goes through to the keeper about face high.
I like that.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's the first one that's done it from this end. There's a lot of...
He had one on the length previously, didn't he? Which is a comfortable leave for Rees that Davies took well above his head. But yeah.
Actually drew him in to play a shot.
Zach Crawley will be drooling on the boundary seeing that, won't he? Give me out there. Let me add him. Roland Jones in, bowls, and this one turns to mid-wicket. Sorry.
No, you carry on. I can just leave.
Quickest of singles taken. My apologies.
You listen, you'll be doing enough commentary by yourself when I do my updates.
Aye.
Updates, they're when you do it, when you speak to a radio station and you tell them what's happening.
Is that when you get a good 5-10 minute break every hour?
Yeah.
And you just sit there and do 20 seconds and go, no, you don't have to do updates.
You can do. You can do. Some do,
Wait,
some
you
don't.
mean I have to work the entire hour, whereas you get to nip off?
Absolutely. Well, I shall also be working. Roland Jones to Harry Kane now. And that was clipped nicely into the leg side, but straight to the fielder. Is it Max Holden?
Luke Holman.
Luke Holman. Where's Max Holden gone?
Yeah, they've all changed around, haven't they? Where has he gone? He's at mid-off. All change. Roland Jones bowling, but then why? Because they've moved to Careys from 4th slip to point.
Okay,
So as a result, Holman's moved from point.
thank you.
And interestingly, Stoneman is at cover rather than mid-wicket as he was for the last over.
He's just stayed where he was.
Yes.
Roland Jones is in. That one's left alone by Harry Kane. Well, that one's initially went past him looking like it was going to carry a long way, and then it was actually taken groping on the floor by Jack Davies.
Must have seemed that, didn't it? Or swung after passing the batter. It seemed as though it really moved.
It should just about be warm enough to swing. It's 13, 14 degrees already. It's due to get up to about 19 or 20 at some point today. We're stripping off down to our underwear. Oh, we won't. Here's Roland Jones again. Bowls to Kame, who pushes that one up towards Max Holden at mid-off.
That was a magnificent effort at 10:48 on a Tuesday morning to get swinging and stripping down into your underwear in the same sentence, Fletch.
Yeah, what a weekend that was. Happy days. 18 without loss. Not many on the members' pavilion balcony, but I can't say I blame them because it'd be quite chilly up there in the shade. Well, he tries to leave that one. Harry Kame actually hits the full face of his bat and goes down into the ground, and is taken by Higgins at third slip. That was the final ball of the over. Kame has 3. Rees 13 at better than a run a ball. Derbyshire 18 without loss.
Yeah, there's enough out there, isn't there, in the pitch?
Seems
There's
to
been
be.
pace, there's been bounce, there's certainly been movement. We're not in line to perfectly judge. We'll have to get the stream up, won't we, and have a look to see what's going on.
I've got it, but...
No, I'll do it, don't worry. Because there's certainly been a few that have moved, whether it off the surface, through the air, or after passing the batter and then swinging as his Higgins beginning the new over. His right arm over and forward goes Rees, studiously pushing that one back into the offside.
Not Fred Titmus. He's trying to suggest that he's in the ground.
Ah.
His first trip to Derby, he says, is it always this warm? It wasn't this warm at 7 o'clock this morning when I arrived to help Jack Timon on the breakfast show.
How did you help him?
Well, I didn't really, but he just...
You're presenting the breakfast show from here.
No, he's the breakfast show reporter, so we spoke to Zach Chappell and to Aaron Donald. Both good lads.
What, live on the show this morning?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They came up here?
No, we had the radio car,
No.
as they used to call it back in the day.
What do they call it now? Here's Higgins around the wicket to Rees, and forward he goes with an angled bat, and the ball's backward a point for a couple. Holman gives chase, and they're comfortably back for the 2. 20 without loss.
I don't know what they don't call it the radio car, though, do they? They call it something. The Verve, don't they? They call it a Verve.
Do they?
Yeah. You're struggling to find the...
Stream, yeah.
Go on to NV Play.
I've got a new laptop, you see, and it doesn't...
Nice. I've got a Chromebook. And it's also new. But it's really cheap. And it is rapid.
Really cheap and rapid?
Yeah. So, and what's going on there for?
Easiest way.
Seems
Don't you
like-
have to log into the one you just said?
I've got it here, look.
Ah, nice. Higgins around the wicket, he bowls, and this is clipped away down to a deep backward square, and there's low. Give Middlesex their hit. Log on their website and do it. Give them their
No,
hit.
I don't want to...
Go on the Derbyshire website and give them their hit.
No. I like Big Fletch, but I'm not giving him extra hits. He's going to have to earn them.
Wait, which Big Fletch are we on to now? Oh, well, Middlesex is Big Fletch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go on the Derbyshire website and give them their hit.
No. What do they give me?
A Kirkland sandwich spread at lunch. Is that what we're getting again?
No, better.
Higgins bowls, forward goes Kane, pushing back into the offside, dot ball.
The food here is excellent.
Well, so what are we going to get?
Well, we get the players' food, and it just sort of arrives.
So the last time, was I shortchanged with
50 overs is sandwiches.
Ah.
Yeah, 50 overs is sandwiches. Because they're never sure when the...
And Bickies.
Yeah, we're never sure when the break's going to be, are you, really, in a 50-over game? The game against Lancashire, for instance, was over before the first break should have happened.
Higgins hits the crease, bowls down the leg side. Davies with a little shuffle takes it without too much trouble. Kane feels he's missed out on a leg glance.
We were asking this morning, both Aaron Donald and Zach Chappell, for their highlights of the season. forgot all about the victory over Lancashire here, where Lancashire were bowled out in 20 overs. And Derbyshire won with 30 overs and 1 ball to spare. In the one-day cup, that was particularly exciting.
Higgins bowls. And he's edged it through to the keeper, has he? No, he hasn't. It must have been pad. I must admit, it seemed as though it went quite slowly and loopily through to Davies.
It did loop. It did loop. They got very excited. You might have found the stream by the time. Here we go. It's coming on now.
Or better turn it down. I might hear those pair. Oh, there we go. Of course, I'll get to the advert first.
Yeah, it looked like his front pad, which was outside the line anyway.
Other than that.
Well, it was worth a shout, wasn't it?
Well, everything looked right. There was a big noise, wasn't there? But yeah, it was that loop through to Davies, which suggested something was awry.
21 without loss then. 24 minutes gone in the day's play. Reese on strike. Roland Jones begins a new over, and it's left alone to go through to the keeper. Fair sprinkling of supporters in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. Only half of it open today due to the positioning of the pitch, which is pretty much, well, it's just left of centre actually, but it's not far left of centre. We're nowhere near the pitch on the left-hand side as we look out, which was very lively earlier this season. Quick bowlers all desperate to get back on there, but we've not been back since. There's Roland Jones bowls. It's left alone by Lewis Rees. There are some people in shade and some in the sun on the grandstand in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side.
I tell you what, that wasn't a bad shout for LBW. Look at that. I think they were all too excited about the edge, though, that they were appealing the caught behinds. That's not a bad shout, is it?
Would it have gone over? He's not outside the line at all, is he? Go for the review.
Yeah.
Roland Jones bowls. Reese just squirts it out to point. There's no run.
I think it's one of those, though, that they hadn't noticed just how good an LBW shout it was because they were so excited about, oh, have we got him caught behind?
Yes, it wasn't an LBW appeal, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Higgins was celebra appealing, wasn't he? So that's a caught behind appeal.
Yes.
By which point you're a bit late to turn around and go, what about the LBW umps? But actually, if they'd have gone up and how's that for LBW umps? They might have had a chance there. Giving him something to think about.
We'll appeal, and you just decide if it was out one way or the other. This one is clipped nicely into the leg side by Lewis Rees. They've run the first one quickly. They're going to come back for the second as Cornwell gets around from fine leg to do the fielding, and Rees moves on to 18, 23 without loss.
Crucially, the reason we were going back for all this was just to see what the movement was. That was seam movement on that occasion to beat the inside edge, wasn't it? Just pitches and pop, and it goes slightly off the seam. But yeah, you do see that in the international game now, don't you? When they go upstairs for one thing and they end up getting them out for another.
Yeah. We're back with the normal balls, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of underwear, in goes Roland Jones, bowls to Rees. He clips that one into the leg side. He just about got some bat on it. Once again, it's Cornwell doing the fielding down at backward square leg.
I thought you were referring to our commentary, Fletch.
Rees moves on to 19, 24 without loss. Every ball of every game.
Every ball counts.
No, I'm not a big fan of that particular slogan. Thank you. Nyra Donald said one of his highlights was getting picked for a franchise. He said that's not everybody's cup of tea. No, it's not now, you're right.
He said it was one of his highlights. Of what, the season?
Yeah, yeah, because that's what players aspire to, apparently. Roland Jones is in and bowls, and Kane pushes it up towards mid-on. And there is no run. That was the final ball of Toby Roland Jones's fourth over, 7 gone, 24 without loss.
Well, it's what their agents and their bank managers aspire to.
Yes. Yeah.
But the mad thing about that is, and actually I've never discussed this side of it before, we've had the whole turkeys voting for Christmas thing in terms of the counties, you're voting yourself out of existence, handing the executive power to the ECB. Players, do you want to do less work for the same amount of money? Yes, please. Right, okay, well, there's going to be fewer players, though.
Yeah.
They didn't realise that until after they've had the vote. But equally in this sense, let's go and play for these franchises. If these franchises all get bought, lads, you ain't going to be playing. Here's Higgins around the wicket. Bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone through to the keeper.
You'd hope they'd
24
work it
without
out
loss.
at some point, wouldn't you?
Well,
But they
it'll be
don't
too late
seem
by
to-
then.
Absolutely, they don't seem to have worked it
It'll
out.
be too late. It'll be bought by overseas investment, and it'll be overseas players, not you playing in it.
Well, the Wrexham-
Then all of a sudden, it'll be back to the counties, and there'll be 12 counties rather than 18, and the lot of you will be stuffed.
Well, the Wrexham lot want to buy Glamorgan or whatever they're called.
Do they?
Yeah, it was on the BBC Sport website yesterday.
Higgins around the wicket, bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no. Now that I'd be in favour of. Have you ever watched that documentary?
No.
Oh, it's great.
No.
Oh, it's great. When I first heard about Wrexham being bought by American actors, I thought, oh, this is just dreadful. The game's gone. I have to admit, they are
Oh,
brilliant.
they're good. I think they're good for League One as they are now. I think
Yeah.
that they were good for League Two and good for the National League
Yep.
as well. And they have Wrexham at heart.
Exactly,
I
yeah.
don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah. Higgins around the wicket, he bowls and through to the keeper. There's no run, but honestly, it's brilliant. I highly recommend you watch it, Fletcher. I think you'd be endeared to them.
I don't mind them anyway, but yeah, no, life's too short to be watching all these fly on the wall. There's too many now, isn't there? In fact, the only one I ever watched was the Test.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
You must have enjoyed that.
I did, first series.
Did you watch the second series yet?
No.
Because that's got the Bairstow incident at Lords. And the spitting chicken in the, or the spat out chicken in the players' dining room. Higgins bowls and beats Reese again, bringing him forward on that off stump. Well, we just looked back at that ball, didn't we? The nip back in to beat the inside edge and take the pad through to the keeper from Cayman, over back. That one to the left-hander, you'd suggest doing the same thing. It's just seamed away from Reese, who's had a very positive start here. He's on 19 from 24, but Higgins seems as though he's just found a little spot. He's going to come back over the wicket now. 3 slips go down. Might be 2 slips in a gully, actually. Hard to tell at this angle. That's left alone. Either way, through to Davies. And it's 24 for no wicket. It is indeed. Partnership's 24 as well. I'm stalling slightly because I can see all the numbers on there, and it looks as though it didn't add up somehow, but it does. Reese has 19, Kane
See, I
has 3.
sometimes put those numbers in
Yeah,
there.
and then I saw the partnership one at the bottom, and I was getting very confused. Here goes Higgins. It's almost because we're a little bit too close to the screen, aren't we, to take in all the numbers. That's left alone by Reese outside the off stump, and it's the end of the over. 24 without loss, having won the toss, Derbyshire. What's happening in Cardiff? But speaking of Americans, but can they buy Middlesex instead? That'd be really fun.
No, I think they want a viable proposition. Apologies. You know I'm joking.
Nothing wrong with humour. We like humour. Now I've lost that tab. Find the other
Yeah,
ones.
I wouldn't look at what's happening there.
Oh no, really?
Yeah,
dear.
no, I wouldn't. Toby Rowland-Jones, I won't be able to get through this over, I'm afraid, but he's on his way now from the racecourse end, bowling very wide of the off stump to Harry Kane, who allows it to go through to the keeper. So my first few updates don't have to be 20 seconds, but I like to make them 20 seconds to give me practice for when they have to be 20 seconds after 2 o'clock. It's all very exciting. Andrew Strachan on news today. Good to hear Strack's voice. Just the 3 slips for Toby Rowland-Jones, who turns at the top of his mark at the racecourse end at a particularly long run-up. And he's in to bowl to Kane, who leaves another wide one alone. The ball goes through to Jack Davies. If you don't mind, I'll leave it with you, Kev.
So, I will have a look, even though he told me not to. Not too bad, 20 without loss in the 9th. Lythe has 12, Bean has 8. Harris, 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8. He's playing his part. Van der Gooten, 4.1 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. Rowland-Jones is in, bowls, full straight. Now that's going to be close unless there's bat involved. I must admit, I thought I heard 2 noises there. And Rowland-Jones gets the shake of the head from the umpire in reply to the appeal, and Kame is fine. Full straight. Looked as though he was playing around it, but there must have been a little bit of bat involved. I'll have a look back at the replay. Certainly it just had the feeling about it, had the look about it. That was a couple of noises. It's got the chatter going in the field. What was that? 3rd ball of Rowland-Jones's 5th over. Here he comes now. Bowls, and forward goes the right-handed Kame. He defends it into the offside, and there's no run. Just catching up the stream in front of me to see the replay of that last one. Here we go. Oh, goodness me. Yeah, must have been bat involved. Although the camera at that end's not quite in line. Could it have been drifting down the leg side? Possibly, but you'd fancy looking at it all that there must have been a bit of bat involved. But anyway, Roland Jones comes in, 3 slips, crouched down, bowls and came forward. He's beaten outside edge this time. Through it passes to Davies behind the stumps. BBC's Radio Derby and Radio London together here at the county ground in Derby. Division 2 cricket reaching its denouement this season, the promotion race. Middlesex, well, let's focus on their own job here first, and that's rattle through 10 wickets, pick up as many batting points as they can, and hope that Glamorgan can do them a favour in Cardiff as Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this is defended into the offside by Cayman. There's no run. Dave Fletcher is alongside myself, Kevin Hand in the commentary box, and a lovely sunny day. What could be wrong with the world right now?
Absolutely, yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's a ridiculously sunny day.
It is a ridiculous. It is actually a ridiculously sunny day. I did think that this morning when I opened the curtains this morning. 5:45, would you believe? Well, it was still dark then.
Yeah.
But when daylight eventually broke, it was a misty morning. I thought, oh dear. Set off. We're fairway outside Derby, and set off and just got into close to the city centre. All of a sudden, the mist broke and everything was okay again.
Ryan Higgins from the city, and his first delivery is clipped down to fine leg by Lewis Rees, who moves on to 25 without loss.
And the way that these things work, for greater minds than mine certainly, but out by the motorway, you're kind of in the middle of nowhere. Is it a bit more misty out there in the fields?
I think it is, actually.
It just broke. It was like, oh, hold on a minute. Where's this come from? Blue sky everywhere.
Yeah. My lad had a couple of mates, and his girlfriend went to the T20 at Old Trafford on Sunday. Higgins is in, bowls to Harry Kane, who defends it straight back to the bowler.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Well, they get a full refund, but that's no consolation. Although they have...
It was very late in the season to be playing England matches, isn't it? I think they've got a Lord's T20, 24th,
Well, I think the rest of them are now 50-over games, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's 5 of them.
Well, I guess you got a chance to see him 5 overs,
Yes.
and then you don't get your refund, whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, they transferred their money to the day 3 of the test against India next summer.
Ooh.
This one is short, and Harry Kane has pulled it round the corner. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, and Harry Kane just gets a single for that. He moves to 4. It's been a while since Harry Kane scored a run.
How can you book that far in advance? I'm terrible with that. Do you want to go to day 3 of the test next summer? Next summer? I don't want to do it next week.
Next July, I think it is. No,
How can
absolutely.
how can you book that far ahead?
I know what I'm doing next week.
Maybe it's just the life of a cricket commentator. It's where well, I don't know. I'll tell you on November 21st where I'll be.
You'll be in Hove next week. Higgins bowls, and the ball comes off Lewis Rees's pad. I think it's not taken by anybody in the slip cordon, really. Certainly deflected away from Davies, and Sam Robson at first slip.
Do you sit there through November just scratching away and going, yeah, November 1st, November 2nd, we'll be there soon, November 21st, and then we'll see all our fixtures for next year?
Yeah, I get bits and pieces of work at Radio Derby, which is fantastic. And, of course, Burton Albion, so not so much. But I don't like the winter. This one's defended by Rees out to backward point, and there's no run. But I was asked this morning if it is a sad day. The first day of the last home game of the season is a little bit sad.
Yeah.
Because we won't be back here until next April.
Middlesex done at Lord's last week.
That is...
Though, to be fair, Middlesex were virtually done at Lord's by the end of May this year. It's incredible how few days Middlesex had at Lord's after that.
Next deliveries from Higgins is pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees into the covers. There is no run. Higgins 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 7, 26 without loss after 10. Derbyshire, the run rates coming back down to last week's kind of proportions now. Rees has 20. Harry Kane has 4.
Busy times at Lord's, though. Poor old ground staff there. They're heavily overworked in terms of the number of pitches they need to prepare each year. England men, England women, Middlesex men.
With the owner of a black
Sunrise has got a few games there. Middlesex women, I'm sure, will hope to next year, and it's all change again there. 100 men, 100 women.
That's a lot on a pitch at once, isn't it, as well? I think they've got the National Club final T20s day here on Saturday.
Oh. No, yes, yeah. The Village Cup finals, I was at that on Sunday for working for BBC Gloucester, would you believe?
Ah,
It was a really enjoyable day, it was. The Cambridge lot won it. Oh, what was it? Foxton Granter, what a name that is.
who was the Gloucestershire boys?
Dumbleton,
Dumbleton,
who won it 2 years ago.
presumably named after a character in Harry Potter.
Yes. I had to really be careful that day. I was like, don't do
say,
it.
Don't say Dumbledore.
Yeah.
Bit of left arm.
Cornwell is into the attack, replacing Roland Jones. I wonder will he change ends, the skipper? Will it be a little move? Seems like quite an early withdrawal. As Cornwell's in, bowls wide outside the off stump. There it goes to the keeper. Bit of a loosener. Apologises to Davies. 2 slips and a gully.
He should.
As he should.
As he should.
Yeah, and then this Saturday, Grace Road is the Charlotte Edwards Trophy final between South East Stars and Sunrisers. So a kind of London derby.
Are you going?
I'm hoping to. There's conversations afoot.
Really?
As here's Roland Jones. Cornwell in, bowls just short of a length, up on his toes. Eases into the offside and there's no run. Well, it's Sunrisers are Middlesex, Essex,
Are they?
who are substantial parts of London, clearly. The pair of them. And, well, it's basically all of North London, isn't it? And a bit of South as well. As you sweep around London from east to west, and they're playing South East Stars. I mustn't forget Northamptonshire in the Sunrisers one. Playing South East Stars, who are basically South London, Surrey and Kent. This here's Cornwell in, bowls. This is clipped into the onside, and nice stop by Luke Holman, low to his left. Went down, got everything behind that, didn't he? It wasn't the most firm clip ever, but I think he was just determined that it wasn't going to get through, so he threw his whole body down to his left to stop that one. But Sunrisers, yeah, they were one of the ones who, when it used to be the Kia Super League before they changed it to the regional, all of the teams kind of had a bit of a nucleus that went to these new teams, apart from Sunrisers, so they were kind of the team built from scratch. As here's Cornwell in, bowls short, and that's cut away only as far as point. Didn't quite get hold of it, but I think he was just trying to steer it and stay in control came. So, yeah, they haven't had much luck in terms of wins, let alone winning a competition. And now the last final, and they're into the final, and they face their biggest rivals. So, yes, trying to convince one or two that they need a reporter there, commentator there at the game.
Usual fee.
Yeah, and there's 5 of them as well: Northamptonshire, London, Essex, Kent, and Surrey. Here's that Cornwell in, bowls, and this ball's dabbed into the onside. There's no run. Do you think I can charge them all?
You could try. Yeah.
Do the old Cali trick.
I'm not sure it'll work. Yeah. Yes, the Blaze, who are remaining the Blaze despite being Nottinghamshire. Next season? They're not changing their name.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they feel they have a brand. I believe it's called. So they have a brand.
Well,
yeah.
Cornwell in bowls and forward goes. Came defending into the offside and there's no run. I mean, the attempt is to try and create something of a pyramid system which fell away, which they did have, but fell away with the 100. The 100 created almost a plateau at the top, and then below that it was just a gulf down below regional level. So I think that's the theory of it, isn't it? And then Yorkshire will become a professional side in a few years and everybody else will vie to. And Middlesex and the MCC pretty disappointed. I think it's fair to say that they don't have a professional side at Lords.
Well, Derbyshire didn't bid for them. So they went straight into Tier 2, which they were happy with. So, a new over begins and the first wicket falls. Higgins has it. Lewis Rees pushing forward very, very tentatively. Looks disappointed, and well he might. It was neither forward nor back, really, Lewis Rees. And Higgins strikes. And Derbyshire on 26 for 1. Rees goes for 20.
Is the disappointment that he didn't hit it? Is he thinking he hit the pad? There's obviously that really big appeal against Came earlier, wasn't there?
If Lewis Rees doesn't think he hit it...
You know about it.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Just watching the replay now. They will slow it down for us. I think he's hit that, hasn't he? Oh, I don't know.
Oh. Was it bat on pad making a noise?
He doesn't look happy. You're right.
We've lost the straight on. We had the straight on from that end earlier. Let's see. They've lost it temporarily, haven't they?
Oh no, I've just seen a straight on from that end.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, you'll get it.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
Watch his immediate reaction.
No, he doesn't think he's out.
He doesn't think he's
No,
out.
he doesn't think he's out.
No. But he is, I'm afraid.
Sadly for Reese, that probably evens up that LBW, doesn't it? But the LBW was against Cave, not Reese.
Yes. Yes.
But again, that LBW was an unfortunate one because if they just went for LBW, they probably had a fair chance of getting that. But they went for the catch, which I think distracted the umpire. Understandably so. It's a difficult job, isn't it?
They get paid good money, though.
Do they?
Oh, yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, I'll say.
Do we need to become umpires, Fletch?
Well, they get paid more than we do. But
Well,
then
that's
again,
not difficult.
Then again, who doesn't? Brooke Guest is the new batter. It was 31 deliveries, 3 fours for Lewis Reese. Out from the first ball of the 12th over.
There we go. That's the bit we want to see, isn't it? Which listeners at home will know full well that moment where the bat comes down and the bottom right of the left-hander's bat could potentially just be clipping the pad,
Possibly.
creating the noise at the same moment that the ball goes past the edge. It's very close to the edge, isn't it?
There'd be a lot of zooming in on Ultra Edge, wouldn't there?
Yes.
And rocking and rolling,
Yeah.
as they call it. 26
Snicker.
for 1 then. Higgins, 1 for 7. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. It's been going nicely. Reese, 20 off 31. Rattling along. They have been becalmed in the last few overs, though. Not too many runs coming in the last 5. In fact, just 5 runs. And Cornwell beginning with the maiden as well. As Higgins is in again, bowls to Guest, who a little aerially flicks that into the leg side. If there had been anybody at regulation square leg, they might have been interested, but it goes down to deep backward square leg for a single, and Guest is off the mark, 27 for 1.
When were you last becalmed, Fletch? Any time recently?
Constantly. Constantly becalmed.
Is that when you sit back and listen to Griff putting the world to right?
I do, yeah, well, I do.
Fletch became becalmed as Griff
I do hear
launched
that
into.
reasonably regularly.
Where is he?
Came back on strike, turns that one into the leg side. It's a good question.
Can we see him?
Usually.
Oh, we can hear him.
There is. Oh, you can always hear him. He's likely to be away to our left, I would have thought. Can't see him away to the right. I mean, he has been tweeting, because he's just tweeted about Zach Chappell being the 122nd Derbyshire player to be capped.
This year?
Yeah. As Higgins is in, that was left alone by Harry Kane to go through to Davis.
There are a lot more caps. Well, there's a lot more players rotating between counties nowadays, though, isn't there? So,
Yeah.
I don't know. Does that make it easier or harder to get a cap? I'm not sure. Oh, Higgins thought he was done. He's not. He's got another ball. He got his cap from the end of that.
Took his cap off.
Maybe the
umpire handed it to him.
I think maybe the umpire thought it was over, and his colleague perhaps went, "You got one more."
Yeah, get that cap back. Here is the final ball of the over. Higgins is in, and it's left alone. Might as well not have bothered by Harry Kane. Goes through to the keeper. 27 for 1 after 12 overs then. Here, Derbyshire, having won the toss, decided to have a bat first. Lewis Reese out for 20. Harry Kane has 4, and Brooke Guest has 1.
Poor old Lewis Reese. I've got it now. Look, that's just before point of impact. And the point of impact, we think, is the bat is about to hit the pad and the ball goes past the bat, but creating the noise. But
yes, he didn't. The way he swung back his head, I hadn't realised he'd been quite that demonstrative.
you see the way the bat moves away from the pad. That suggests it hit the pad and then deflected away from the pad, which perhaps offered the noise, and up went the finger.
Sussex's relentless march towards promotion continues. Gloucestershire 28 for 2 in the 11th over.
Oh dear.
Well, after 11 overs, Yorkshire still haven't lost a wicket.
Cornwell, 2 slips in a gully. His left arm over, runs away from us. Bowls a lovely ball just outside of the off stump. That comes shaping back in towards the off stump. Good leave, but high up in the air. From Brooke Guest. But that was a nice looking delivery, wasn't it? Bit of shape. So I'm warming up this morning, bowling to Tim Merton, now the bowling coach.
Yes.
Merton, the bowling coach. He'd have enjoyed it out there today. It's doing a bit, isn't it?
Yes, I think he would.
I think his length would have suited this surface. He'd have it right up there on the off stump, wouldn't he? Nipping it this way and that. So here's Cornwell in bowls and just a little short and on the back foot. Guest rides the bounce down to long leg. He picks up a single.
Kent's abject season goes on.
Good.
Nottinghamshire in the 11th.
Oh, well.
In the 11th over, a 63 without loss, which is good news because it means that Lancashire, who are currently 41 for 2 after 10 and a half, are almost certainly going to come down.
Trip to Old Trafford. Who doesn't like a trip to Old Trafford? Eh? I'm with you there.
I'm more where I'm not going than where I am going.
Cornwell bowls leg side. It's taken by Davies.
Speaking of Old Trafford, it's Jack Morley walking around the boundaries there. Just had a net.
Jack Morley. If there's ever a Dickensian name, it's that, isn't it? Jack Morley.
Left arm spinner on loan from Lancashire. Bowled nicely last week at Wantage Road. I'm not sure why he's been for a net, though. Having seen him bat.
In comes Cornwell bowls. This is clipped wide of mid-on for a couple by Kame. Moves to 6.
There is currently another person who it would be pointless going for a net, walking around the boundary to our left. No, Pat Brown, who is a possibly worse batter than Jack Morley, in all honesty. He's walking around with Zach Chappell and Harry Moore. And they're both groups, because the Morley group includes Alex Thompson. This next delivery is a full one. Oof. Good delivery that from Cornwell. Dug out by Harry Kame into the onside, and there's no run. I'm going to stand up and see if I can get a wave off somebody. I bet I can. I bet I can get a wave before I have to go off and do my quiz at past. Yeah, I had to do a quiz at past.
I was just about to say, you have to come back to that one. Here's Cornwell turning again. 2 slips and a gully. 30 for 1. He's in bowls and just full of aim, just outside of the off stump. It dies a little on the way through to Davies.
Grubbed through, didn't it? Interesting. Yeah, so it's the 2 spinners have come back from having a net, and the 3 quicks are having a wander around the boundary's edge. Zach Chappell has to have a walk because he can't keep still. He's attached to Pat Brown at the hip, and Harry Moore is walking with them, and I'm not going to get a wave because they're coming up here, I fancy. To sit in
They're coming up for a chat?
I wouldn't have thought so. I'll see if I can. Well, I'm not allowed to speak to Harry because he's only 17. We're not allowed to speak to him without written permission. Might be able to beckon them in at some point. Nice to speak to Zach about getting capped as the new over begins from Ryan Higgins. And he just pulls the bat inside the line of that one, Brooke Guest, as it goes through to the keeper. It'd be good if Zach did come in, because he knows who all the Middlesex players are, because he was with us at about 8:45 this morning. Jack Tamman kept turning around and saying, "Who's that? Who's that?" And I said, "Well, that's a Middlesex player. I have no idea who it is." And he knew straight away who it was. Here's Higgins, in and bowls it again. Did he pull the bat inside the line? He'll tell you yes. The bowler will say no, I've beaten him. Either way, the ball's in the wicketkeeper's gloves. It was Max Holden. Zach Chappell spotted straight away. Is that Mickey Arthur out there? Jack was just, he was a nightmare this morning. Like a kid in a toy shop.
To be fair, as were we. Blue skies, Derby, cricket.
Higgins, and that one's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. They've run one. He's going to think about coming back for the second. It isn't there. So they stick to 1. Guest moves to 3, 31 for 1. Yes, I opened the door to the next door broadcast box just in case anybody came. Quite often we get the odd coach and that kind of thing come in there and have a look, because it's a terrific view that we have here at the county ground in Derby. One of the best, if not the best view. The right height, just slightly third slip as Kane defends this next one from Higgins back to the bowler.
We're just slightly too far wide to be able to judge whether it's seam or swing movement
Yeah.
when the ball beats the bat.
Yeah. But a terrific view. And very much an upgrade on the old scoreboard that we commentated in when I first started, which has now been knocked down, which was at cover to the right hand with the bowling from the city end, as Higgins is doing now. That's left alone by Kane once again. Ball goes through to the keeper.
So the very old commentary position, which used to be above the greasy spoon, which
Yes.
is no longer a greasy
No.
spoon, I assume.
No, it's just an alcoholic bar,
I mean, that was one heck of a greasy spoon, that.
I believe. Well, no, it was. But when I was commentating from cover, we used to go there for lunch, get a nice burger and chips.
But imagine sitting there all day above that smell.
Marvellous. you could have a bacon sandwich at the start, couldn't you? And
The hungriest day's cricket commentary you'd ever have, sat there above the calf.
move on from there. Oh, sorry, is that me? It's pushed out to mid-off. The final ball of the over from Higgins, 31 for 1 at the end of the over.
But they've sliced the top off the greasy spoon and left the bottom. There used to be, it was 2 floors, wasn't it? Because it was the groundsman's hut as well. Then it became the indoor waterfall, didn't it?
Did it?
Did you not hear about that? The leaking
I knew
wall?
there was a leak. Yes, I knew there was a
There was
leak.
water rushing down the walls. I think one of the commentators said, that's it, I'm not commentating in there, that's too much. So, but the top's been sliced off, hasn't it? There's just one floor
Yes, yeah.
now. So a new roof put on the building below then. They've done a good job, they've repurposed it, haven't they? That's what the world's about nowadays, isn't it? Repurposing.
Yeah.
What would you be repurposed as, Reg?
Glue. Probably.
Here's Cornwell, 2 slips and a gully. 21 for 1. Past the umpire, he bowls, and he's worked to mid-wicket where Holman fields. He's a little short at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
What have we had? 14 overs. This is the 15th. It's his third. The point being, at the time of the innings, where really you should still be looking to blast the pads off, shouldn't you? Obviously hit the top of off stump. You're not just bowling recklessly at the stumps, but they seem a little bit too happy on the back foot. But maybe it's a cunning plan from Cornwell.
You never know.
Off he goes. Not the longest of run-ups, is it? Big fella he is, in bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. And I say that with some glee as a cricket commentator, because long run-ups mean long days.
It looks quite a struggle to get to the crease, though, doesn't it? And then when he drags his arm over it.
I was watching him bowl this morning to Tim Mercer, as I said, and I noticed that when he was running in. It seemed almost as though
It's an effort.
somewhere about 3/4 of the way through the run-up. I'm going to watch it again now. I hadn't noticed it when he was bowling now, but now you said it, it reminded me of what I saw this morning. I thought, maybe it's just because he's practicing, but he sets off now. And then, it's a relatively smooth approach as this is pushed back and there's no run. It's not quite what you describe as a long-legged approach, is
No.
it? It's more
No.
a gentle
Yes,
prod
I think
towards them.
Any of the pace has got to be in his shoulder, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than in the run-up.
I mean,
Certainly.
yeah. I mean, it all clearly works for him. Actually, as I look and watch him turn to bowl now, it does seem quite a long run-up again, judging on the others. But actually, the mark that he kicks off from, he's in now, bowls, and this is turn to mid-wicket. There's no run. But yeah, maybe it was just because he was on the practice track this morning. Because I didn't notice it this time. I just noted it when he was running into Bolton Mercer. Didn't think he was playing at that point. I thought they'd go Hellman Brooks again, with an eye on next year, but maybe it's an eye on next week, and they fancy Hellman Brooks down at Hove. The slope for the big quicks. Cornwell in. Bowls. Low full toss, hit back to him and put down. Well, it all happened in slow motion, that, didn't it? But he's not able to hold on. Never an easy caught and bowled, is it? That was to his left knee, I'd suggest, as he tumbled forward.
Yes, it would have been a very, very fine catch, but he did get both hands to it.
He'll be disappointed that that one went down all right, won't he? Off he goes now with a gentle approach that he has. Bowls, and this is
Always happens.
driven beautifully for 4, in between cover and mid-off, and a boundary following a drop.
Always happens. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Yep.
How many times that does happen.
Guest moves to 7 from 30. Only faced 13 balls, Guest. Yeah, I suppose he's not been out there that long, has he? But 35 for 1 it is now. Kames on 6 from 46 balls at the other end.
People milling around outside. We'll be outside of our commentary box.
They'll be listening in, Fletch. They want the real deal. None of this smart speaker nonsense.
Just ask your smart speaker to say whatever you want. And you'll get it. Going to see Ethan Bamber.
We are.
For the first time today. He's going to be bowling from the city end, the surprise inclusion.
Yeah. That was 8 overs for Higgins, wasn't it? No, 7. 7, my apologies.
1 for 9.
Not
7
bad.
overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. You've got to give him a rest every now and then.
I mean, he definitely had one, didn't he? But he probably had the wrong one.
Yeah.
Reese may not have hit that one.
So Bamber's going to Warwickshire, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Where Brooks arrived from
Yes, of course.
last winter.
St Connor's on his way to Durham.
Confirmed, is that? When was that confirmed?
A couple of weeks ago.
Has he played since?
No, he didn't play much before that for a few weeks either because he pulled something at Durham in the One Day Cup.
Oh.
Bowled 1 over and that was it, and hasn't played since. Here is Bamber then, bowling to Harry Kane, who pushes the first ball out into the offside, and there's no run.
Could be Van Bamber's farewell. Of course, he could play next week at Hove, but as I say, a little surprised to see him in the side for this one. And, well, Bamber at his best, it gets him pretty much any side for me. He's a fantastic cricketer, really is. But hoping to make the step up to play for England and feels he'll better his chances at Warwickshire. Was in the statement that was released.
He's in again now, bowls to Kane. Good pace.
I think Richard Johnson talked about it, the Middlesex bowling coach, famed with this ground, of course, Richard Johnson. 10 for 45.
Yeah, 10 for.
Gus said he was away playing for England that day, so.
I assume they won.
Well, indeed. Although the good story was about Gatt telling the bowler at the other end he's not to bowl at the stumps. He had to bowl it on the 5th, 6th stump line when it was 9 for.
Wow. Bamber bowls. That one's bang on target. Harry Kane defends it up to mid-on.
I can't remember the name of who the bowler was at the other end, but apparently he tells the story. All these years, Gass moaning that didn't get enough wickets, and then all of a sudden, bit of a lively surface. 6th stump. 6th stump. Do not go anywhere near off stump. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it happened at Lords for James Harris, actually. The Middlesex fans are praying he gets a 10 for today. He got 9 for at Lords. Finney got the other one, but I think the opposition.
As Bamber bowls, that one's gone past the edge of Harry Kane's bat. Good delivery through to Davies.
Being Durham were probably 6, maybe 7 down at the time when Finn got his wicket, so it wasn't the last wicket to go. You can imagine what it was like in a commentary box that day when Harris ran in and took 9.
My 11:30's been pushed back.
Ooh.
To 11:38.
Ooh.
Which isn't not quite 11:30. As Bamber is in again, bowls to Kane, who pushes this straight back to the bowler. Just fumbles it a little with his left hand as he tries to field it in his follow-through.
On the Ethan Bamber point, the one thing you'd say about Ethan is he will be desperately trying to win this game for Middlesex. If this is to be his last game for Middlesex, if he wins this game for Middlesex, then he probably does play again next week at Hove, doesn't he?
Yeah.
If he bowls them to victory here, but having not played for a little while and missed out on that crunch tie last week, which Middlesex lost at Lords, you'd imagine Bamber will be deadly keen.
Well, he's in again now, and that one is turned down towards fine leg by Harry Kane. There is a fielder down there, so he'll pick up a single. Ruins what would have been a maiden over to begin with for Ethan Bamber. Kane has 7. Guest has 7. Derbyshire 36 for 1.
But yes, Richard Johnson on Ethan Bamber, he said he went off to Somerset from Middlesex, ended up coming back to Middlesex at the end. But, that fresh start, in the interview he did first up after it was announced that Bamber was going, he's just said, it's fine, it's understandable, no hard feelings. Player wants to go somewhere else, freshen up, new challenge, wants to try and make that step up to England. The only thing I'd say about that is, the kind of What does it say that you're leaving Lords to go to Edgbaston because you want to try and play for England?
Yes, I'm
It's
trying to work
usually-
out why it would give you a better chance.
I
if
think
I'm
it's
honest.
more the fresh start. You know.
Yeah.
Well, gee, it's been a long while since Middlesex had an England player. Who was last? Would have been Finn, I suppose. Cornwell begins a new over. And bowls just outside of the off stump. It's left alone on the back foot by Kane. Robson. Roland Jones. But Finn would have been the last to wear an England shirt for Middlesex.
Derbyshire's was Dominic Cork. So it's been a while.
Well, they churned out a few Middlesex. When I first took the job, that was one of the things. That was kind of the pride of the amount of England players that they produced. Here's Cornwell bowls, and this is punched away through point. That's a lovely shot, just a little bit of width, and sitting a little too happily on the back foot at the moment came. He saw the width, and his eyes lit up. Bat faced open, away it went. That may have been masking the fact that Middlesex at that point run a pretty wretched run of not having won the title for a long while, or any trophy for that matter. It's like, oh, but we do produce England players, which is
Yes,
not quite what.
We don't talk about winning trophies here. it's all far too
It's the taking part that
far
counts.
too
Reg.
common. That was Harry Kane's first boundary.
Everyone gets a medal nowadays. Remember that.
Yes, yeah. Derbyshire were there, taking part medal.
Well, they're taking part in doing Yorkshire a favour at the moment. 40 for 1. It's a solid start here, isn't it? As his Cornwell in bowls, and that's a glorious shot down the ground. And having just said, Kane has been sat on the back foot a little too happily, punching the last one away. That one's over pitched, and a thrust forward with the front foot and a drive down the ground. Lovely, lovely shot. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yes, having not
London buses.
Having not got one in the first 35 minutes of the day's play, he's now got 2 in 2 balls. That was a really nice shot of the day. Early contender.
Cornwell past the umpire, he bowls and up on his toes. This is pushed into the offside, no run.
Seems pretty quiet out there to me.
Probably heard the score from Cardiff, haven't they?
Well, it won't be filling them full of hope, will it? Let's face it. Yorkshire 52 without loss after 15 overs and 4 balls. Gloucestershire 36 for 3 at Bristol against Sussex. Nottinghamshire absolutely flying at Canterbury.
That's a nice shot on the back foot again, and it'll bring at least a single here. He's punched it straight back past the bowler, and Bamba has to go round for a mid-off to hold them to a single. 45 for 1.
79 without loss at the start of the 15th over. Not.
I've not. Oh,
That's a lot of runs, isn't it? Early.
I've not got enough devices going like you. I'm having to go between screens. I know you. Wait, what's that? What's a Derby rasp when it's at home?
That's a Raspberry Pi.
There's a guest on the back foot defending into the offside as Cornwell finishes his over 45 for 1. I could just see you and Griff at the other end of the county ground blowing raspberries at each other. A Darsbury? A Darsbury?
A raspberry.
A
A Raspberry Pi is a small computer that enables me to talk to the radio station in Derby. So just apropos of nothing before I nip off, I've just been summoned.
You're off, aren't you?
83 for non-Nottinghamshire. Ben Slater, formerly of this parish, 55 off 53 balls with 11 fours.
Goodness me. Did you make it to Cardiff? You can give me the thumbs up that you get given the latest from Cardiff. No, not yet. 50 up for Yorkshire. 16.1 overs bowled. As we know, that means they're 3 shy of facing 100 deliveries now. 16.2 overs. They're 2 shy of facing 100 deliveries. 55 without loss they are at Glamorgan. As here's Bamba in bowls and forward goes Kane, pushing away into the onside. And I wasn't sure I would be saying that anymore as a Middlesex commentator of Ethan Bamba in bowls. Defended into the onside. He's been on the spot every single ball, Bamba. Can he go out with a Bamba burst? It's a bid farewell. Mr. Popular at Middlesex, always has been. The nicest human beings you'll meet. So Warwickshire. And the BBC WM team up there are in for a treat. As here he comes, bowls, and this ball's played defensively on the front foot by Kane. No run. So yeah, Gloucestershire 41 for 3. I'm just going to see if Jimmy Harris is out of the attack for... Yes, he is. They've made their changes. So Van der Houten, none for 18 from 6. Harris, none for 14 from 5. Morris, none for 11 from 3. And Gorvin, none for 11 in his third. Gloucestershire 41 for 3 against Sussex. They've lost Dent, Phillips and Hammond. So Robinson and Unadkat. As here comes Banbury bowls and an edge. Goodness me. An edge to deep third for 4 and came forward on one foot. Whole body was coming around, back hip, back shoulder, everything was coming around as he looked as though he was trying to drive straight of mid-on, but the edge flies low off the outside edge of the bat. All along the floor down to deep third. It was just where he was, really. He was almost in no man's land as he played it. Could have been anything. An edge to the slips, bowled. Wasn't in the position he wanted to be to play that shot at all in the end. So here goes Bamber. Cloud cover. Not much of it to speak of in this guy, but on a particularly dark one, the lights changed dramatically in an instant as his. Bamber bowling just outside the off stump and through to the keeper, almost to the extent that it feels like a rain cloud. It's going to become so dark so quickly. There's no threat of any rain whatsoever today, though, but it's obviously just a rather thick rogue cloud that's rolled in. Somewhere overhead. There's a little bit of a canopy above us, so we can't quite see. Not sure I've been up on the roof here in this building. Let's see if we can go up another floor, see what the viewing platform's like from up there. Bamber hits the crease, he bowls and comes forward, defending into the offside, no run again. The not out batters for Gloucestershire are Bracey and Ollie Price. Price has 6, Bracey has 8. And is Ian Bailey playing again for them this week? No, he's not. Goodman, Middleton, Actor, Gohar, Price, their bowlers.
Britain. No. Yes.
But looking good for Sussex at the moment, looking good for Yorkshire as well as forward goes. Came and he drives this one down the ground. That was what he was looking for earlier in the over. Drive straight of mid-on. On this occasion, he was in position for the on drive and he plays it beautifully. 50 up for Derbyshire, 53 for 1. Kane moves to 24. Guest will come on strike on 7. With 17 overs here.
No.
Just seeing if I've got that the wrong way round. Was that Guest that drove it, or is the scoreboard going to kick over and say that it's going to be Kane on strike now? We shall see. Here is Roland Jones returning. So Cornwell had 4 overs, none for 16. Roland Jones is back, number 17 from 5, and he's back at the same end from which he began. Bamber none for 9 off his 2. There are 2 slips, a gully, a point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and Roland Jones returns. Wasn't much of a break for Roland Jones, and he's lost his run-up. What happened there then? Did he start from the wrong? Oh no. Higgins has gone from gully to 3rd slip. Did the skipper just look up and see he only had 2 slips and a gully? Here go. In you go, tighten up. And off he goes again. The sun's out, and at the back of Roland Jones, we're actually on his left side. Shadow cast to his right as he runs in, bowls, and forward goes the right-handed Guest defending into the offside. There's no run. Welcome back, Fletch.
He's back quickly, isn't he, there, Roland Jones?
Yeah, I guess that's...
Unhappy with Cornwell going for 16 runs for his...
Which isn't terrible, is it? 4 and over?
I think one of the... Yeah. No, it's not that bad, actually. I thought he'd only bowled 2.
There was those back-to-back boundaries, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah, but... Anyway.
I think he did all right. He was a little... He wasn't tight enough to the off-stump, was he? He wasn't challenging the batters to play often enough, I'd say. As Roland Jones is in, bowls full and straight and an open face. meets a block hole delivery nearly. Into the offside it goes from Guest, and there's no run.
What it has done, those back-to-back boundaries, has got Harry Kane going, hasn't it? Because he was going nowhere.
Yeah.
Suddenly gets back-to-back boundaries, then 2 more after that, and all of a sudden he's on 24, which will make him feel a lot better, I'm sure.
Oh, look at Don, the cap he's wearing. Don Shelley's next to us, the
It's a terrific
Middlesex
cap,
scorer.
isn't it?
It's the Glenn McGrath cap, isn't
Is
it?
it?
The
Is that
McGrath
what it is?
Foundation, yeah. The pink, when they turned, was it Melbourne? They turned the MCG pink, didn't they, for the day? This is Roland Jones outside of the off stump. That's left alone by
They
Guest
do it
through to
every
the
year,
keeper,
I
and there's
think,
no
don't
run. Yeah, yeah, so that's the cap he's wearing. Well done, Don. He's pulling down the blinds. Because we've got a canopy above us, but they don't next door, do they?
No,
Poor old Don's blinded. Look at him.
It can be tricky next door.
Yeah, had that last week. Where were we? Chelmsford and Canterbury are two of the toughest, aren't they? When the sun comes around in front of them.
Well, we never go there, so I've no idea. But we're going to Canterbury next year. Chelmsford's just weird all round, though, isn't it? It's a very strange place.
3 slips crash down. Roland Jones bowls, and now that's climbed. Woo! It strikes Guest on the left hand.
He had no idea what he was doing there, Brooke Guest.
The top hand. I mean, that has climbed dramatically off a length. Wow.
That was.
Well, we saw a bit of this early on, didn't we? There were 2 deliveries in particular, one from length, which was wide outside of the off stump, and one from just full of length. And that was the one that really grabs your attention, wasn't it, earlier?
Yeah, that's got him leaping around, that one, though. He was in a spot ball there. He had no idea where the ball had gone, what it had hit, apart from his bottom hand.
Yeah. Again, Zach Chappell will be licking his lips somewhere around the ground. I haven't seen that. As his Roland Jones in. Bowls just full of a length, and it beats the right-hander through to Davies, who's a long way across, taking that in front of Slip. He was quite late going, which maybe it just swung after passing the batter, but Roland Jones returns with quite some menace.
I've lost Zach Chappell, Pat Brown and Harry Moore. I don't know where on earth. They went round the back of the media centre, but they don't appear to be next door. Nobody does.
Yeah, there was a lot of swing after that pass the bat. That last delivery as Roland Jones is in again, bowls. Oh, now that's nipped back the other way and he's gone LBW. Wow. What a return from the Middlesex captain. His 6th over, and he makes the breakthrough with the last ball of it as he returns to the attack. And that was quite the dramatic over from Roland Jones. This one coming jagging back in to the right-hander, and Roland Jones has his man. So Guest departs 4-7, and yep, looking at the replay, that's pretty stone dead, isn't it? He's
not much wrong with it.
He's had one that's leapt at him, one that's left him, and one that angles back in and beats the inside edge on the front foot. So he's gone LBW for 7, 20 balls, 53 for 2, Derbyshire.
Possibly a little unsettled by the ball 2 balls ago, which leapt at him, took the glove as he was leaping around on his crease. Next delivery beat him, as you said, Kev, just leaving him a touch, and that one nipping back and pretty much in front. So it brings out Wayne Madsen to the crease. So Derbyshire, who have made a reasonable start, are now 2 down. They don't be many more than this, many more than 2 down by lunch to call it a successful morning.
But when you look at those 3 deliveries, you've got one that's leapt off a length, I think is fair to say, isn't it?
Yes.
The previous ball to the dismissal then, I've just managed to replay it a couple of times, and it was seam movement for sure. It seamed away from the right-hander through to the keeper, and then after beating the keeper, after beating the bat, swung dramatically. But it did seem to beat the edge of the bat. So then you get that ball third in that line. And Middlesex, I think, and that's why Roland Jones is back. He'll probably be fancy, and hold on a minute. There's a bit more in this surface than we seem to be extracting at the moment.
There is certainly something in it. As Ethan Bamber begins his 3rd over from the City end, bowling to Brooke Guest. That was, as Kev said, the final ball of the Roland Jones over. It's pushed up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Finlay Bean is out for 23. Yorkshire 67 for 1. Adam Lythe still there. In fact, he's only just gone, Finlay Bean, so 67 for 1 Yorkshire. Andy Gorvin striking the first blow for Glamorgan down at Sophia Gardens. As Bamber's in again, that one's left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. Don't forget, you can listen to all the games should you wish to go and get excited by Yorkshire. You can do so via the BBC Sport website and app, of course. All the games, all the time.
Just looking back at the ball that we say leapt at Guest, actually where it pitched, it was a relatively short ball, to be fair.
It was Bamba Bowles. That's pushed out into the offside by Cayman.
That's a length where Roland Jones bowling, you've got to be expecting that to hit you on the ribs.
Yeah.
So I think he might have just misjudged it as opposed to... Because when you say it leapt at the bat, you think of the pitch straight away, don't you?
It felt like it had leapt at him, didn't it?
Well, because there were two already in the day. There was one which was on a shorter length but really seemed to go to Davis, and then there was that very full one that took off, wasn't there? But this one...
It's quite short.
It's relatively short, isn't it? You're not expecting to play that on the front foot.
No.
And I think he just got himself into an ugly position, didn't he?
It was ugly by the time he'd finished.
Yeah.
That's Bamba Bowles to Kane, who defends this one up to mid-on this occasion. And there's no run.
Still quite the three deliveries, weren't they? I mean, they certainly went and prodded away at the surface, but no, I think Roland Jones, throughout his entire career, when batters have faced him, they always say he hits the bat 2 to 3 inches higher up every single ball than you think he's going to. You think, got it, and he's hit. All of a sudden, he's hit higher up in the bat. He always seems to extract bounce.
Fifth ball of the Bamba over, driven by Kane up to mid-on again. Again, there's no run.
And when you think of a bowler like that, you think of Stephen Finn, 6'7", 6'8", don't you? Roland Jones isn't quite that height, and that's where the surprise, I think, comes from.
Yes.
That he's more kind of 6'3".
A mere 6'3".
A mere 6'3". What are you, Fletch? You must be 6'5".
6'5"-ish, that kind of, yeah. I don't look quite as tall as I used to because I'm a lot wider. The wider you are, the less tall you look, I always think. Bamba in to complete the over. Bowles Kane turns it into the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That was a maiden over from Ethan Bamba. His first 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. And then we'll bring Toby Roland Jones. He can't get his sweater off quick enough, Roland Jones, here at 53 for 2. And he'll be bowling initially to Wayne Madsen, who's yet to face a delivery. Who's been in pretty good form the back end of the season, Wayne Madsen. Derbyshire haven't got an awful lot of centuries this season. I think they've got 4 in total, which is hopeless. But in his last 5 innings, he's got 70, 138, 77, 47 and 48 not out. So Wayne Madsen in good form. That should do for him. I realised as soon as I started that sentence, I shouldn't have said it out loud. He's almost ready.
So 53 for 2, 2 slips of gully, crouching down, and Roland Jones is in. This is my end again now. I've lost which end we are. Yeah, he's in, bowls, and just full of a length. There's Madsen looking to drive into the offside. It goes. One of his very, very early games was against Middlesex, and scored big in it. One of his very early Derbyshire games, that is. And yeah, all the chatter was about this chap Madsen that they'd found. And away he went, rattled up some runs.
Yeah, he's got a few. Got a few. 15,752 in first-class cricket, to be precise.
Roland Jones bowls, and that is edged fine of gully. 2 slips and a gully. He's actually ridden that pretty well, I think. And he comes away and he prods on the surface now. He was back and across to Roland Jones, and relatively high up the outside edge he's played it, but with soft hands, it would appear, and an angled bat. He seems to have kept some control of it as it's... I mean, were Higgins a yard to his left? I'm not even sure it would have carried. Might have done. But 2 slips and a gully it remains. Will they tighten back up to a third? We'll see.
I don't think he would have carried, if I'm honest.
No, I think it was...
with the naked eye.
But that's what I mean. I think he must have played it very well, mustn't he? He must
Yeah.
have somehow... This is Roland Jones. In now bowls and... back and across, and he's right in line with that one. They talk about giving themselves every chance, don't they? Head in line, play it late, angled bat, soft hands, and it suggests that's what Madsen must have got. Well, 3 out of 4, if not 4 out of 4 on that one to edge it into the ground and away fine for 4. I mean, the position he was playing it in, you thought that was going to fly to one of the slips or through them or over them, but appeared to survive it well. As here is Roland Jones bowls, and all that goes awry for the keeper. It beats the forward defence of Madsen. Davies drops it, which again, we're not perfectly in line, are we, by a signal by the umpire, but it does just suggest there's a little bit of movement out there, which is unsettling the keeper as well.
He definitely looked unsettled.
It's not through the air, though, this, is it? I haven't seen much that you'd really go, oh, that swung. But it's off the surface as much as anything. There's a greenish tinge.
There is, but that's a bit of the green tinge is a red herring. If it can be one. That's sort of brown, isn't it? Green and red. It's a horrible colour when you mix those two together, but yeah, very rarely plays green.
Roland Jones bowls, and on the back foot, that's defended by Kame. Falls away into the onside, no run. What ball of the over would that have been that wobbled on Davies? I'm just having a look back through now.
6.4.
Thank you. Oh, can I have a look at the angled bat that went away for 4? Let's see how that looked. Oh, yeah, well, back and across. He was over the top of it. He wasn't pushing away from his body, crucially, was he? It just pops him, and he does. You can see his bat's angled. Roland Jones hits the crease, bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, left alone. Here it goes to Davies, comfortably taken on this occasion. I'm just going to get that one now that beat the edge and burst through the gloves of Davies. Let's have a look. So just full of length, through it goes. And oh yeah, it did. Look at that wobble. Just at the last moment, it fizzed like you almost think. I would think of baseball when I look at that, because it moved away and then just kind of last moment dipped and swerved the other way just before hitting. That could have been horrible for the keeper.
Sinker.
Is that what it's called?
I think so.
A sinker.
We've got a new one called a sweeper now that we've started talking about this season, and I'm not 100% sure what the sweeper is, but another good win for the Padres last night. 58 for 2 here at Derbyshire. Wayne Madsen on strike. Ethan Bamber about to start his 4th over from the city end. Glorious sunshine, a few wispy clouds around, but nothing for anybody to worry about. Madsen leaves the first ball alone as it starts wide of the off stump and goes wider. Taken by Jack Davies, who hands it on to Leas Deploy. Former Derbyshire skipper. Back at the county ground. Just having a look around the old place there at second slip. Madsen settles over his bat. Sun glinting off the cars in the car park, which is also full of steamrollers as this next delivery is turned into the leg side. It's a good job we got bat on that. Down towards fine leg to pick up a single. That's why you heard the oohs and ahs from the Middlesex players, because I think that was a pretty straight delivery. Madsen got his bat too. Down towards our left-hand side, fielded by Noah Cornwell, who has had the good decency not only to throw left-handed, but also to remove his sweater. Yeah, there's a whole, there must be 1, 2, 3 very large steamrollers in the car park, because there's a lot of work going on the Pentagon Island as Bamber bowls. That one is guided nicely by Harry Kame down towards the vacant 3rd man area. They're going to come back for a second as well, and it's a very comfortable second as the ball is hurled back in. I'm going to say it was hurled back in by Josh DeCaris. Down below us.
There's a little bit of his father's gait about him, isn't there?
Oh, I can
the shoulders.
just see his number through his sweater. That's what I was going on, but yeah.
But there's slightly, if you look at him now, the shoulders.
Yeah, slightly slumped.
Yeah.
Cares of the world on them. 61 for 2, came up to 26, waits now. As Bamber is in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper once again. Must be warm. They've got a couple of doors open on the members' pavilion. The one that leads into the chairman's box at the right-hand end is open. The one next to that as well. I think that might be the executive club.
Is that where you go for lunch?
No, I'm not allowed anywhere near the chairman's. Or the chairman, full stop. Yes, Bamber bowls to Kame, who drives, but straight to mid-on, a fairly straight mid-on.
Oh, it's nearly time for lunch, isn't it?
There is no run. Half an hour, yeah. 12:30 lunch, 1:10 restart, and then 32 overs as normal in the final session.
So we're getting a hot meal in there today.
Yeah.
Who's going to snooze first, me or you, this afternoon?
Oh, I'll be all right, don't worry. You've had a very large breakfast, much of which you brought with you. It's Bamba's final ball. Oh, dear, he's had a go at that one.
Wow.
Harry came. It was a long way wide of the off. It actually went underneath his bat. It was well taken by Davies behind the stumps, and Came just looks to the ground, and well he might, because that wasn't a good shot at all. Just needs to calm down there. 26 off 75, needs to be there in half an hour's time. Madsen has 5. Derbyshire 61 for 2.
Well, it started to move, and then it just kept going, didn't it? And that's why I felt for Davies on the ball before, that dip that I was talking about, dip and swerve.
That one definitely went under his bat.
Yeah.
As he, I mean,
Here it is.
he's not a tall man anyway.
Yeah.
It started off quite wide, went
Just
wider,
kept going.
and kept going. Was taken probably in front of Deploy at second slip.
To the extent that Bamba did look back at the umpire to see if it was going to be a wide, and it wasn't, because it was after it passed the bat that it really started to go once more. As here's Roland Jones. Higgins has tightened up at third slip. He bowls to Kame, who defends into the onside. A little bit of a drive about it. Let's see what he replays now. He replays a drive just wide of mid-off. Oh, does that say media centre? There they are. They're up above us,
They're
are
up
they?
above us on. They're on the yeah.
So there's a gantry up above.
It's like a television gantry.
Oh, so that's what our canopy is, a television
Yeah.
gantry. I see.
Yeah. That chap looked like he was snoozing there, didn't he, under his white floppy sun hat.
Who could blame him? Who could blame him? A day at the cricket, the sun shining, September. Here's Roland Jones, just full of a length. That will have woken Chappell up. It beats Madsen with bounce again, and it's the bounce I'm sure that Chappell will be excited to see. Just trying to catch what one or two of the phrases is. Close to it here, lads.
Come on, Rolo.
Yeah.
Yeah, there'll be a bang bang going on soon, won't there? There's always a bang bang.
Roland Jones is in, bowls, that
Oh.
dies. Whoa, now, that's really kept low outside the off stump, and it's pitched a long way before reaching the keeper for a second time and bounces through for 4 byes. And I've got a feel for Davies there. You can imagine the bowler grunting as another one gets through, but he's had he's had a couple that have flown, and he's taken them above the head. He had that one that swerved and moved through the air, and this one,
6 byes this morning.
yeah, this one just dies through to the keeper and on the bounce. Roland Jones again in bowls and just playing inside the line of that one. Madsen leaves it through to Davies, who I think right now I'd give anything for the return of the Kookaburra. The Dukes is back. It's in business here at Derby, but Derbyshire are holding it together pretty well. 65 for 2, having won the toss. I think the amount of movement out there, Middlesex will feel they should have more than 2 on the board at lunch. Roland Jones took a 10 for back a couple of years back here. Drew up that card in a moment. In he comes, bowls, and forward goes Madsen, defending into the offside. No run again. But yeah, he had a fine match here. It was 2020 or 2019 it would have been. Roland Jones turning away. Off he goes. Bowls and lovely ball, full straight, driven nicely into the offside. There's no run. Looking at it. Derbyshire survivor last a scare to save the game. As Milan falls 1 shy of a century. That was the 2019 match, so got it wrong. Godleman got 102. Lewis Deploy got 118. 99 for Finn Hudson-Prentice and 96 for Lewis Rees. Roland Jones only picking up 1 in that innings. Helm 2, Finn none. No Murtagh for that game. Middlesex in reply 199 from Milan. And Derbyshire's second innings, so no, that wasn't the 10 for 2019, 2020. It must have been then. No, 2020 was COVID year, wasn't it? Here's Bamber.
Bowling to Harry Kame, who guides this one down to short third man, and they go through for a single. He moves on to 27.66 for 2. The 10 for was pre-2016.
Roland Jones is?
I think so. Against Derbyshire.
No, Stuart Law was coach.
Against Derbyshire?
Yeah.
You got all 10?
Well, with 10 wicket all in the match.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Let's go back to Johnson.
Ah, yeah.
Which was pre-2016 by some distance. Here's Bamber again. It's his 5th over. Balls to Madsen, who goes back and pushes this one up to mid-off.
It can't have been 2018 because Richard Scott was still in charge then. 2021? Maybe it was that late.
Yeah.
Oh, that only seems like yesterday, but I suppose that was 3 years ago now.
Notts continued to go well. 5 and over, 101 without loss in the 21st over against Kent at Canterbury. Lancashire now 72 for 3 against Somerset at Old Trafford. Here comes Bamber again, past the umpire, and balls to Madsen, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper.
There we go. Roland Jones makes 5-star comeback to end Derbyshire resistance. Middlesex win by 112 runs. He was on a fair old run at that point. So he picked up... Oh, hold on, no.
It's good to hear about Derbyshire resistance in all
Oh,
honesty.
yeah. 5 for 36 he got in the second innings. Haven't got none for in the first.
Come on, Kev. Sort it out. Here comes Bamber again. In balls to Madsen, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper.
I don't think it would have been 2022. So it was a run of matches where he took something like 29 wickets in 3 games. It was ridiculous.
Gloucestershire, 51 for 6. That's at Bristol against Sussex. 51 for 6. Remarkable. 4 wickets for Jaidev and Nadkat. 4 for 23 from 9 overs. As Bamber is in balls to Madsen, who pushes this one up towards mid-on. Again, there's no run. So Sussex heading for another victory that would mean they probably won't even need any points next week. That could be useful, couldn't it?
Yeah.
You never know. You never know. Yorkshire at 80 for 1, though, in the 23rd over
But
at Morgan.
Yorkshire at home in the final round, that's going to be a results pitch, isn't it? But even a draw, high-scoring draw, that would be enough, wouldn't it, for Yorkshire? What would you do? Would you go for the results pitch or a flat one and get a high-scoring draw?
Flat. This one is, beating Wayne Madsen. Good delivery to finish the over off from Ethan Bamber. 5 overs now for 13 runs. He's bowling nicely. So is Roland Jones. Derbyshire 66 for 2 with Kame on 27 and Madsen on 5.
I did wish the Yorkshire press corps good luck for the final round of the
Did you?
season if their hopes hung on Sussex's former Middlesex wicketkeeper, born in Lancashire. And Yorkshire needed a favour in the final round.
He scored runs against Derbyshire, John Simpson. A couple of 3 weeks ago.
No, it was 2022, Chesterfield. That was when Shah Massoud hit the runs, wasn't it?
Yeah, Chesterfield. Good old Chesterfield.
So
Well, Derbyshire can win.
Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this is driven. Lovely shot in between cover and mid-off. Bamber turns, gives chase. They'll get 2. 68 for 2. So, no, he didn't get a... So it was the 5 for he got here, but that was his comeback then. And then down in Cardiff, he went through them down there. And I'm sure there was one more. He had a run in that comeback spell where the wickets just couldn't stop falling. It was incredible to watch. Yeah, poor old chap. Struggled with injuries after that England debut. Off he goes in the sunshine here at Derbyshire. Bowls just full of length and beats. Came all ends up with that one. Thrusting forward. Good pace, good bounce, good carry through to the keeper.
He's got particularly thin material in his trousers. When he turns around, you look at the other players, you can't see a big white mark where where their pocket is on the right-hand side. But as soon as Roland Jones turns around now, I think he's got thinner trousers than everybody else. Look. Look at that.
Look at that pocket. Off he
He's-
goes.
Like he's patched it.
Yeah. He's in bowls, and oh, that lifts, and taking his bottom hand off, Kane picks up a single backward of square on the leg side as he rides the bounce, but he looks down at his hand now, doesn't he? And yeah, so it's another one. A little painful, perhaps. Speaking of a little painful, what's the Cardiff score, Laces?
No, don't look. Don't look. You're only...
They're 100 up yet.
Not quite.
Come on, Jimmy Harris's Marauders.
Adam Lyne going nicely.
Oh dear.
He so often does.
I mean, just for the fun of it, surely everybody wants it to go to the last week,
Yeah.
don't they?
Of course they do.
Roland Jones in bowls, and forward goes Madsen, pushing into the offside. Wow, there's that headline. Reynolds and McIlhenny make contact over Welsh fire stake.
Yeah.
Imagine Nick Webb on Welcome to Wrexham. Ed Bevan. What would Ryan Reynolds make of Ed Bevan?
I'm not sure Ed is ready for Netflix in the same way, or is it Disney? In the same way that Disney's not ready for Ed Bevan. It will be good, though. It will be good. I don't think Edward has an awful lot to do with the Welsh fire.
Pass goes, past the umpire goes. Roland Jones, and that lifts backward a square. It goes high off the outside shoulder of the bat. 4 more. Madsen moves to 9, 73 for 2. I think this is why Roland Jones is back. He feels that Middlesex should have been more in the wickets this morning.
Absolutely.
He's into his 9th over now, isn't he? Very short break for the Middlesex skipper. And he has, to be honest, I have to say, in recent weeks, almost been doing it on his own. Merchant Taylor's score against Northamptonshire. It's been a little bit of a problem for Middlesex. Where are the wickets coming from, if not the skipper? Everybody's bowling well, but they're just not getting the wickets. Obviously, a couple of Kookaburra rounds as well didn't particularly help matters.
No.
But he just constantly looks the most likely to take a wicket at the moment, Roland Jones.
Derbyshire did manage to lose both of those Cooper games, though.
In comes Roland Jones, bowls, and this is defended by Madsen, who gets a long way forward to smother that one. They lost who, sorry?
Lost both of the Kookaburra rounds.
Oh, I see.
The 2 recent ones.
What happened there? Was it doing much, or...?
The first one they lost to Sussex, who were just a better side than them. Last week they lost at Northampton, where it turned. And their spinners didn't bowl as well as Northampton's spinners, essentially. Chahal and Rob Keogh spun Northampton to the victory on the, I was going to say on the final day. It was the final day of the match, but it was day 3. They took 8 wickets in the final session of the day to win the game. It was a bit of a collapse, really. In comes Ethan Bamber bowling to Harry Kane. That one is pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. Ben Smith, the batting coach, having a walk down below us, just to build up his appetite for lunch, which will arrive in about 19 minutes' time or so.
Is that what we need to do? Go and have a walk and build up our appetite?
Yes, we don't do much walking, do we?
And we're not meant for appetites either, you or I, are we?
I could probably just squeeze the lunch down. 73 for 2. Bamber in bowls to Kame, who gets an edge down towards third man. That'll be 4 runs. There is no third man there. Again, softish hands. And Carres comes down to collect the ball, which is thrown to him by Ben Smith. Kame moves to 34, 77 for 2 now. So it's 2 slips in the gully, but it was still wide of the gully. Who's now asking, should he go even wider? He's not getting a reply, really, so he's just taking it upon himself. It's almost a point and a backward point. Carer's asking if he should go to third man and been told, no, you stay there. There comes Bamber. Bowls and beats Harry Kane outside the off stump.
They've beaten the bat a lot this morning, haven't they? Have they hit the top of off stump enough this morning, Middlesex?
I don't think they have.
Because if they'd have beaten the bat that much, then that means they're beating the top of the off stump as well. I think that would be the disappointment. And again, that was my feeling, that Cornwall didn't do anything wrong, but he wasn't forcing the batters to play enough. And
Pitch it up a bit more,
yeah,
which they haven't necessarily done.
it's time for a Higgins burst again before lunch.
Here's Bamber, bowls again off the back foot, pushed out into the offside by Kame.
Bamber's bowling nicely, 'cause you could almost say to Higgins, well, actually, take the skipper's end just before lunch, because the skipper's bowled 9 overs this morning. Which hasn't been fleeced, has he? Hasn't fleeced himself. Self-fleecing, what a...
Over a spin before lunch.
Obligatory.
Yeah. Watch it turn square.
Yeah.
And everybody will suddenly go, oh, hang on a minute. Here we go. As Bamber is in, that one is beating the edge of the bat. And again, it's died on Davies, and he's not been able to take it cleanly. It's another bye.
It's kept low, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's 7 byes, and he's wringing out his right hand now. He's not a happy man. That has hurt.
I mean, he doesn't know if he's taking it over his head.
No. Well, it's dangerous, isn't it? Let's all go home.
Yeah.
78 for 2. It isn't dangerous, by the way.
No, it's not at all, but it's just, but it is for the keeper. But
Yes, you wouldn't want to be the keeper.
he hasn't done much wrong this morning, is he? When you look back at the replays, we did that one that dipped on him and swerved.
Bamber's in. That one is off the bat this time. Wayne Madsen turning the ball into the leg side.
Hasn't it? Look, it's hit on his wrist.
Yeah, he is in the spot bowler here. And Deploy's just asking him if he's okay.
Because bearing in mind he's taking it on the second bounce, he can't know what that second bounce is going to be off the...
You got a backup keeper?
Middlesex have a plethora of keepers.
Oh, do they?
But not in this game.
Excellent. Max Holden keeps wicket, surely.
No, he was an off-spinner. Robson, leg spinner. Stoneman, off-spinner. Least deploy, left arm. That's it. Are you allowed to call a replacement keeper into a game nowadays? You are, aren't they?
I think so. I've seen it happen in my
Joe
time.
Cracknell, Robbie White.
Yeah, Derbyshire lost Harvey Hussain a few years ago down at Hove. Wayne Madsen kept wicket at the start of the match and then was replaced by Darren Smith, who was in Derby and called down. It's not a short trip, is it, Derby to Hove? So it took him until tea to get there. But it's Cornwell is the change.
Left arm over, 2 slips in a gully. Cornwell's in, bowls, and defending. Kame eases this one into the offside. There's no run. This isn't a bad time to bring the youngster back, actually, because minds will just start to be turning towards lunch now, won't they? A couple of minutes, then the onus will be on Kame and Madsen not to get out and expose the number 5 to the last few minutes before the interval.
It's about the last thing David Lloyd wants in his current form, is to be out in the middle before lunch.
In comes Cornwell, bowls, and it's a block hole delivery, and it's dug out, and Roland Jones got a chase on here from mid-on. Goes wide of the field, got to pick up 2. 80 for 2 is the score. Kane moves to 34. Advertising, Fletch, advertising. They listen to us, these devices, don't they? I'm on the BBC website, so actually it's not advertising, but well, it is, because they're advertising other things. The first 2 things that are on the side, if they were listening to us, unlock the hidden world of couples relationships. They think we're not getting on or something. I thought we were getting quite well this morning. Couples therapy, a new series on BBC iPlayer.
Might give that one a miss.
Here's Cornwall in bowls, outside the off stump, through to the keeper it goes, and then immediately above it, The Long History of Ignorance by Rory Stewart. Can knowledge and ignorance coexist? Well, I think we've proved that it perfectly can.
Absolutely, of course it can. Yeah, of course it can. If it can't, we're in trouble. I would suggest. Yeah.
What are 2 things to appear on the side of my screen, though, after a morning with you, Fletch? Eh?
You're right, though, because you do get... My phone does listen to you, doesn't it? No question in my mind it listens to you.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Have you not turned that setting off? Here's Cornwall bowls, and this is left alone. And again, look at that bobble on Davies. Oh, glove comes off again. The keeper's having a wretched time of it there to look. It's hit that same wrist again on him. He's having a wretched time behind the stumps, isn't he?
Be lucky if he can lift his knife and fork up.
Aye.
So you can turn that setting off?
Yeah. I know somebody that works for one of the big companies, and they said, oh, yeah, you must turn that off.
Yeah.
Listen away it does. Here's a Cornwell. Bowls, and it's short, and it's run away down to deep backward point beautifully by Kame, just riding the bounce. A little bit too much width there. Left arm over. Kame happy then to go after it. 22 conceded by Cornwell in his 4.4 overs, which again isn't terrible. He needs to get out of this over, doesn't he? But I do think Middlesex would really like him to be trying to blast those pads off at the moment as we approach lunch. Let's go a little bit fuller. He's going to come around the wicket, left arm around now. It's a 6-3 field, so mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. So he's clearly not happy that he's had to change his line of attack. And you don't see this often, do you, in first-class cricket, a left armer coming around the wicket to a right-hander. But he's going to give it a go. Kame's on 40 from 89. 2 slips in the gully still. As Cornwell moves in, wide on the crease. He bowls short, and he's wide, and he's cut away for 4 more. And he slaps his hands together. He needs an arm around him at the moment, doesn't he? Just to say, hold on, look, those 3 things up there, we're about to hit lunch. Just keep aiming at them. Don't overthink it. Don't overdo it. And, yeah, he's changed his line of attack. But it's another long hop. And it's put away, 88 for 2. End of the over, Kame 44. Madsen will have strike on 9.
I think we're going to get some spin. We're certainly going to get, oh, it's a wicketkeeper's helmet
Holman.
that's been brought on.
Yeah, Holman, you're right.
Yeah.
Although the wicketkeeper could have their helmet for the seamers at the moment, couldn't he? So,
Well, yeah, he's standing back.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's been unlucky with a few that have bounced a second time on the way through to him this morning. And with a hard new ball as well, bouncing on the second time on the way through. You really, as a keeper, you've no idea how that's going to come off the second bounce, do you? And generally, it's probably dipped quite dramatically as well to take a second bounce. So
Yorkshire have lost a second wicket there, they're 90 for 2. And
Ooh.
it's Adam Lyth who's out for 46. Andy Gorvin with both of the wickets there at Sophia Gardens.
oh, he's good, Gorvin.
Yeah,
Skiddy little
you've
bowler.
always
isn't he?
liked him, haven't you? Gloucestershire 65 for 6 against Sussex at Bristol. Kind of pitch have they prepared there? Mind you, they didn't complete the last match at Bristol, did they? That was the game that was abandoned before the end of day 1 after 14, was it 12 wickets had fallen? 12 wickets had fallen. Leicestershire 83 for 2 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Luke Holman then from the City end with a slip, and that's it. He's in to bowl to Madsen, who drives but straights the man at extra cover. Nicely fielded by Liz Deploy. And there's no run. He'll get a couple of overs here. Holman, at least, you would have thought. Might even get 3 as he tosses himself a catch before coming in and bowling to Madsen. He goes back and pushes that one into the onside towards the bowler. He doesn't have the build of a spinner, does he? Luke Holman. I was thinking he looks like he should be a bit quicker. A burly chap. 88 for 2. Back goes Madsen and cuts it straight to Deploy again. Once more, there is no run. Lancashire 86 for 4 now against Somerset, while Nottinghamshire are 115 without loss against Kent. Those 2 teams battling to avoid relegation. Holman's in again. That one's left alone by Madsen. Durham 79 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval. Hampshire 101 for 2 against Worcestershire, who've done a terrific job this season to stay in the top flight. As Holman's in again, and bowls to Madsen, who leaves this one alone. They're kept a bit low.
Yeah, rips it through quite quickly as well, didn't he?
Madsen goes for a little walk into the square leg region before returning to settle over his bat for the final ball of Luke Holman's first over, which he pushes out into the offside. It's fielded by Lias Deploy, and he begins with a maiden over. 88 for 2 it remains. 9 to Madsen, 44 to Kame. On a beautiful day here in Derby. Another beautiful day here in Derby. The sun shining brightly and plenty of blue sky up above.
Now, Cornwall is To continue, Roland Jones looks as though he's marching over to have a chat with him. It looks as though Higgins has just had a wet word as well. You just need that sometimes, don't you? Just look, it's all right now. Don't worry. You're a player. You're here for a reason. You know, you're a good player. Just
we have picked you.
yeah. Don't beat yourself up. Don't overthink it. He's going to continue around the wicket where he ended the last over and was cut for 4. Deep point has dropped back. 2 slips and a gully. And around the wicket he comes. Bowls on a length. Nice ball. That's where he wants it to be. Game 44 defence. Can he just leave it there? 6 balls. Easy game from up here, isn't it? But that's his job at the moment. Leave it there.
It is, but he also has to realise, as you said a couple of hours ago, that the 2 batters at 12:23, 7 minutes before lunch, if it's not there to hit, they will just do that, won't they? So he can get some dot balls to his name and just make himself feel a bit better.
Yeah. Off he goes. Bowls now and into the block hole. It's dug out. Up to mid-off, the ball deflects. As Kane comes forward. Yeah, at the moment they will not want to get out for all the world. Not so much just for themselves; it's for the next batter. You're not doing your mate any favours if you get out now, are you? No. Bring a new batter in at this stage. You're trying to survive. So again, that's another reason to bowl at the stumps, because batters will try and score off the stumps. But at this stage, they're then caught in 2 minds, aren't they? Like, oh, should I be scoring off this, or should I just be blocking? There's a length ball wide outside the off stump, though, left alone by Kane. That's one. Yeah, there you go. He replays a late cut at it, but at this stage of the innings, he's not thinking that at all. Just seen Sam Patel's name come up on the scoreboard to our right.
Oh, yes.
Sponsored by somebody.
Yeah.
Luke Fletcher, leaving Nottinghamshire.
Get the old band back together again. I'm not sure that's the way Derbyshire are going necessarily, but it did cross my mind when I saw he was leaving.
Here's a length ball, and that is straight and onto the stumps, but turned away down to long leg. Little clip from Kane. 89 for 2.
I think with the emergence of Harry Moore, Zach Chappell, Pat Brown, there'll be an overseas bowler coming in as well,
Ooh.
as I understand it.
Exciting.
He may already have been here once. I'm not sure they necessarily need Luke Fletcher, who in the last 2 years has barely taken any championship wickets, has he? And he's not really going to get into a T20 side, I don't think, anymore.
Cornwell wide on the crease. Bowls, and it's driven away. Point set back, just a single. 90 for 2. Madsen moves to 10.
He has played at Derbyshire. Back in 2016, he was here on loan for 2 or 3 matches. I saw him make his debut down at Bristol, which was my first match. Him and Andy Carter were the opening bowlers, and I don't think they took a wicket between them. It was dreadful. I did wonder what I'd got myself into. A dreadful match, that is, and both sides were fairly ordinary in the bowling department, that particular match.
Cornwell. Bowls out, last ball of the over, outside the off stump, angling back, but left alone. Pad thrust forward, bat up in the air. Kame has 45. Madsen will have strike on 10. If Holman's quick, we'll get another one before lunch. Look, he's running in. Hands the cat. Cat?
Taking his cat off.
He's handed the cat to the umpire. We're both trying to think of lines that we should probably leave there.
I thought we should delve any deeper. The Derbyshire fast bowling trio are now making their way around the far side of the ground, so they've vacated the balcony up above us, the television gantry.
They're off to the Greasy Spoon.
I can only see 2 of them, actually.
It's no longer a Greasy Spoon, it's just a pub now, is it?
It's just a bar, yeah. Yeah, Luke Holman, is it me? Begins a new over, pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen to deploy. There's no run.
What's the distinction between that's a bar and not a pub?
Well, it's in the ground, isn't it?
So you can't have a pub in the ground?
I don't think so. I don't know. It's a good question, though.
Is there a pub inside a cricket ground in the world?
The Trent Watts-it's the closest, isn't it? You would have thought. This one is cut away out towards the cover boundary by Wayne Madsen for a single. He moves on to 11.
They have the tavern stand at Lord's, but
for 2.
the tavern pub is actually outside the ground.
Yeah, it's outside. You can sit on the roof of the pub at Grace Road, can't you, to the right of the pavilion, but it's outside the ground again.
Oh, that's not bad. I've never noticed that.
Yeah.
Durham's got a pub, isn't it? Or do they call it a bar, though? Because it looks like a pub.
Yeah,
well, it looks like
it does, doesn't it? The next delivery from Holman is driven by Harry Kame to deploy by Yes, by came. I think I said
I
that.
guess there's no reason to have a pub in a ground because
You'd license the ground, wouldn't you?
well,
So
yeah,
therefore,
you're trying to get them out, aren't you? By 7 o'clock, not get them in.
well, that's true as well. That one's left alone. Good bounce. Left alone by Kame.
There was the one down at Hove, which has been demolished now, and the flats have been put up outside the ground.
Yeah, the cricketers. But again, that is definitely outside,
Yep.
isn't it? Beyond the gates. 91 for 2. Holman bowls, played off the back foot by Kame, out into the offside, fielded by Deploy. Sam Connors is doing a few stretches and warm-ups away to our left.
He's
going
good.
to do some bowling during the lunch break by the look of it.
He's good, Connors, isn't he? I think he is.
I thought you would say that because he's leaving. Harry Kane pushes the final ball of the over out into the offside. We will get another one. Yes, he hasn't had the most productive of seasons, I would suggest. This season, Sam Connors has got 7 wickets at 75, which has obviously alerted Durham to him.
Yes.
He did get 50 wickets 2 seasons ago in the county championship, but has had a trickier time since then. 1 or 2 injuries. Good lad. And everybody's hoping he does well up at the Riverside. You won't have to speak to Martin anyway, so there's a bonus.
Well, surely. Here's Cornwell, his left arm around, 2 slips in the gully, and that's worked off the hip down to long leg. Madsen moves to 12, 92 for 2. Stop looking so happy with yourself. I'll make Marcy. They're 3 down now at Surrey. 80 for 3.
My regular listeners know. I get on all right with Martin.
You love him.
Or go that far.
You do. What's not to love? Good old Marcy. Doidgy does a good impression of him, doesn't he, in the aeroplanes?
Doidgy thinks he does a good impression of a lot of people.
It's around the wicket he bowls. And this is turned to square leg. And no run. 92 for 3. Oh, the Marcy one's good, though.
Now, Colston, who works for the Burton Mail, I don't know whether this was meant to be read out or not, Colst, but I'm going to read it out because well, no, it's nothing of a personal nature or anything like that. Saying there was a pub in the grandstand at Derby in the past. He says when he first attended, you could go through a door at the ground into the pub itself. There'd be a man on the door to see your ticket as you returned. So there was a pub. Thanks, Colst. He's a lot older than me, Colst.
He's Cornwell around the wicket bowls. This is run away down to deep third, and deep point won't get there. 4 more, nice shot. 96 for 2. Well, you'd imagine in days gone by before
he isn't older than me, by the way.
you know, you've got to get them out of the ground. You've got to lock the gates. You've got to do this. In days gone by, it just would have been the pub, wouldn't it? You just shut the pub back door and everybody stay in the pub. But now it's probably got to be outside the ground. Because I assume at some point the pub at Hove as such would have been regarded inside the ground, and similarly the one. Possibly even the tavern at one point.
Mark Beecroft at Stretton, whose first email I didn't read out, and I apologise for that, but this one's more relevant. The pub that forms part of the ground at Trent Bridge, the Larwood and Vos, of course, which has its own stand.
Oh. So it is inside the ground. It's got its own.
Yes, it's on the Fox Road or Hound Road. I'm not sure which. I don't know where one becomes the other, but it's in that corner, isn't it? The sort of left-hand corner.
Cornwell. Very wide on the crease around the wicket. That's left alone wide outside the off stump, and it bounces again on Davies, who holds on this time and gets gloves on it, but he's got a real job on his hands behind the stumps at the moment. Davies smothering a few as he's just done there. Because the tavern, the top of the tavern is the Thomas Lord suite. And as such, there's a door into the tavern from the ground, although it's all blocked off now. So, yeah, at some point it was probably inside the ground, but again, time moves on, doesn't it? You've got to be out of the ground by this point. You can't serve alcohol inside the ground after this time. Here's Cornwell bowls and a bumper through to the keeper. The batter's note, no ball called yet. There was a long pause from Kame, who was thinking, how is that not a no ball? And eventually the umpires agreed.
Gloucestershire have got to lunch just 6 down. 68 for 6 against Sussex at Bristol. Leicestershire at lunch at 96 for 3 against Northamptonshire.
They've not got it wrong this morning, Middlesex, but they haven't got enough right, have they? Is the way that I'd surmise it at the moment. It's Cornwell's around the wicket. He bowls right up there, and it's dug out to mid-off. 98 for 2, and there's 1 ball until lunch here. Would that be a fair?
Yeah, I think so. they've beaten the bat a few times, as
Yeah.
we said earlier. When Madsen very early on decided that soft hands were the way forward. I think he's absolutely right. Harry Kane has been patient.
Cornwell, he went for 16 off his first 4, didn't he? Which means he's gone for 19 off 2.5. As here's his last ball and the last ball before lunch. And it's driven away out to deep cover for a single. It means Kane's got his 50 at lunch. 50 from 105 deliveries. Madsen 12 from 31. And the bat raised around the ground. It was a slight pause from Kane as well. It's a funny feeling, I'd imagine, just bringing up a milestone right on the verge of an interval, because he's got to raise his bat and then he's got to walk off. So that's what he does. 99 for 2 at lunch. And a good morning for Derbyshire, having won the toss. And a good morning because I think, as I say, there were probably more wickets out there than that.
Yeah, no, I think they'll be pleased enough with that. Having only lost Lewis Rees for 20 and Brooke Guest for 7. Harry Kane with that half century. It is a bit weird when you get your half century off the final ball before the end of a session. As
a feeling we know
as
well,
Kev
Fletch.
said. Yes, yeah, absolutely. And Wayne Madsen on 12, so 99 for 2 at lunch. Derbyshire, Yorkshire have got to lunch at 100 for 2 against Glamorgan down at Sophia Gardens. So you know all the scores in the second division. Notts 134 without loss, and Lancashire 107 for 4. So we know who's had the better of the morning as far as the 2 candidates for relegation are concerned. Durham 84 for 3 against Surrey at lunch, and Hampshire 105 for 2 against Worcestershire at lunch. Warwickshire 73 for 7. I hadn't even looked at that game against Essex. 73 for 7 at lunch.
Yeah, I just saw that,
Warwickshire
yeah.
at Edgbaston.
They need Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, well, quite to bat. 99 for 2 here, Derbyshire. Myself and Kevin will be back in around about 40 minutes' time for the afternoon session.
Resuming their innings for Derbyshire, Harry Kane and Wayne Madsen.
Yeah, Bob, pressed you Bob. He said, give me lots of flesh and grip, please. Half the chocolate croissant, half the raspberry croissant, and you've got half the...
To bowl from City End, Ethan Bamber.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Day one, second session. That's what I'm trying to say. Day one, second session. Derbyshire against Middlesex in the county championship. That's what we're doing here.
Who?
Yes. Derbyshire 99 for 2 going into the afternoon session with Harry Kane on 50 and Wayne Madsen on 12. And Ethan Bamber opening up from the City End. First ball pushed up towards mid-off by Harry Kane, who got to his half century from the final ball of the morning session. Of 105 balls with 8 fours. Thanks to Kevin, who messaged...
You're welcome.
Not you. What
have I done?
Messaged during the lunch break to say Colston's right about the man asking for the match ticket in the grandstand. Kevin then says, P.S.
Great commentary.
I used to... No, he didn't say that. Next delivery from Bamber is pushed by, came up to mid-on. Used to play cricket with Colston many years ago. Many years ago. He doesn't say that. That's me being a bit naughty. Ryan Cresswell, former Rotherham, Northampton and Southend defender.
Does he say great commentary?
He's been appointed manager of Matlock Town. He's got a reasonably large job on.
The Spy Rights?
No, that's Chesterfield.
Who did you say it?
Matlock.
Ah.
Northern Premier League having a very difficult season as this one is pushed by... Harry Kane through the mid-wicket region. He's going to get at least a couple here. Yes, he'll just get a couple. And the Derbyshire century is up, which is why there has been that derisory round of applause.
Derisory?
The crowd. They're probably still asleep from their lunch. Ryan Cresswell, who has also played for Halifax Town. Michelova, Boston, Bradford. Well, he's played for everybody. Played for Romford in Kent, in Essex. Ferenc Varos on loan at one point when he was at Sheffield United, Halifax Town as well. That's where I know him from. In comes Bamber again and bowls. That one is played off the back foot by Harry Kane out into the offside. There's no run.
You won't be able to sleep for weeks after that lunch. Your body won't know what's hit it. You haven't eaten that healthy since.
I didn't.
Well, you just haven't eaten that healthy.
I didn't eat the healthy bits. I think people know me too well.
That was a proper athlete's lunch, that.
Yeah.
Protein, vegetables.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Never been a food. Here's Bamber again. 103 for 2. In again, bowls, and that one is pushed up towards the bowler, who feels off his own bowling. Apologies, the reason it's gone to 103 for 2 instead of 101 for 2 is that the third ball of the over was a no ball, which I missed.
Oh, Ethan.
Bowled a no ball.
I mean, fair play to Derbyshire. That food, that's up there.
Yeah. No, it's good food.
We've had biscuits. We've had
Donuts.
hot cooked lunch. There's donuts.
Donuts there.
Some nice bloke brought some pastries and muffins as well.
Yes. Yeah, I paid for my donuts. This next delivery's turned into the leg side by Harry Kane.
What would you do that for?
Well, they tend not to do donuts at continental breakfasts. I don't know why. That'd be the ideal, wouldn't it?
You're a donut man more than a muffin man, then.
Yeah. I think I might be addicted to sugar.
You're not a pan of chocolat man.
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Bread and chocolate. What's that all about?
Nutella.
Yes, exactly.
What about on a crepe?
Here's Bamber, balls to Hurricane, who pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run ended. The over 103 for 2. No. And hot chocolate as well. There's no room. Chocolate should be in a bar, I think.
Not a hot chocolate man.
No, I never really understood it.
Chocolate cake.
Oh, yeah, chocolate cake's okay. Ryan Higgins for the first time from the racecourse end, I think.
We had a good chocolate cake the other day at Lord's. Yeah. Bob will be tuned in, the media steward at Lord's. Afternoon, Bob, if you are.
Afternoon, Bob.
He enjoyed a bit of chocolate. Oh, he didn't. He told us where the chocolate cake was.
He knows all the secrets.
He brought us some lovely homegrown tomatoes as well, Bob. It was lovely one of the days. We had a tuna sandwich at lunch. Some of the homegrown tomatoes.
I thought you were putting them in your chocolate cake for a minute there.
Well, tomato is a fruit.
It is? No, you're right.
Chocolate dipped tomatoes? I don't think you quite get that.
No, I don't think so.
Is Higgins, keeper standing up. Davies, it's his best bet, isn't it? Stand up. Yeah. So Higgins is in, bowls, and beats the edge first ball. Forward defence from Madsen. 2 slips in a gully. There's a point covering a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. But what do they say? Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, but wisdom is knowing not to put a tomato in a fruit salad.
Is that right? Yeah. Confucius, he say. What do you think? He's had his hands in a bowl of hot water or cold water, Jack Davies, at lunch.
There's a clip into the onside from Higgins to Madsen, and away it goes. Sorry, I may have said it was Kane the last. Well, what is currently square. I seem to remember one going down there and thinking. It does feel like it's a much smaller playing surface than it would usually be.
Right. I think you're right.
Even on the far side, it's a long way in, isn't it, from the old pavilion. Higgins back on a length. He's driven to mid-off and there's no run. I would imagine the mantra at lunch for Middlesex was hit the off stump. There's enough in this pitch to Duke's ball. Just keep hitting the off stump.
Well, the feeling down in the written media end of the box was that 2 more sessions like that, Derby should be more than happy. 300 for 6 at the close.
Absolutely,
that's a great day's cricket, really, for them, isn't it?
Yeah. Higgins bowls and beats Madsen again. This time he's halfway forward. The keeper stood up. He's trapped in his crease, though, and he swishes the bat at thin air in frustration afterwards. 16 to his name, Madsen. 107 for 2, Derbyshire. Middlesex will be desperate to get a couple of wickets on that board quickly and just change the course of this innings, because at the moment, as you say, it was a very good session, and another good session for Derbyshire could be a problem for Middlesex as Higgins is in, bowls, and this ball pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. It's pretty much last chance to lose this for Middlesex, isn't it? They've got to win this game, especially with the start that Yorkshire have made.
Yeah, and both Yorkshire and Sussex off to really good starts. Elsewhere, 112 for 2 Yorkshire against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens, and 72 for 6 Gloucestershire against Sussex at Bristol.
They've got to do their bit here themselves, Middlesex, keep themselves in with a chance. As Higgins is in, bowls, Yorker length, it's dug out. Fielded at mid-wicket by Noah Cornwell. And 107 for 2 is the score, with Kane on 52 and Madsen on 16.
And that battle to avoid the drop, Lancashire lost another wicket, 114 for 5 now against Somerset at Old Trafford, Nottinghamshire. I wonder if they could go through an entire day without losing a wicket. There are 136 without loss. Ben Slater, 84 off 95 balls with 16 sixes. Thoroughly enjoying himself, the former Derbyshire opener from Chesterfield.
Is this a first for you, Fletch, cheering on Nottinghamshire all
day
today like you are?
First time, I think, in a long time I've cheered on Nottinghamshire.
On a day of first, are you going to try the sweet potato as well?
No. Here's Ethan Bamber from the City end, bowling to Harry Kane, who cuts this one, but rather forces it off the back foot rather than a cut. It's nicely fielded at backward point or a point, and there's no run. No, I've just got... It's like potato wedges, though, isn't it? It's just lazy people who can't be bothered to peel a potato.
Do you not like potato wedges either?
No, because they're not proper chips, are they?
So, sweet potato wedges
would be even worse than just sweet potato. Well, it's just too sloppy and slimy, isn't it, sweet potato? Bamber bowls to Kane, who turns that one into the leg side.
I'm going to upset you, Fletch.
Fletch Cricket at Fletch Sport at fletchcricket@gmail.com. Fletch Sport on Twitter if you want to.
Not only am I a really big fan of sweet potatoes,
Yeah.
I'm a really, really big fan of sweet potato wedges.
No,
Nice bit of salt over the top of it. Oh, lovely.
it's very metropolitan elite, isn't it? We don't eat that kind of stuff in the north. Nice pie and chips.
What about the peas?
I had pie chips and mushy peas at Runcorn Linnets a couple of Saturdays ago. Well, I didn't have any football on. And £6, absolutely magnificent. Next delivery from Bamba. Keeps a bit low there. He's got his hand over his face, or his hands over his face there, as Kame does well to keep that one out. Turns it into the leg side. And there's no, it's really bright here. And we are going to be in the position where at some point this afternoon we can't see a thing because the sun is low, of course,
no,
at this
is it
time
one
of
of
year.
those?
And by 4 o'clock it will be round by the second floodlight to our right, and it will be tricky to see. I do have a cap in the car. I might go and get it.
We're to go and steal Don Shelley's cap.
Yes, this next delivery is driven nicely by Harry Kane. He's going to get 4 for that out to the extra cover boundary. He just leant into it, really. Turned it into a half volley outside the off stump. 4 more to Kame. He moves to 56. 111 for 2 now, Derbyshire. Going really, really nicely. Thank you, not Fred. I only started mentioning Confucius 2 games ago when I was quoted Confucius at me by Zach Chappell, of all people.
Go on.
Well, it was a game against Glamorgan that
Yeah.
they went on to win. Their only win of the season in the championship. As Bamba's in, the ball to Kame, who leaves alone outside the off stump through to the keeper.
What did not Fred say? Don't confuse Kev with Confucius.
No.
Which works on 2 levels.
Not Fred said you got your mandatory Confucius reference in early. And at the end of the interview, I asked him, I said, well, what do you think then, Zach? Are Derbyshire going to do it? And he said, those who think they can and those who think they can't are both right. And walked off. Here's Bamba in again, pulls to Kame, who just lifts that into the leg side, backward a square, and they go through 4, a leg by. In fact, he didn't lift it, it came off his pad. 112 for 2.
Was that the first question of the interview?
That was the last question
phew.
of the interview. And
That was his mic drop. He mic dropped with
absolutely,
Confucius.
and I just burst out laughing. He turned around and walked away. I shouted thanks to him as I switched off the recording, and he said, I read books, you know. He quoted Confucius at me.
Beautiful.
He is a top man and was capped this morning for his excellent work over 2 seasons, really, for Derbyshire, Zach Chappell. But he has been the outstanding bowler this season. He's had some pretty good days with the bat as well over the course of the campaign.
Rack my brain back to Middlesex bowlers over the years. Start backwards. Roland Jones, Merter. Oh, no, we can move that one on quickly. Merter.
Those likely to quote Confucius, are you?
Ethan Bamba. Ethan Bamba studied theology.
Well, he'd be ideal then, wouldn't he? Yes, and of course, with his theatrical background, which we don't like to talk about, he'd probably be able to remember the quotes as well.
Yes.
Which is the guy singularly failed to do. But we've got to pause here because the umpires are checking the ball, which has, I think, failed to go through the ball measuring device that Hassan Adnan has, and therefore it's been given back to umpire Paul Baldwin. Because there's no 12th man on the boundary's edge, he's going to have to walk all the way to the edge of the boundary, up to the rope in front of the members' pavilion to fetch the attaché case of balls, although one of the 12th men has now realised that he's going to be required here, so it will help Paul Baldwin, who's got more than halfway there already. 112 for 2.
Oh, he's going to have to walk off all that sweet potato, isn't he? Go on, Umps, you can do it.
Yeah. Right, we're nipping off to Beale. Lancashire have now lost a 6th. Did I say that? No, I don't think I did. They've lost a 6th wicket. They're 114 for 6.
I was going to say, his wicket's going everywhere apart from here in Cardiff.
They have 2 batters out in the middle. George Balderston, who's faced 2 balls, and George Bell, who's faced 4. And Craig Overton's picked up 3 for 25 for Somerset, who, of course, need to win that match to keep the pressure on Surrey, who have Durham at 96 for 3. This penultimate round of matches, of course, in this season of County Championship. Yorkshire 120 for 2 against Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 75 for 6 against Sussex. And Leicestershire 108 for 3 against Northamptonshire. A changed ball has been found. Paul Baldwin satisfied that the ball is of similar quality to the one that's just been dispatched, but spherical. And the ball is changed at 112 for 2.
So Higgins, this is a change of ends for him after lunch. 1 for 13 from 8. Ian Rowland-Jones, the go-to man. I think Higgins would just be that. I mentioned this perhaps being a Murta pitch, and it would just be that little bit fuller as Higgins comes in. 2 slips and a gully, bowls, and forward defence from Kane. 56 for Kane, 16 for Madsen, 59 the partnership. Guest the last to go. On for 7 LBW. Are they going to have a third slip? They're just having a natter. No, Gully goes back. That's Josh DeCaries. And Higgins comes in. Bowls. Good length again. Straight. Inside part of the bat. Flex through square leg for a single. Long leg coming up is Max Holden. Wraps the throw into the gloves of Davies. Need to be wrapping up Davies in cotton wool at the moment, don't they? After it was going this morning. As I say, standing up, he's got a better chance of not being hit on the wrist, doesn't he?
I could just let it thud into his body.
Yeah.
break a rib.
Bit of rope-a-dope from the keeper.
Yeah, he was struggling at one point.
Wow.
Left hand was taking a pounding.
Here goes. Higgins now. Oh, he's skipping away, hopping away in pain, Davies. He's struck on the right
He hasn't
wrist again.
Given us 4 buys.
It's climbed and it's popped off the wrist of Davies over the keeper, over the slips.
I'm sure Matt in the TV room will be replaying that one. There we go. Well done, Matt. Here it is, and it wasn't that short, and it's actually hit his hand sort of shoulder height to his right. Davies dancing around behind the stumps.
300 for 6 would be an outstanding score for Derbyshire today. Here
Yes,
goes.
I think you're right.
Higgins bowls and jabbing down the bat. Madsen defends into the offside. He was tucked up slightly by that one and just makes that little movement with his wrist to say that nip back in. Replays a forward defence. There you go. He's telling Kame at the non-striker's end again. Bit of movement.
Don't know whether Ethan Bamber wants to change his mind, but Warwickshire are all out for 78 against Essex at Edgbaston.
It was noted at one point, could Warwickshire go down and Middlesex go up? And I think there was a possibility a couple of weeks back, as here's Higgins in bowls and struck somewhere amidship, and Davies rolls to his left as the ball deflects away to then flick the ball back at the stumps in case Madsen wandered out of his crease. Not out is the answer to everything in all of that conundrum.
It's a dot ball.
Yeah.
I don't think it's possible anymore, is it, for Warwickshire to get relegated?
No. It's barely possible anymore for Middlesex to get promoted. They need some help down in Cardiff as here's Higgins bowls and that lifts off the edge and it goes through the legs of DeCaries at Gully, which gets a sharp look from Higgins. I don't know whether there's a smile with the sharp look or as if to say, what on earth was that? You don't see that often. It's just literally rolled between his legs. And they come through for a single. 118 for 2, but that was another ball, though. Again, going back to distracted by it going between his legs. That was a ball that lifted again and took the shoulder of the bat, but went crucially into the ground, which Madsen has done well so far, I think. 118 for 2.
Yes, the batters have got as much idea of whether the ball's going to bounce or not as poor old Jack Davies. Well, Madsen just takes a fresh guard. The next over from Ethan Bamber. Gloucestershire have lost a 7th wicket. They're 80 for 7 now against Sussex. I think we can safely wave goodbye to, sadly. As Bamber is on his way to bowls to Madsen, who cuts violently and gets a single. The tumbling stop by DeCaires.
Yep. Oh, yeah, he's hurt himself now. Look at the...
Well, he's just landed on the square, which it will be pretty hard. There hasn't been an awful... There was some rain around earlier over the weekend, I think, but there hasn't been a lot of rain in recent times. Finishing the season in stark contrast to the start of the season here at the County Ground in Derby. As Bamber is into Boulder Came, who just gets on his toes and plays that down into the ground. First game of the season here, the first round of matches. Not a ball bowled against Gloucestershire, as we watched it rain. And they just didn't go anywhere because they'd had so much rain in February and March and throughout the winter, really. And now, in September, glorious sunshine and a rock-hard outfield. And an equally rock-hard square as De Keres just practices his bowling action at point. Bamber bowls to Kane. That one keeps a little bit low, and he's pushed it up to mid-on. And there is no run. And when I said, unfortunately, saying goodbye to Sussex, that's purely from a personal point of view. It is the trip of the season.
It is.
Beautiful place to go and have a few days, watch some cricket.
Yep.
Walk on the front. Beautiful.
Absolutely, by far my favourite away trip, that.
And Worcester is pretty good as well, and we're not going there either, so we're being shorn of all the good ones. In comes Bamber again. That one is pushed out into the offside, which is why we can't have Nottingham. No run. 1 ball to go, 2 balls to go in the over. The unmistakable tones of Leas Deploy in the effects microphone there. You might have heard in the background. You'll have got used to them as a Derbyshire supporter during his time here. Now Davies is going to stand up to Ethan Bamber. Blimey, he's not exactly medium paced, is he?
No, he's mid-80s.
Yeah, sharp enough. This will be a real test with 2 balls to go. At least he's done it with 2 balls to go rather than just the 1. I'm not sure Ethan Bamber wants a stumping on his record. He's in now to bowl to Kame, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. It's a very strange sunshine that the supporters in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground are in. There's sort of half shade from one of the floodlight pylons, I think. It could be from the back of the stand, the back of that stand as well, but it's a very strange light down at the far end of the ground. As Bamber comes in to complete the over, and Harry Kane pushes it up to mid-off. And there is no run. 9 overs for 26 now. Ethan Bamber. Kane has 57. Madsen has 18. Derbyshire 119 for 2. After 36 overs, I think they would have taken this. I know they won the toss and decided to bat first, but it's really a case of toughing it out to start with, then building that first innings score and hoping that it does start to misbehave more and more, and the chances are it probably will.
So Sussex go up, no more Harms, no more Hove.
I know.
No more plethora of overseas players to try and keep up with. They must have had about 12 overseas players this year.
They've had some good ones, though, haven't they? They've had some really good ones.
Higgins in bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on where Roland Jones fields 119 for 2.
Jaden Seals, who is coming back next season, I think they were saying when we were down there a couple of weeks ago.
Need him in Division 1.
He absolutely took Derbyshire apart by bowling full and straight here.
Really?
Oh, it was brilliant. It was brilliant.
By bowling full and straight? Goodness me.
I know.
Who'd have thunk? Here's Higgins in bowls, and this ball's clipped away down to long leg for a single. Madsen moves to 19, 120 for 2. Oh, go on, what was the pitch?
What was the pitch?
Yeah, when he was bowling full and straight on it. I mean, full and straight generally.
Oh, fast.
Driven away.
But he was fast.
He was fast.
He was
They
fast.
just didn't see him.
Yeah, I know it was the pace. It was the pace. Yeah, absolutely. It was the pace.
Blew them away. Davies stands back, puts his cap on, and Higgins runs in. Came 57 to his name as Higgins bowls and again rides this one down to long leg for a single. And that's bowling at the stumps, isn't it? Which is what Higgins is doing at the moment. But bowling at the stumps does allow batters to score. But Middlesex, I'm sure, will feel that they're playing catch-up on the wickets count now because there was enough in it this morning to have more of a reward than 2 wickets down. At lunch on day 1, 10:30 start. Duke's ball in hand. Bit of grass on the surface. Higgins to Madsen, who comes charging down the track to defend it. But that tells you everything you need to know, that one delivery. Madsen absolutely plummeting down the track to plunge forward and defend.
Yes, he's not sure. So 121 for 2 looks like more, or feels like more. It doesn't look like more. It looks like 121 for 2.
Yeah, it feels a good position. And he got 2 set batters as well now. Well, one who's comfortably, and he's in his 50s. Deep square has just sent back, which made me chuckle. Higgins is in, bowls, and on a length gets an inside edge down to long leg and a singles take, and hands on heads all round. I think everybody in the ground knew that wasn't going to be a bumper despite deep square being set back. Stay out there is the call.
Have you ever been to the Hove Tandoori?
No.
No. A colleague of mine, Ed, every time I'm in Hove, he suggests I go there, but we've never been. But he's, talk of Hove has got his juices flowing.
In comes Higgins, and this is clipped wide of Roland Jones. Oh, the poor old skipper there. He knew once that was past him, he had a long chase, which would be totally in vain because the boundaries are in here, so there's no chance of that one slowing up. It races away for 4, and there'd have been a split second where I'd have thought, maybe could I? No, nowhere near being able to dive for that one. It was gone. And another boundary, 126 for 2, came has 62, and Madsen has 20.
That was his 10th boundary.
Ooh.
Out of his 62.
It took a while to get going as well, didn't it?
No, he did. Well, he hit the 2 boundaries in 2 balls, didn't he? Off
Those were his
off
first 2,
Cornwall,
weren't
were his first 2 boundaries.
He's never looked back.
And that really did get him going. The next thing I looked up, he was on 24, and now he's on 62. So Harry Kane getting into his work. His 3rd half-century of the season. His 3rd in 4 matches since returning to the side. And here is Ethan Bamber from the City end bowling to Wayne Madsen with a couple of slips in place. And he leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Go on, I'd admit it. The juices were flowing.
Everybody's juices flow when you think of Hove. What a few days.
So next year, let's have a look. What will we have
Lancashire.
next year? We'll have Manchester, Lords, Leicester, Bristol, Northampton, and Cardiff. So it's not a disaster. It's not a disaster of a summer tour of the country. But with added Worcester and Hove, it would be outstanding as this next delivery. Again, he's taking a step down the track, Wayne Madsen, then pushes the ball gently into the offside.
Which ones would you take out for
No
Worcester and Hove?
Run. Well, purely selfishly, I'd take out Leicester and Old Trafford
Because
I live too close to Old Trafford,
Yeah.
and nobody goes away to Leicester. It's just me. So I'm sort of by myself in Leicester.
why? Griff won't go.
Well, he lives in the south of Derbyshire, which is on the Leicestershire border. So he's
I see. It's a day trip.
yeah. Next delivery from Bamber is pushed up to mid-on. I'm going to try and squeeze an Old Trafford hotel out of them next year, though, if I can.
Oh, yeah, it's great, isn't it, waking up at Old Trafford?
Let's see if I can...
Southampton, Old Trafford, where else? There's a hotel in the ground. You just wake up and wander in.
This year we stopped in the hotel on at Headingley.
Surrey to have one soon, aren't they? There's a hotel in Headingley now.
Yeah, yeah.
There's one at New Road, isn't there?
Yes, stopped in that
Although
one.
you don't want that one, though, because you
it's
want to walk
okay.
through Worcester, though.
Not really, not in the morning. This one is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen.
Oh, I see. Stay in the ground, wander over the hotel into the town, and wander back at night. That's your trip. Fair enough.
2 or 3 years ago, when it floods all the time, doesn't it? Sadly, New Road, but it had flooded, and they moved the Derbyshire game to Kidderminster. We stayed in it. Walked into my hotel room in Worcester, opened the curtains, and there's the ground. But of course, we had to get in a car and drive 15 miles north to go to Kiddie, which was a good trip. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen to De Caires at point no run. Lords. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful ground. I don't want anybody to even think that I'm dissing Lords. But
It's all right. As long as you don't diss Merchant Taylor School, Northwood, or Radlett, we're on safe ground.
I've never been to any of those, so they're 2 different places, not 3.
3 different places.
Are they 3 different places? Next delivery from
Wait, how many did I say?
pushed out to the offside. There's no run. The other 126 for 2. You said Merchant
no,
Taylor's
2
Northwood
different-
and Radlett.
2
Merchant
different,
Taylor's
sorry.
is Northwood,
Yep,
isn't it?
yep,
Thank
yep.
goodness for that.
So Lords,
if you stop in the hotel across the road, and most hotels in London are outside the BBC's budget anyway, but if you stop in the hotel across the, which is perfect, and we're allowed to park inside the ground and everything's fine, there is only one pub you can really walk to unless you want to walk a long way.
Which is the tavern.
Yeah, which is fine. But 4 nights, and kebab shop-wise, it's an absolute wasteland. An absolute wasteland around there. I mean, people in St John's Wood don't know they're born. There isn't a kebab shop within 5 miles of St John's Wood High Street.
Edgware Road's not far away. And possibly the finest kebab shops in London, I'd imagine. Edgware Road.
You'll have to tell me where they are next time. See, I don't really see you at
And then, well, yeah.
at Lord's either. You're too busy earning money.
Here goes
Lots of money.
Roland Jones, right arm over the wicket. He's in bowls, and that's cut away for 4. Short and wide, and came. He's getting his cut shots away today, isn't he? He moves to 66, and I reckon at least 30 of his runs must have come in that region. We can get the wagon wheel up, actually, can't
We certainly can. Bear with me.
Bit of a loosener from the skipper on his return.
There it is.
Look at that.
Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 boundaries.
7 of the previous 10, and that's 8 now, so 8. 7 have gone behind square on the offside.
There we go.
1 in front of square.
So I undersold it. More then.
Yeah.
Well, if you take the one in front of square. Here's Roland Jones bowls, and Kane pushes this one into the offside. 130 for 2. And then pub-wise, you wander that way for the kebabs Edgware Road, and then you wander that way for, well, mind you, I suppose Edgware Road might be a bit of a trek, but there's Church Street as well. Church Street just down from, you'd have to ask me next time.
I will.
What was it? Where was the pub with the, what was it, the ones who looked like they were funeral directors or something?
Oh, the steampunks.
That's it.
They were in Whitehall.
How'd you end up in Whitehall? Here's Roland Jones in bowls and a forward defence from Kane.
It's a good while ago. It's pre-COVID, isn't it?
How did you end up there?
We jumped on a tube.
Why?
With one of our travelling party, one of his
Go on, name him, shame him,
old...
Griff.
No, not Griff. No, Paul. One of his old university mates lives in London, and he went to meet him, and we all tagged along.
Oh, I see.
Went into Whitehall, and we're in this pub, and there was a steampunk convention. And I'd come across a steampunk in Bristol who irritated me.
Here's Roland Jones bowls, and right in behind it came defence. No run.
He was known as Captain Chaos, and he had a karma gun, which was basically just a bit of copper wire. And he kept pointing it at me, and I kept objecting to him pointing this gun at me in a pub in Bristol.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Happy days. I don't drink now, of course. I can't keep it up. Sorry.
Here goes Roland Jones. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls him! Beats the outside edge, and the top of off stump is struck. Kane goes for 66, 130 for 3. And boy, there'll be some relief there for Middlesex. Partnership of 77 for the second wicket, of which Madsen has 20. Kane has cracked on. And Roland Jones has his second wicket, 2 for 32 in his 10th over. And in the skipper Middlesex trust once more.
Almost out of nowhere. Almost out of nowhere. Harry Kane has been beaten there.
Yeah, I mean, it feels as though there's a wicket. It feels as though there should be a wicket almost in every ball in this. When you think of some of the ways the batters have played deliveries, but Middlesex, again, they just haven't hit the top of off stump enough. And what has Roland Jones done just there? Top of off stump, and back goes Kane.
Yeah,
If you can hang on that spot on this pitch, and that's why I think Zach Crawley will be rubbing his hands together.
Zach Chappell.
Him as well.
Right. You mentioned Jack Crawley before, and I thought I'll let that slip. I have no idea why he's called it. Yeah, no. Zach Chappell. Here's a man who could do with a few runs. David Lloyd, the skipper this season, has got 455 at 22 3/4. He has got 3 half centuries. There's a man who likes to get off the mark. So stand by. But he has struggled a bit. he just looks like he's struggled. He's never looked 100% happy out there this season to me. David Lloyd, who is a better bat than Derbyshire have seen so far.
Well, that'll be music to the ears of Middlesex right now, then. Roland Jones. If they could just put one more on the board now, they're not that far behind, really, are they, Middlesex?
No.
In terms of looking at how the pitch has played today. Roland Jones is in, bowls, and Lloyd forward over the top of it. He might get off the marker, he might get run out. It's Ullman who produces a good fine stop low to his left at mid-wicket. The two settle on a no eventually. I thought they were going to get themselves into a muddle, but survive they did, settle on it they did. One man who didn't survive was Kane. Gone for 66, bowled by Roland Jones, and Derbyshire 130 for 3.
He does like to get off the mark.
Aye.
A century for former Derbyshire opener Ben Slater. 105 not out for Nottinghamshire. His opening partner, Hasib Hamid, is on 45. Nottinghamshire 175 without loss against Kent down at Canterbury. Doing their bit to try to avoid the drop, whereas Lancashire have slipped to 121 for 8 now against Somerset. Somerset well on top at Old Trafford. Ethan Bamber, his 11th over. 26 runs conceded so far, and gets one that keeps a bit low when Madsen goes for the cut shot underneath the bat. And through to Davies behind the stumps. I won't bother with the Yorkshire score. That's not looking any more pleasant, and really neither's the Gloucestershire-Sussex one, with Gloucestershire now 89 for 8 at Bristol. I have no idea how you get a side 89 for 8 at Bristol, having been there a number of times over the years.
Didn't they just have the match abandoned there at Bristol 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, on a hybrid pitch. This one is just tying Wayne Madsen up in knots a little bit as he tries to turn it into the leg side. He gets enough bat on it before it hits his pad for it not to elicit the appeal. Yeah, the double century earlier this season for Matt Lamb at Bristol, sadly announcing his retirement a couple of days ago. Was it yesterday? Might have been yesterday. Matt Lamb, at the age of 28, injury has caught up with him, I'm afraid, and he's had to retire from the professional game. This next delivery is pushed by Madsen off the back foot up towards mid-off, and there is no run. The game at Edgbaston could be over today. Essex are 10 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 78. What's going on there? They're playing on the pitch they used for the T20 finals. Yorkshire have moved on to 142 for 2.
They get docked points, Warwickshire, will be going down next year.
Well, Essex have already been docked 12, haven't they? For somebody batting with a bat that was too big. Bamber bowls, and that's caught, that slip. Wayne Madsen goes. Comfortable catch for Sam Robson at first slip. It might have actually flicked off wicketkeeper Davies as well. He went for the cut shot on a ball that bounced on him a little bit. Bamber has his first wicket, and all of a sudden, it's 130 for 4, and there will be 2 batters out there who, between them, would have faced 1 delivery.
Middlesex will start to feel a little bit happier about life now. I'd suggest that it was a 4-wicket morning here at Derby. But Derbyshire manfully dug in. Middlesex just struggled to get their lengths right this morning, their lines as much as anything, I think, as well. So, yes, a couple of important breakthroughs. And a wicket for Ethan Bamber as well. Caught Robson, bowled Bamber. Seen that many times since Ethan Bamber's breakthrough at Middlesex. Robson at slip. Ever present most of the time for Middlesex. Can you be an ever present most of the time?
No, I don't think you can, actually. He's always
there sometimes.
Always sometimes there. Yeah.
A near ever present for Middlesex. You'd struggle to see Robson dropped, wouldn't you? But he obviously will succumb to the occasional broken thumb as he did earlier this year. 130 for 4 is the score. What have you spotted? Something's caught your eye?
No, Tom Skinner from the Derbyshire media team is
Skinner.
He's having a chat. He's having a chat with Henry.
Oh, this looks like a review, doesn't it? A 360 review.
Yeah, Henry's injured at the moment.
Shall we commentate on Henry's review?
He's walking like he's got a tin leg. He's suffered some kind of cricketing injury.
How do you think you've performed this year, Henry?
Very well, and I think I deserve a pay rise is probably the answer to give, isn't it? 2 more balls of the Ethan Bamber over to go.
Well, I think they might be reviewing us, actually. Look, they've got a stream on. They're watching it on replay. They're sitting back.
Might be, just looking at that shot from Wayne Madsen. It might just have clipped the wicketkeeper's gloves, you know, as Aaron Donald tries to get off the mark straight away with the ball backward as square, or a shot backward as square on the offside. I think it has. What do you reckon? Perhaps not. And if it didn't, it's a really good catch, actually, because Robson would have been relatively unsighted.
Yeah. It's a difficult one to judge up here, isn't it? Because the bounce, not to say it's been inconsistent, but it's a lively bounce, isn't it?
Yeah. There's something in it for the bowlers, no question, as Donald defends the final ball of the Bamber over.
Well, I think
down the pitch.
The concern for Middlesex is in a game where so much is riding on it, as this one is, they must win this game. It's quite simply, if they don't win it, then really that's it, it's over. To then have Derbyshire reach 100 for 2 at lunch, and a pitch that you'd think, you could easily see a side being 40 for 5 on this. Somebody puts it on the spot and gets a rhythm going. Seals. Somebody starts just rattling that off stump regularly. The wickets will start to go. Here's a man who often is able to produce a little purple patch to get Middlesex going. It's Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, and that's a lovely line and length, which brings Lloyd forward, pushing just in front of the mid-on fielder, Noah Cornwell, and he picks up a single to get off the mark, second ball.
You're looking down at Sophia Gardens for some help. And these two both started their careers, of course, at Sophia Gardens, 2 former Glamorgan players. Donald via Hampshire, Donald directly from South Wales, although he's a North Walian. Would have been watching the football last night with dismay, I would have thought.
A North Walian.
His team Wrexham getting beaten by Birmingham.
Oh, did they really? Roland Jones is in, bowls, and beating Donald. But although, he comes down now and prods away at the surface. He was barely on the same pitch as that, was he?
No. Foot movement can be an issue.
Well, yeah, and then if the ball moves, you're even further. Well, I'd suggest that seamed away. 130 for 6 here is the cry from the field, and that is very much my feeling on what we have seen so far, and why Middlesex have to be at it in this session now. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and that lifts onto the splice, and Donald plays that really uncomfortably. And where Kame and Madsen were playing it well, they were in for a considerable amount of time to start to play it well, and that's why this is Middlesex's moment. 300 for 6 we were talking about a little while ago, weren't we? And at that point, they'd have 3 sessions the same as they had the first Derbyshire. 300 for 6, it's a long way back for Middlesex in the game if they reach that. There's certainly enough in this pitch for the bowlers to think that they can go through a side as Roland Jones is in, bowls, and another one hits the splice at the bat as Donald's tentatively forward.
300 for 6 is quite a long way off from here, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but that's the point, even to 131 for 4 now, that was a 4-wicket morning for me.
Yeah.
10:30 start, green pitch, pace, bounce, seam movement. And Higgins, Bamber and Roland Jones, over the years, they've been the 3, the go-to 3, really. Roland Jones in, bowls. Oh, and that fizzes down onto the stumps off the bottom glove of Donald, and that's exactly what we're talking about. 131 for 5. As he's bowled, the bails just topple off behind him, and he's going off with a sore right hand, I'd suggest. And yes, it looks as though he's holding it as he goes off. Bounce again from Roland Jones. I think it's vital Middlesex rattle through them here, because as Roland Jones has 3 for 33, it looks as though Middlesex have finally found a spot on this pitch to settle on. And it's got Derbyshire in a spot of bother after lunch.
Certainly has. That one really went up at an Aaron Donald, who is almost walking backwards. He's going out slowly as he leaves the field. He's holding the bat in his left hand because his right hand will be sore. And David Lloyd's just checking his own bat out at the moment. That's Yusuf bin Naeem, I think, who's taken out some gloves for him, and the next batter will be. Well, Zach Chappell came in ahead of Alex Thompson down at Northampton, but I think that's Thompson. Yeah. It's a really good spot by Jane because no, down at Northampton it was definitely Thompson below.
He's a good-looking lad, isn't he? Who is he?
So,
That's Thompson, is
that's
it?
Alex Thompson. Yeah. Good, nice eyes.
Lovely eyes. Can't stop looking at the screen.
Beautiful eyes. Big angler. For what it's worth.
I'm just wondering whether I meant to say that literally or...
Yes, yeah, he loves a bit of angling. So Derbyshire not in trouble, but they are in trouble. 131 for 5.
They are and they aren't. I think 250, 260 on this pitch is a good score. I think that there's enough in this for the bowlers. That where do you find runs?
I'm not sure they can get there though.
If that ball's hitting the top of off stump ball after ball, where are you going to score? You know, there's enough movement laterally and horizontally. As his Roland Jones in, bowls, and forward goes Thompson defending back into the onside. There's nobody looking back at the wicket.
Blimey. Look where it's pitched.
Yeah.
There. So it's a length, isn't it?
Yep.
Ouch. Yeah, it's hit its bottom hand on the bat and just dribbled onto the stumps.
Well, I said to you quite early on, didn't I? I think Zach Chappell will be dribbling, looking at some of the bounce on this from the sidelines.
Pat Brown. He's sharp. Mm-hmm. And, of course, the boy wonder, Harry Moore.
Connor would have been Connor would have been a handful on this, wouldn't he? With his pace.
I think the three that they've got are all quicker.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. Ethan Bamber, 12th over, into bowl to David Lloyd, who drives into the offside leading edge-ish.
What does Lloyd do now? I mean, he can be a combative middle order, can't he? A player where he can. And there you go. He's just played a big swish at a drive. You could almost see him going for not a cameo here, not a reckless cameo, but all right. Dig in on this, and you're going to wear one on the glove, and it's going to fall down on the
There's a ball
stumps.
with your name on it, isn't there?
It's that kind of pitch, yeah. It does feel that way.
Here's Bamber in again, bowls to Lloyd, who turns this into the leg side. They're going to go through for a single, a comfortable single in the end. He almost knocks Bamber over as he runs through for that single. David Lloyd, he moves on to 2, 132 for 5. It brings Alex Thompson back on, or on to strike. No, he's faced one delivery. Alex Thompson, who is a bowling all-rounder, if indeed he is an all-rounder, averaging 13.6 this season, 136 runs. This is only his 8th match, though he did have an injury that kept him out of the entirety of the one-day cup. Bamber is on his way in to bowl to the Derbyshire off-spinner. Bowls, and that one is defended back towards him by Thompson. There is no run. You can hear how much more excited the visiting fielders are now, as you might expect.
Thought you were going to say the visiting commentator.
Showing no emotion whatsoever.
Right, yeah, you were going to win, man.
Oh, don't. Here's Bamber. 4th ball of his over. Bowls to Thompson, who plays it straight to the ground. It goes over the head of Ethan Bamber up towards mid-off.
Oh, no, we're going to lose now. He's defended one.
Oh, yes.
We've got no chance of seeing Marty next year either, have we?
No. Oh, well, one-day cup, I suppose. We had them in the one-day cup this season.
Oh, that's the worst. A one-day cup game at Chesley Street. All that way for a one-day cup game.
It's not too bad for me, I have to say. I mean, I'd rather go there than somewhere like Canterbury, or we had a couple of big trips. As this next delivery is defended by Thompson up to mid-off again. Derbyshire.
You never thought you'd live to see the day. I'd rather go to Canterbury, to Chesley Street than Canterbury.
From here, well, from where I live in the northwest, we had 2
Words
trips.
you never thought you'd say.
One trip down to Taunton, and then 3 days later we were down in Southampton. If they'd have just put one day in between the two, it would have been ideal. But, oh no, they had to put 2 days in between them, so you've got to come back. And goes Bamba, and that one is it. He tries to turn it into the leg side. He's called through for a leg by David Lloyd. Signal now by Hassan Adnan at the far end of the ground, who hands Ethan Bamba back his cap. 12 overs, 1 for 27. Ethan Bamba and Toby Rowland-Jones isn't about to stop bowling anytime soon. 11 overs, 3 for 33. His figures Derbyshire, 133 for 5. Lloyd has 2. Thompson yet to get off the mark.
Yorkshire still 2 down at Cardiff. 157 for 2.
You're only torturing yourself, Kev.
I really am. I really am. Gloucestershire 102 for 8 against Sussex. Rowland-Jones runs away from our commentary position. He's right arm over, 3 slips crouched down. He bowls and, oh, that's dabbed into the offside. I'm not sure he intended to play at that, Lloyd. Late. Well, he's caught in 2 minds at very least as to whether he was playing it or not. Thompson, my apologies, Thompson. We've got scoreboards in disagreement at the moment.
Have we? Oh, yeah.
But there's absolutely no doubt it's Thompson.
It is definitely Tomo.
I was just musing on Sussex. 1 more wicket for them. That's 3 points. So here's Rowland-Jones in bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside by Thompson, and there's no run again. The points difference between Middlesex and Sussex coming into the game was already
44.
36?
36 is right, yeah, you're right.
Or are you just trying to get me? So I was going to say it'd be 39 on the live table, but Middlesex have got one themselves, so
38.
38 on the live table. Can you turn 38 in a round? No. So in 2 rounds, sorry. Here's Rowland-Jones in bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-on, and there's no run. Well, if it is a minefield at Bristol again, and Sussex shot out cheaply themselves and just return a 3-point defeat in that game, then is top spot still up for grabs?
If Middlesex win here, but they'd probably have to get maximum points, wouldn't they? To get 20,
Which looks
24. So
tough on this pitch to get
19
maximum.
might be as many as they get.
Yeah.
That'd be 160.
Well, then you go to Sussex.
183 plays 203.
Yeah.
20 points in it. Yeah.
Rowland-Jones is in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Thompson. There's no runs. Big screen, the big scoreboard away to our right. Still insisting it's Lloyd, but yeah, I mean, it really felt as though Sussex are gone, and they probably are. But if it's as lively a pitch as it appears down at Bristol, then you can never say never, really. Big Gloucestershire 9th wicket partnership incoming. Who's out there? Tom Price with 24 and Middleton with 3. Rowland-Jones in bowls just outside the off stump, and Thompson leaves alone. There it goes. 133 for 5.
Just had one of those messages you get from newsreaders when you failed to turn up for your...
Oh, where were you? Where were you?
Well, I was here, but...
What were we talking about? I distracted you with something, didn't I?
No.
You were interested in something I said for the first time today. Tell them. Finally, we've had 3 hours together and he said something interesting. I probably asked you a question, didn't I? And it distracted you. Here's Rowland-Jones past the umpire. He bowls and... Oh, that's going to go. Goodness me, full and straight. You could have given that out from up here. Halfway forward, halfway across, and the bat angle coming down and across the body as it was. You just knew, even from here at a wide long on, that the finger was going to go up for that. Thompson has gone for a duck. Rowland-Jones has 4 for 33, so he hasn't conceded a run with the last 2 wickets. And Derbyshire, a 133 for 6. And as excited as Middlesex and their fans should be, the point here, Fletch, I think, which is what I was fearing at lunch and was trying not to be too negative about it all, is that Middlesex need to get a move on here because there's enough in this pitch to think that wickets are going to tumble regularly throughout.
What I would say is Derbyshire have gone from 130 for 2 to 133 for 6. It's remarkable, isn't it? They've lost 4 wickets for the addition of just 3 runs.
But I do think Middlesex have bowled an awful lot better after lunch, and that's got to be a concern if Derbyshire come out and bowl well from the off. So, yeah, my point being for Derbyshire fans, in contrast to that,
I'm trying to work out who's coming out now because it looks more like Harry Moore to me. But is it
he's a big lad. Are you sure?
No. Well, they're saying Zach Chappell on the screen. So
He's a
yeah.
big fella, isn't
he? Zach's the big.
How old's
big lad.
Moore?
17.
He's not got a gun-barrel chest like that as
No,
these
he hasn't.
17-year-olds.
No, he hasn't.
If he has, I want to know what they've been feeding him.
Yeah, no, it's Zach Chappell.
But yeah, for Derbyshire fans, similarly, I wouldn't be
So
absolutely.
but Derbyshire have to bowl properly, don't they?
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't be too distraught about what did we say it was? 3 runs, 4 wickets.
Yes.
Because
Well, they're used to it, so they won't be that distraught.
but it has. But it's had that feel all day long. Middlesex just didn't get it right this morning, did they?
No, not at all. Ethan Bamber begins a new up from the City end, bowling to David Lloyd, who plays at that one as it goes through to the keeper. I think David Lloyd and Zach Chappell have to make a decision here. With the bottom two, Jack Morley and Pat Brown, mostly unable to bat. Pat Brown certainly. Jack Morley hasn't really shown an awful lot of aptitude with the bat in his brief time on loan here. It's between these two and Harry Moore now. Harry Moore, the 17-year-old, who has shown us that he can bat, was in the middle with the 2 big white ball wins of the summer. Was only in his second first-class match as Bamber is in and bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Feel for Helm and Brooks, who flogged themselves with the Kookaburra
Yes.
at Headingley a couple of weeks ago, and then at Lord's last week, and Chooks in hand ball like this, I fancy, much like Chappell, his height on this surface will be a handful. Similarly, Helm and Brooks will be thinking, oh, I fancy to go on this. But I'd imagine the thought process was holding back for Hove.
Bamber in again, bowls to Lloyd, who's played it straight back to Bamber, and he's been caught and bowled. That one seemed to stop on him. Well, that's certainly the shot that he played. Bamber takes a good tumbling catch to his left-hand side, and all of a sudden Derbyshire 133 for 7, having at one stage been 130 for 2. Lloyd goes for 2.
What are we doing Thursday, Fletch?
I'm doing my washing, I think, at this one. I'm worried what I'm doing tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, again, you know, there was a word, a phrase used at lunch, wasn't there? I can't remember who it was. You know, what's the feel? And whoever it had come back from, it felt a bit too paced at times out there this morning. Well, there was an example of it. And as much as too paced, I think it is more so is when you've got a pitch that brings a little bit of bounce occasionally. It's been more than just occasional, hasn't it? The extra bounce, or you've got one that keeps a little bit low. Well, naturally, the trajectory of the bat. So if that one bounced a little bit more, then it's not reaching the bat at the same trajectory that a ball that bounced as you'd expect it to on the surface. You're through the shot and you're pushing it back. And whether it's too paced or whether it's just that extra bounce, either way, it's a bowler's surface for sure. And Middlesex have finally found a good and consistent line and length. And again, I think that was why, if you remember, Roland Jones brought himself back on so quickly when Cornwall had only gone on for 16 or 4 overs, and 2 of those were scoring shots back to back. It wasn't exactly a wretched spell, but Roland Jones, I think, had said, I think he sensed it.
I've worked it out.
Well, I think he sensed it.
Yeah.
I think he realised we can't wait on this. We cannot let runs leak away because we've got to get through these wickets. There's enough in this surface. Although it didn't really happen for Roland Jones in his first spell, he was undoubtedly the pick of the bowlers, but he's cashing in now, as is Ethan Bamber.
Well, we've complained for long enough that there are no wickets in the pitch here at Derby. Well, blimey, we've seen 7 and we've seen 5 of those since lunch. And here is 17-year-old Harry Moore. Ethan Bamber bowls to him, and he leaves that first one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Tall young man, taller than Zach Chappell.
Oh, good luck facing Roland Jones, 17 years of age. One of the best extractors of bounce in English cricket over recent years, for sure.
Well, a lot of people far more expert in these things than I suggest he may well be a batter later on in his career, Harry Moore.
Well, if at 17 he's batting at 9.
Very decent technique as Bamber bowls to him. He pushes that one out into the offside up towards mid-off. And there is no run.
I mean, even Roland Jones came in as a number 11. Sorry, go on, 2 batters.
Yeah, no, 2 batters out there on naught. 2 batters in an Aaron Donald and Alex Thompson who made naught. 2 from David Lloyd.
All we need now is a tumbler wickets at Cardiff, and it's all exciting again, isn't it?
It's always exciting.
163 for 2, Yorkshire.
And comes Bamber again, bowls to Moore, who guides this out into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. Another decent another wicket maiden. That's back-to-back wicket maidens that Middlesex have put together here. Derbyshire 133 for 7 now, having been 130 for 2 at the end of the 39th over. We've now had 44 overs and they're in a mess.
Well, they are, but again...
No, they are. They're in a terrible mess.
Let's wait until both sides are batting, because I think Middlesex didn't lose a session this morning, but, well, they did lose the session. I think that was Derbyshire's session this morning, so they lost the session itself, but lose it in the sense that, that they're in the game now, aren't they? They weren't in the game this morning. Why not?
Absolutely.
They just didn't hit the spot. Here's Roland Jones in, beginning the new over, and that has flown in the air to backward square leg, cries of catch it all around, and Chappell, before that ball even landed, as soon as he'd hit it, he just looked at the surface and threw his hands out to either side. And I think he's in a deep conversation with the slip cordon now as well. He looks at his right hand, so he struck on the glove. That ball was in the air forever, to the extent that Chappell was able to respond to the delivery before the ball had even landed. Look, shaking out his hand. The ball hadn't even pitched, hadn't even landed. In comes Roland Jones once more and goes past the edge. Now, how much longer will Chappell resist this?
I don't think he will, and I don't think he's right to resist it, in all honesty. He's got enough power to get a quick 20 or 30, and that could prove to be the difference, couldn't it?
It could.
If he gets 20 or 30, Moore gets 10. All of a sudden, you've got 180, 190. That might keep Derbyshire in this game, but at the moment, this pitch is... interesting.
Well, he really shook out his right hand there, didn't he?
They don't have any broken bones for the quick bowlers either.
Indeed. Roland Jones in, bowls full straight, and it's in the air, just shy of backward point. It was a really good effort by Josh DeCare. He's forward and to his right. He tried to get his fingertips underneath it. Just wasn't ever going to carry, was it?
Didn't quite commit to the shot, did he?
No.
If he had, I think that would have gone a mile.
Yeah.
But, it just looped. And DeCare is very close. Good tumbling attempt to take the catch.
It's an almost clear your front foot and swing pitch at the moment, isn't it? You'd suggest for those batters. Middlesex have got their tails up, particularly this man, Roland Jones. There are a few you'd want to face on a pitch less than Roland Jones in situations like this. A forward defence from Chappell into the offside. Meets on this occasion. He walks away, takes a big deep breath. You see he's just trying to calm himself, Chappell, can't you? He's trying to ponder it, he's trying to think about it. Hold on a minute. 7 down, runs to be had. But if he gets another one on the gloves, I think it'll probably clear his mind as to what he's got to do.
I think so.
Because you think for young Moore at the other end, I know you say he's got batting potential, but 17 years of age. Here's Roland Jones in, bowls, and that wraps him, doesn't it, again? Or was it midship this time?
I think it's hit him on the body somewhere.
He's halfway forward defending. You can understand, you not exactly want to get a long way forward on this surface right now to Roland Jones.
It is interesting that he was asked by Andy Twigg, our breakfast show host this morning. He had the headphones on, Zach Chappell, and he was asked if somebody's running in and bowling 90 mile an hour at you, are you scared? And he said, well, when you first come in as a 17, 18-year-old, it can affect you like that. He said, but not so much now.
Yeah. Roland Jones, who was mid-80s at his peak, he bowls short wide, and Chappell tries to throw the kitchen sink at that one, a back foot uppercut, but through to the keeper it goes, and 133 for 7 it is. I had this chat with Dave Fulton years back, and this was about 90 mile an hour bowlers, and the obsession, even then, we're probably going back 15, nearly 20 years. He said, if somebody's bowling 90 miles an hour and it's gun barrel straight, I've got no problem with that whatsoever. But if somebody's bowling 85 miles an hour and moving it, it's
tricky, isn't it?
It is tricky. And as we're seeing here, not only moving it, he's extracting bounce as well. Roland Jones, which he does anywhere, and that's why batters just have always disliked facing Roland Jones. 133 for 7.
Third successive maiden. Harry Moore on strike as Ethan Bamber is in the bowl too, but he's on top of that one, removing his bottom hand off the bat as he does so.
Well, it's in the mind now as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. And what the two Derbyshire openers, whoever they may be, and it's almost certainly going to be these two when it comes to the bowling, they have to make sure that it gets into the Middlesex batters' minds as well. They'll have seen what's going on out there. They won't be looking forward necessarily to having a bat on this. But if the bowling's a little bit loose, then there will be runs to be had. That's a short delivery from Bamber. He ducks underneath it comfortably enough. Does Moore, goes through to the keeper. Yorkshire still just 2 down, 169 for 2 now. So Gloucestershire 109 for 9 against Sussex. Yorkshire playing at Sophia Gardens, of course, against Glamorgan. Leicestershire 161 for 6 now against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Derbyshire still haven't lost a wicket, 194 without loss against Kent as Bamber's in, and that one is nicely played up towards mid-on by Harry Moore. It's a dot ball. Lancashire all out for 140 in 40 overs against Somerset, who put Lancashire into bat at Old Trafford. It looks like a pretty good decision. Essex have already lost their second wicket. Warwickshire 78 all out, Essex 43 for 2. So some lively pitches, it would seem, around past the midpoint in September, as Bamber is in again and bowls, and Moore guides that nicely into the ground as it goes into the slip cordon.
At the wrist of Higgins now. Higgins rolling to his left from gully and deployed to come around from second slip, and Jack Davies, the wicket-keeper, stands there nodding, yep, you see.
Yes.
It wasn't that easy this morning, was it? And again, that was me, what really alerted me was that, the keeper was struggling. And Davies, this is his first full year replacing John Simpson behind the stumps. So it's a big job, isn't it? Your first full season.
Bamber bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Moore. There is no run.
If the keeper's struggling to get the bounce on this, and there's that movement as well, that's saying to me the batters are having too comfortable a time of it. And they were. Because you look at what's happened after lunch, and however it's happened, and that is the way it happens sometimes, doesn't it? It takes an interval, it takes a break, it takes a regrouping, that pause that allows you to come together as a team and say, hold on a minute, lads, what's going on here?
34 for 5 since lunch. Moore waits, Bamber in, bowls to him, and he's driven that slightly uppishly up towards mid-off, a wide mid-off. It hits the ground before reaching the field, and Moore gets back into his ground. Another maiden, 133 for 7 it remains. That's at least 4 successive maidens. It might even be more. Let's have a look. 1, 2. Yeah, 4 successive maidens, the first 2 of which were wicket maidens.
And one was a double wicket maiden, wasn't it?
No.
Didn't Roland Jones get 2 and 2?
No.
2 in the over. Oh, no, he got 2 with the score on 33, didn't he?
Yeah.
In fact, he hasn't conceded a run since then, yeah. So.
There was, mind you, there was a wicket maiden. Oh dear, there's been that many wicket maidens. It's embarrassing. We'll not bother counting them all.
3 slips crouched down. We can count those. Chappell faces up to Roland Jones. Struck on the glove in the last over. The Middlesex skipper is in, bowls, and Chappell, my goodness me, it hasn't grubbed, but it's kept very low. And Roland Jones has 5 for 33, 133 for 8. He's played it on the back foot. It's very, very difficult to get forward on the front foot to Roland Jones when he's in this kind of form. He's on the spot, he's bowling with good pace, and he's got a pitch that's responding to him as well. Chappell heads back, and well, I don't think that was a difficult decision for the umpire at all. We said there was a plumb LBW, as you saw a few moments ago. And again, it's not getting forward, which is in the minds of the Derbyshire batters at the moment. That can happen in a collapse as well, can't it? That's something the Middlesex batters will have to try and shut out when they get out there. What can Derbyshire get on the board in the meantime? Because this could happen quickly now. 133 for 8.
34 for 8 since lunch. Yeah, Jack Morley next in, and then Pat Brown, who can't bat, has openly admitted as much.
They were 134.
2.
There you go, 6 for 3.
3 for 6. Yeah. 3 runs, 6 wickets.
Yeah.
Wow. Here comes Jack, eventually.
Gloucestershire have gone. You may have mentioned that, but I've just seen it. Gloucestershire all out for 109.
Yes. Oh, well, no, I hadn't seen that. It was the Essex Warwickshire one. Yeah.
So over to the Gloucestershire attack.
We'll see what type of pitch it is there. Durham 150 for 5 against Surrey now. Down at the Oval. Surrey vying with Sussex.
That's what I do on Thursday. I go and see Marty. Down at the Oval.
I can think of better things to do with the day off.
No, you can't. You love him. Don't pretend you don't. You love Martin Emerson. Who doesn't love
You
Martin
could go
Emerson?
down to Canterbury and see Dave Bracegirdle.
Canterbury's actually a long way. Gus and I were having this conversation a little while ago.
Long way.
If you're well, think of it this way: if you're West London and just outside of West London, being Middlesex, because nobody can afford to live near Lords, it's actually quicker to get to Cardiff than it is to get to Canterbury.
Yeah, I suppose.
So yeah, not that easy. The South Group, the old T20 South
Oh,
Group.
the South Group's a nonsense, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in the old days, it was good though.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. Here's Roland Jones. He's in, bowling to Morley, and the left-hander. Oh, goodness me. I thought he was about to do a Phil Tufnell there. I thought he was about to head to square leg. He defends it tentatively on the front foot. It did look as though he was about to run there, didn't it?
Jack Morley, in this is his 7th innings. He's got 30 runs at 4. This is where's Harry Moore on my list?
What do you do if you're Middlesex? If you get these 2 wickets in the next 2 balls, how do you go about that if you're Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman? Reverse the order? Here's Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, Yorker, dug out by Morley. I think I'd be tempted to put it into his ribs right now because
Yeah, I would.
you've got to put, even though it's in their mind already, he's probably come out to himself, out to the middle, saying to himself, get forward, get forward.
I reckon the happiest Derbyshire person in the squad that was named yesterday is probably Yusuf bin Naim, who's yet to make his first-class debut, and everybody thought he might do in this one. But they decided against it. He might be quite pleased.
Roland Jones bowls the bumper, but it's too short, that one, and through to the keeper it goes. I tell you what, that went through quickly, though.
Yeah.
I'd reckon Roland Jones probably is still getting it into the 80s.
Yeah.
Maybe, only just. I mean, there was a period a year or 2 ago. They've got the, I don't know if the umpires are wearing them. I think they are. The umpires
It's
cam on
the
this.
GoPro thing.
There's actually a speed camera on those, would you believe?
Oh, is there?
Yeah, speed gun on those. But the ECB had sent around a couple of years ago speed guns to all the games, didn't they? I don't know if you remember on the streams, you were starting to see, after every delivery, the speed.
There should be at every ground, shouldn't there?
Here's Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, and this is tickled away off the legs for a single. Oh, listen to the cheers. 134 for 8. It was a cheer though. It was a
derisory one.
Well, I don't know. Was it that derisory? Because
I
I'm
think
sure
so.
they're knowledgeable enough to look at it and say, "Hold on a minute, this doesn't look pleasant right now," and they'll relish seeing Derbyshire running on this as well. And in all seriousness, Stoneman and Robson, they're going to have to come out and make a. They're going to have to wear it. They're going to have to make a decision. They're going to have to wear a few. They're going to have to plunge forward on that front foot and wear a few.
Yeah, that'll cheer them up, won't it?
Yeah, Chappell should be and will be a handful on this, I'm sure. Roland Jones, last ball of his over, he bowls, and that brings more dabbling on the front foot. Through to the keeper it goes. 134 for 8. And Roland Jones has 5 for 34, and I think that's the first run he's conceded since he claimed his 3rd wicket of the 5.
Yeah, what's he doing? Is that a shocker? An absolute shocker. Ethan Bamber's going to continue, unsurprisingly. 2 for 27 from his 14 overs.
Somerset 0 for 1 against Lancashire.
No. What are you doing?
Essex 49 for 4.
Nottinghamshire have now lost a wicket, but it's not Ben Slater, it's Hasib Hamid who got to his half-century, 56. They are now 196 for 1.
Or Yorkshire 3 down, start your engines. 178 for 3.
Calm down, everybody.
Tattel's gone, caught Cook, bowl Crane.
Calm down, everyone. Oh, it's turning.
It's going to be all sad.
Turning.
It's going to be all soccer Saturday by Thursday.
We won't be here. Here's Bamber around the wicket, bowls to Morley, who pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run.
I'm going to irritate you by Thursday, aren't I?
No. I'm all for that. Anything to take my mind off the what's happening here.
I think we're going to have quite a roller coaster here.
Do you?
I can't see this being easy for Middlesex.
We shall see. Derbyshire have a collapse in them. I'm not sure. I thought they had a 130 for 2 to 134 for 8 collapse in them, but this has been something spectacular as Bamber bowls to Morley, who basically just pushes his bat in the general direction of the ball.
Well, this is one of those pitches, and there's a perfect example of it again, where
one of those things you have to learn as a kid is, what do you mean with bowling a channel outside off stump? You bowl at the stumps to take wickets. No, you don't, because when you get to the professional game, if you bowl at the stumps, the batters will score runs. They'll score off the stumps. Unless you're hitting metronomically the top of off stump every single ball, they'll score runs off the stumps.
Here comes Bamber. That one is guided just backward of square on the offside by Morley. But it's fitted by Josh Takaris, who's now removed his sweater as well.
And that's why you bowl that channel just outside, where you're bringing the edge into play. They don't know if they're defending. They don't know if they're back, they're forward. On this pitch, you're looking to hit 3/4 of the way up, middle and off. I'd suggest you've got to leave it on the stumps on this pitch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's about there is sideways movement, but it's about the bounce.
Next delivery from Bamber is off the edge. That's nicely done by Higgins at third slip. Moving away to his left-hand side. I make it 3 runs for 6 wickets in 7 overs and 2 balls for this Derbyshire collapse, which has been fairly spectacular, even by their standards. But as Kevin says, let's have a look and see what happens when Middlesex get out there. Can the Derbyshire bowlers bowl something like? Here is Bamber around the wicket to Morley, who struck on the pad.
I reckon there was bat involved there, don't you?
Bamber got very excited. Nobody else did.
But that was why young Noah Cornwall was saying, somebody go and stick an arm around him and say, actually, do you know what? You've almost got a freebie on this one. Because on this one, just bowl at the stumps. And if they score runs off the stumps, fine, but don't have them cutting backward a point, uppercutting you. Bowl at the stumps. And that's, as a Derbyshire unit, I'm sure from ball one they'll go out there and say,
Well,
you have got to
you would hope so.
relentlessly hit that off stump. That's, don't worry about channels, line length, just get on that stump.
Bamber bowls, defended by Morley, straight back to the bowler. End of the over. Another maiden. He's now bowled 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 27. Ethan Bamber, Derbyshire, 134 for 8. Morley has one more yet to get off the mark. And more, I think, for the first time, is going to be facing Toby Rowland-Jones.
What do they call them? Pretty lengths. If somebody bowled a pretty length on this, especially if you were a batting captain as well, you'd be screaming at them, don't you bowl pretty lengths on this. Get that ball up there and get that bat and the stumps in play. So, anything that's short and wide on this, you're going to go hard at it, aren't you? Moore on strike. Rowland-Jones running in, 3 slips crouched down, 134 for 8. He's past the umpire, bowls, and that dies and hurts the keeper again. Where's it hit him this time? He walks away, the right glove comes off, and poor Jack Davies. He'll be pumping some painkillers at the end of this innings if he hasn't already. Another one dies at him outside the off stump and wraps him on the wrist. And look at Sam Robson at slip. Sam Robson's getting ready. He's mentally preparing himself as much as anything. He just plunged forward, practicing a forward defence.
Good luck doing that.
Yeah. Rowland-Jones is in, bowls, and there's one full and straight onto the stumps. Well, he saw that last ball that kept low and grubbed through to the keeper. You've got to get forward, haven't you? You've got, of those wickets that have just tumbled, how many were LBW trapped on the back foot? So a ball that's kept low. 2. Chappell and Thompson, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's what I say. Robson and Stoneman, they're just going to have to say, look, we're going to have to thump forward on that front foot. As here's Rowland-Jones, he's in, bowls, and look at that one then goes through. Davies with a tumbling stop behind the batter. The ball beats him with a bit of bounce outside off stump, and then Davies leaps away from the slip cordon. So again, it's clearly dipped and swerved on him, as we saw one earlier, that hit him almost on the fingertips, wasn't it? And I remember seeing the reaction of both Deploy and Rowland-Jones. They both kind of looked at him saying, what are you doing? It's literally gun barrel straight. But we got the replay up, didn't we? And it was like a baseball, swerving and dipping. Cornwall's warming up at mid-on, but I doubt he'll get to see the ball again in this innings. Have to wrestle it out of Rowland-Jones' hands as he's in, bowls, and puts that one on a lovely length again with more tentatively forward to that, just riding the bounce. He did get bat on it crucially. Cornwall's warming up, but I can't imagine for a moment that they'll take the ball out of either of these hands. You almost can't risk it because Middlesex need to finish this job now. I said it felt like a 4-wicket morning. Well, it's a 6-wicket afternoon at the moment.
6 for 35 since lunch.
Roland Jones to bowl and beat Moore with bounce again. Big tall man, he's halfway forward, but even as tall as he is, that beat the shoulder of the bat through to the keeper. I mean, pitches change as well. You never know. The sun's out. Do you remember the one-day cup game here? In the morning, it was a minefield, and in the afternoon, Middlesex was shot out in no time in the morning, weren't they? And it was a cruise to victory for Derbyshire that afternoon. And Middlesex was seething with themselves. They knew they got things wrong themselves, but there was a big change in conditions. As here's Roland Jones in bowls. Oh, and it's another one that hits the keeper. It keeps low, and it's hurt him hard at the moment. And Roland Jones, look at Roland Jones's face now from this morning, buys the signals. From this morning where it almost looked as though he was angry at Davies when they kept on getting through. And another one is worn. This time it looks as though he might have worn that on the elbow.
He's certainly worn it.
Or is it his chest?
Chest, I thought, yeah. Hit him in the body. Just put his body in the way.
Yeah.
To stop it from going for more than one by.
Who's come and put his... Look, Roland Jones has gone up to Davies to check he's all right. And like I said, there was one this morning. I didn't really want to linger on it because he's a young keeper. It's his first year. But I could see the disappointment in deploying Roland Jones as if to say, how on earth have you... But then we looked at the replay and it really did move quite late on him and it dipped as well. And it seemed to hit him almost on the fingertips. But yeah, since then it's a real test. And I can't imagine Brooke Guest is particularly looking forward to...
Is Ryan Higgins coming back?
Yes.
From the city end. Anthony from Hena says we've got roadworks on the way up to town here in Hena. And we've been reassured that once several months of delays and temporary traffic lights have happened to dig up the electrics and put them back in again, we won't notice the difference. This is sticking in my mind somewhat given events after lunch. Here is Higgins into bowl to Moore. And he defends it straight back to the bowler. I've got another one here as well. Nick Buxton's not going to be happy. I'm wondering if Derbyshire is single-handedly going to replace the popular term one wicket brings two with the one wicket brings plenty. Donald and Lloyd shouldn't be anywhere near the red ball side based on form, but with one of them being the captain and with Matt Lamb retiring, the options are thin on the ground. Much work to do again in the winter, he says, as this one is cut away by Harry Moore, who gets 4 runs to backward point. Nicely played by the young man. He almost thinks about raising his bat, I think. As he gets a boundary, 139 for 8. Much work to do again in the winter. A sorry state of affairs, says Nick. Thanks for getting in touch, Nick. Yeah, it's a sorry old day as far as Derbyshire are concerned at the moment. But as we said, if Derbyshire bowl right, thanks to Anthony as well for getting in touch. If Derbyshire bowl right, then it's a big if. They're not out of this game at the moment, but they're under the cosh. As this next delivery is defended by Moore. Next delivery from Higgins out into the offside. And there is no run. Nottinghamshire have gone past 200 now. Good for them. 200 for 1 against Kent. Having been put into bat, by the way. Movement elsewhere. Yorkshire still 3 down. Sussex currently 3 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 109 all out. And Leicestershire 179 for 7 at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. Here's Higgins in and bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly out into the offside by Moore. Fielded there by Max Holden. There's no run.
A message from you from Danny Knight, who's at Middlesex. You'd have met him in the Lord's game, part of the media team. You need to tell Fletch about the Duke of York in St John's Wood High Street.
Oh, okay.
There you go. And the other one, actually, is I've got the Ordnance, maybe, which is, when you go into it, it's what you'd expect the tavern to look like. It's a proper cricket club.
Next delivery is defended by Moore, back to Higgins.
It's by the tube station, St John's Wood.
Which isn't too far away, is it?
Yeah, and you're not allowed any mobiles in there. No
Really?
laptops, yep.
Wow.
You'd love it.
Yeah. Don't mind that.
But yeah, it's a proper... Funnily enough, it was a non-cricketing friend who took me there the first time. And I said, wow, this is what I expected the tavern would look like. It's all cricket.
More waits as Higgins bowls. Too many drives up to mid-off. It's fielded nicely.
But the tavern's just convenient, isn't it? So everybody goes in there. But
it is. It is. The beer's okay. 139 for 8. or more than okay if you're listening in the tavern. Moore has 4, Morley has 1.
Oh, no, you and Griffith love the Ordnance, I think, then. You'll have to go there next time.
Yeah. Let's see if we can actually afford a hotel anywhere near the ground.
That's assuming that Gloucestershire don't go through Sussex.
I think we can safely assume that.
Let's have a look and see. Oh, Yorkshire have lost a 4th wicket. Bairstow's gone for 2. Gorvin's got a 3rd. 183 for 4.
They're crumbling.
I can feel a James Harris century coming on. Roland Jones is in, bowls, and forward goes Morley, defending into the offside. Yeah, he needs to get another one in the ribs of the left-hander, doesn't he, Roland Jones? He's doing his best, bravely plunging forward at the moment, Morley.
Yes, he won't come forward if one hits him.
Indeed, indeed. Sussex 3 without loss. In reply to Gloucestershire's 109, Carter and Haynes. Carter was a good signing, wasn't he? The Australian. Haynes a good bat. 2 slips and a gully. Roland Jones, just had my eye on the laptop there. He's orchestrating somebody somewhere, wasn't he? But it's a pretty orthodox field. 6-3. As Roland Jones is in, bowls, and forward goes Morley, defending into the onside.
Morley's got the biggest chest pad on that you've ever seen, I think.
That's why he's going forward then.
Yeah. I'm sure he has. He's got a strange shaped chest if he hasn't. He's looking as cool as he possibly can out there. I don't think it's easy. He hasn't got much of a chest pad, honestly.
Comes Roland Jones, he bowls, and this is defended by Morley into the onside, 139 for 8. It's all gone quiet. What happened to those wickets that were falling?
It's weird though, isn't it?
How many has he bowled since lunch now? Lunch was taken at 12:30 through till...
6.1, 6.2 now, isn't it?
Is that all?
6.3.
We resumed at 1:10,
Yeah.
an hour and a half, and he's bowled 6 overs.
He didn't
6.3.
bowl the first. Did he bowl the first over from this end?
I thought he did, didn't he?
I can't remember. It's a long time.
Mind you, with the wickets tumbling, I guess that slows things down, doesn't it?
Time
Roland
ago.
Jones, he's around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Morley again. Thou shalt not pass.
Just says this spell 6.4 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 6.
I was going to say Scrooge-like from Morley in keeping out Roland Jones, but was it Marley?
Very much Marley.
Marley.
Yeah.
He's got a stand named after him down there, doesn't he, Morley? Morley Hayes. Hotel, restaurant and golf.
You're all right. You're not working for Middlesex now, you know. It's the BBC.
Other hotels are available. Here's a forward defence from Morley. There's no run. I'm trying to think of a famous Hayes of Derbyshire now. Morley Hayes.
Don't think Frank ever played here. Frank Hayes played at Lancashire, didn't he?
Ah. I did get distracted a moment ago. You mentioned that a lineup of machinery earlier. Is that what you were talking about over
Yeah.
there? What are they doing?
The roundabout, the Pentagon Island roundabout, is being resurfaced.
And they're parked inside the ground?
because they closed the roundabout at night.
Oh, I see. Roland Jones around the wicket to Morley, who dabs into the onside. It's fielded at square leg, 139 for 8. And that is the end of the over. Yeah, sorry, I assumed you meant machinery is in terms of the groundsman's hut.
No.
And the few bits that are over there. But yeah, they've got a few big old vehicles over there, haven't they, for
Jack Morley,
relaying the road?
Jack Morley's innings since he returned from Lancashire on loan. It's very binary. 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1.
Oh.
He's got a high score of 28, which he got at home against Sussex in a very heavy defeat.
So he spoilt that today.
So
Silly boy.
no, he's still got 1 now.
I saw
Morley.
Moore. Sorry, yeah.
Moore's. This is only Moore's second game. And he's on strike now as Ryan Higgins begins a new over from the City end, and that one is cut away and fielded by De Caires at backward point. Just about. Ended up diving away to his right. Did well in the end.
fascinating passage of play this now, this partnership, because you just wonder, you know, they're hanging on, aren't they? But how long can you hang on for?
More weights. Higgins bowls to him. He drives it up to mid-on. And they are just hanging on. I mean,
But they're hanging on beautifully.
9 for 5.
But they're not
9
going
for
anywhere,
6.
are they? So
No,
deep square is going to drop back.
I don't think he's going to take it on. He might.
Well, I think as well the fact that they're just plunging forward now, especially to Higgins.
He's on his way in again. Bowls, and this one is pushed up to mid-on once more.
Because Roland Jones would have bowled every over from this end, bar Cornwell's
Bar 4?
No, that can't be right. No, that's not
No.
right. Somebody else did. Did Higgins come to this end briefly? I think he did.
Yes.
I was just thinking he must be tiring, the skipper.
He had a little rest when Higgins had a little burst, didn't he?
Well, Cornwell had 4 overs at this end, didn't he? And then Higgins must have had as well.
Higgins is in now, short delivery, ducks underneath it, does more.
Was that post-lunch then Higgins had a burst?
I think so, yeah.
Was it really?
Yeah, I think so. Thinking about it.
It was a blur. What a passage of play it
Sure,
was.
there's a way of finding out, but I don't know what it is. Which isn't much use to anybody, really.
Well, we do know. We're just too lazy, aren't we? Oh, go on, have a look.
There is that.
No further advances at Cardiff or at Bristol.
Comes Higgins again. That one is driven for 4 out towards the cover boundary by Harry Moore, and he moves on to 8, 143 for 8.
However, Essex are 50 for 5. 2 for Hannon Dalby, 2 for Barnard, and 1 for Rushworth. What a day at Edgbaston. You're right.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading an email that I'm wondering whether to read out or not. Not because of its content. Here is Higgins, final ball of his 12th over. He's in and bowls to Moore, who pushes this back down the track. It's a dot ball to finish with, and the over does indeed come to an end with Derbyshire on 143 for 8. Moore has 8, Morley has 1. Dave, well done for surviving the season. There must have been days when you could write the script before a ball has been bowled. Yeah, sort of. I think that's fair. Why aren't Ben Naim or AJ Cunty getting a game? Can someone kindly ask Mickey? Most people who follow Derbyshire will know that recent came are not consistent enough to open. Guest is batting too high, and Donald and Lloyd, good white ball players, but shouldn't be involved in red ball. You just need to speak to anyone from Glamorgan who would agree. What a frustrating season. Hopefully Burton Albion can bring you some joy. Thank you, Gary. I'll be banking on that, but thanks for your message. Ian's been on as well. It's oh dear, look at the length of that.
Roland Jones begins the over. That's left alone by Moore through to the keeper. By Morley, sorry. Wait until both sides are batted, I'd suggest, if that's a Derbyshire complaint.
Look at that.
Yeah. Or it might be a commentary replay. Rinse and repeat. Oh, it is about the commentary.
No, it's not. Because the opening paragraph's very kind. It's from Ian Crooks, who's a regular contributor.
Crooksy. To his mates.
Thank you for that. It is called Rinse and Repeat. I'm not reading the first paragraph out.
We love you, Fletch.
Well, not quite, but...
Here's Roland Jones around the wicket. Oh, block hole delivery. That was a slow ball. Yorker. All the skipper's tired. It's his 17th over of the day. It's not even 2 o'clock yet. Oh, it is 2 o'clock. 2:45.
I thought I missed another bulletin.
Yeah, you missed the 2 o'clock. I mean, lunch does not seem that long ago. 1:10 we restarted, didn't we?
No, you see, the change in timings always throws me. It doesn't take a lot to throw me, generally, but...
Cornwell's warming up again at mid-off. I think he'd love another go at this. There's Roland Jones around the wicket. He bowls, and that's clipped to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But I'd fancy that Middlesex's thought process right now is we've got to finish this as cheaply as possible. To which extent I'd suggest that possibly the spinners might be the key. I've got 2 of them, Holman and De Carey's. Right-handed, left-handed combination out in the middle as well. Skipper will have another big job to do in the second innings. So
It's going through Pat Brown's mind as he sits and waits to come in next.
Roland Jones bowls, and that's defended by Morley. Fielded in the offside. Not Fred Titmus has tweeted us both. There is a hotel literally straight ahead of you with
Yes.
a view of the ground. What was I saying about hotels, or you were saying about hotels? What was the point of... Was a hotel literally straight ahead?
I don't think there was any point. Come on, not Fred. Sort yourself out.
We're talking about pubs inside grounds.
Yeah.
Me staying a long way away from this ground, but that's based on budget.
We didn't talk about hotel. We were just talking about the fact that I'd stayed on the ground at Headingley, I think. But that hotel's not on the ground. It's outside the ground. Here.
Oh, yeah, no, we were talking about hotels on the ground, weren't we? We were talking about Worcester, Headingley.
Yeah. Lancashire,
Yeah.
Hampshire.
Roland Jones round the wicket bowls, and this is through to the keeper, and there's no run. But I think we were talking specifically about ones that were in the ground, weren't we,
Yes.
rather than outside?
This one's very near the ground, but decidedly outside the ground.
There's a great story about that one, because Middlesex did stay there once, and I think it's an old enough story now that I can tell it, and that's why
Can you?
nobody stays there anymore.
Was it a Days Inn at the time?
Do they still exist?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no then.
It was refurbished in COVID because the Pakistan men's team stayed there. And they had a first-class match on this ground. They played an intra-squad first-class match on this ground, Pakistan's players.
Or change of field here for Roland Jones. Around the wicket to the left-handed Morley. He's got a leg slip and a short mid-wicket as he's in, bowls, full and straight, and a forward defence from Morley. There's no run. Again, it's not a bad story in that sense at all. Middlesex was staying there. I happened to be at breakfast that morning as well. Could I have 2 poached eggs, please? Oh, we don't do eggs. Well, what are those scrambled things over there? Powdered. Yeah, they haven't stayed there since. So, but the point was a nice hotel inside the ground.
That hotel is very nice. I've stayed there this season.
Which hotel? I haven't told you which hotel I'm talking about.
The one that you're talking about. Very nice indeed. I may be there tonight as well, who knows?
Discount. Very, very nice.
Where's that water coming from?
We've got a leak, Fletch.
Where's it coming
We've got a leak.
It is Ryan Higgins in to bowl to Harry Moore, who has a little drive at that one. Ball goes up off the inside half of the bat, up towards mid-on. There's no run.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, so am I. Ian Crooks says, I appreciate that Mickey Arthur speaks of Derbyshire being a project and about the talent in the dressing room, but yet again, sporadic performances aside, there has been little evidence of much of that talent applying itself. One win in the entire season of the Championship simply isn't good enough. There's no other way of saying it, says Ian, as in comes Higgins and bowls to Moore, who drives up to mid-off, no run. If this group of players has that much talent, it should be able to muster more than one victory. I'm loath to single out individuals, but appointing someone as captain whose career average is only in the low 30s and has averaged 22 this season makes you question the appointment. There's also been a lack of application with the bat and the plan with the ball in several matches as a team and from individuals. I'll reserve judgment, he says, as Higgins is on his way in again and bowls. That one's driven nicely down the ground by Harry Moore. He's going to get runs here. He'll certainly get 2. He might get 4, and he does get 4. That's his third boundary. He moves on to 12. 147 for 8 now. Harry Moore showing that he is indeed a very fine batter as well as a decent bowler. I'll reserve judgment on the current game as the pitch seems akin to something like no man's land, but to lose 6 for 3 looks poor. The T20 campaign flattered to deceive yet again. Some fantastic victories. Cannot disguise the fact that Derbyshire did not turn up in the final match, as that one wraps more on the pad. No appeal from the bowler. Did not turn up in the final match for the second season in a row. While the captain's bowling was outstanding, his contributions with the bat, as with a few of the senior players, left a lot to be desired. I'd mentioned the 50-over competition. Yeah, you can probably go and have a sleep. I'd mentioned the 50-over competition, but as the ECB seem intent on making it into a second 11 competition to allow the competition that shall not be named to exist, then there is little to say about it, although the majority of Derbyshire's performances were fairly poor. There is one more paragraph from Ian as this one is pushed out into the offside nicely by Moore. He's going to get more runs here. He might get another boundary. He's going to get another boundary out to the extra cover region. And that is 4 fours for Harry Moore, who moves on to 16, and the 150s up for Derbyshire, 151 for 8. In respect of positives, The young talent coming through looks good and hopefully can be used in the seasons to come at the counter ground, but better batsmen must be sourced to provide runs at the top of the order so the bowlers can be allowed to attack the opposition. We cannot be having the same discussion about the team this time next year. We also must keep hold of Zach Chappell, who's an outstanding cricketer. As Higgins is in again and bowls to Moore, who gets an inside edge this time, picks up the first single of his innings as he moves on to 17. And it means he also keeps the strike as well. 152 for 8, 17 to Moore, 1 to Morley. Anyway, enjoy the sunshine and keep up the great work. Ian, thank you very much indeed. A lot of very valid points. If anybody wants to get in touch, I'm more than happy to read and then potentially read out. Who knows? As long as a little shorter than Ian's, although I understand there is a lot of passion out there. And we're going to see Noah Cornwell back from the racecourse end. As Toby Rowland-Jones finishes a spell of 8 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 6. Decent enough spell there from the Middlesex skipper. Cornwell then, he's going to come around the wicket initially to Harry Moore, left armour, to the right-handed Moore, who gets a shortish delivery. Doesn't really get up, he sways out the way of it, just leans back. And the ball goes through to wicket-keeper Davis. Scores from elsewhere as Nottinghamshire have now lost a second wicket, 212 for 2, and Ben Slater's still there, 121 not out. Ben Slater down at Canterbury, the former Derbyshire opener. Cornwell in again and bowls, and he has a go at that one. Does Harry Moore, without really moving his feet, which was the major issue there, and as a result, he looked all out of shape, and the ball just about gets through to the wicket-keeper. And there is no run. That game at Birmingham's an absolute mess. Warwickshire 78 all out, Essex 51 for 5.
That's a recovery.
129 for 15. Cornwell in and bowls, and Moore goes up on his toes, just dabs it down towards backward point for a single, moves to 18, 153 for 8. Yorkshire 4 down, 191 for 4. So James Wharton has moved on to 60 now. Sussex 14 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 109. And Leicestershire 189 for 7 against Northamptonshire, having elected to bat first at Wantage Road. Can these two add more? Morley on 1. Next delivery, keeps it out, pushes it basically into the ground, a yard away from his feet. And there's no run, left armour to left-hander. When Cornwell is bowling to Morley.
So that musician, Cornwell.
Hugh Cornwell, the lead singer of the Stranglers, yeah.
When you used to reference him, did you always put the well? Did you put the emphasis on well, Cornwell?
Well, that's his name.
But did you?
Yeah, Hugh Cornwell. There's Noah Cornwell in and bowls. They've done well to keep that one down. As Harry Morley pushing it out into the offside.
You've slipped a couple of Cornwalls in for Cornwell.
That might be just because I've no idea what his name is. Cornwell.
Because I didn't think twice about it. Whether it was Cornwall or Cornwell, it was just Cornwall. I said, no, you have to put the emphasis on well.
Cornwell. It's like 2 words joined together. 153 for 8. Oh, what time is it? I don't want to miss the news. Next delivery is, coming off the edge of the bat. That's nicely taken by Lewis Deploy, diving away to his left-hand side. Soft hands from Morley. He remains on 1. Moore has 18, 153 for 8. This partnership worth 20, and Moore's got 18 of them, unsurprisingly.
Have you seen Lewis yet?
To speak to?
Yeah.
No.
Ah.
No.
Have you blocked him since he moved to Middlesex?
He never followed me anyway. I don't think is he on
Oh,
social?
I meant on your WhatsApp.
Is he? No. I'm not sure he's on social media, Lias.
No, I don't think he is.
I'd be a little surprised if he was.
Would you?
Yeah, I don't.
Why?
It didn't really strike me as being a social media kind of guy.
No, he's a sensible fella, isn't he?
Yeah.
Have we got any more tweets from not Fred Titmus yet?
No, he's keeping himself to himself at the moment. My latest tweet is 4 days to go, and that's Burton Albion against Barnsley on Saturday.
4 days to go.
Well, the
I
ball's
thought they were talking about the game here. I was like, you'll be lucky to see tomorrow afternoon.
The ball's gone out of shape again.
Oh,
We'll see some leg spin to
this makes sense.
tempt
Yeah, it makes
Harry
sense.
Moore into playing a couple of enormous shots, which I think he's capable of.
Yeah, Morley the left-hander as well. He turns his googly bigger than his leg spinner, although I have to say of late I'm starting to doubt that. But as a young wrist spinner coming into the side, the googly will turn more than the leg spinner. But he's bowled really well, exceptionally well this season. And it's great to see because he took a 10 for down at Hove a few years back, burst onto the scene, and you know his batting as well, his presence in the middle. As is his right, particularly as a young wrist spinner, he's had a couple of quieter years. But as any player, fast bowler, batter, you'll have a breakthrough, but then you'll have a little bit of a lull. At the moment, he's full of form, full of confidence, and Middlesex will hope, full of wickets and runs.
They didn't change the ball. I've got an interesting
Theory?
Well, I think it's interesting. Remember we had the ball change?
Not Fred Titmus and I'll be the judge of that, Fletch.
They had the ball change at 112 for 2.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Oh.
18 runs added later, and the collapse began. Is it me? Luke Holman from the City End.
Oh, we changed ends in that email, didn't we? Sorry.
Oh, you left the room altogether, which is perfectly fine.
I needed a cuppa, post-lunch cuppa.
That one was pushed into the offside. It's Moore on strike. Leg spinner's in again, goes back and pushes this. Well, he tried to push it up to mid-off. It's intercepted by extra cover. Liz deploy. There's no run.
Well, I hadn't heard anything to disagree with in the email. It all sounded perfectly
No.
sensible.
Well, yes. No, it was.
Was that Crockers? Is it Ian?
In Crooks?
Crookers.
Crooksy.
Crooksy.
I have no idea. I've never met the man. He is a regular contributor there. I'm very welcome. As that one is pushed out into the outside by Harry Moore. Oh, God.
See ya. You haven't missed it yet. Oh, you haven't.
No, it's got Move Like Jagger on.
Move like Jagger.
I'm sure that Andrew Strachan is currently checking to see if I'm listening to
Strackers.
the feed. Old Strack. Moore comes down the track and launches this one out towards the cover boundary. Had a lot of spin on it, and he only picks up a single, despite putting just about everything he's got into it. Just to care is out
Couldn't
there.
see it, could he?
Does the fielding? No, I don't know why, because the sun is nowhere near shining in his eyes. No doubt, and I hope he does, that Andrew will make some reference to me failing to be there at 2 o'clock. And I will say, yeah,
One man who doesn't move like Jagger.
Well, I was rather going to say that I was at Derbyshire in the middle of an enormous collapse at the time when they lost 6 wickets with the addition of 3 runs.
Yep. Broadcast interrupted by cricket.
2 balls of the Holman over left. He's bowling to the left-handed Jack Morley, who goes forward. It's a half-hearted appeal for something. Oh, 2 more emails have flooded in as well.
Oh.
One from Mark Crossland, one from Greg Watts. We'll get round to those
Watsy.
after my news update. This is the final ball of Holman's third over. He's in, bowls to Morley, who goes forward, pushes the ball out into the offside. There is no run. Morley has 1. Moore has 19. Derbyshire 154 for 8.
Thanks, Fletch. What are you laughing at? He's off. Oh, 5 down at Cardiff. 194 for 5. Sussex 20 without loss. Who's gone now? Hill's still there, not out on 7. The latest to go is Wharton. Gone for 63. Van der Houten holding on to the catch off Harris. Jimmy Harris. In Harris Middlesex Trust. Big Harris century coming in for Glamorgan. Innings victory down in Cardiff.
I'll check that Yorkshire side in full, see who they've got back for this one, but it is Lyde, Bean, Wharton, Tattersall, Bairstow, Hill, Bess. Here's Cornwell, left arm over the wicket. He bowls a short delivery, which Moore sways inside the line. If he plays out like a international opening bat, so he just drops the hand, sways inside the line of it. Down onto one knee, through it goes. Thompson, Bess, Fisher, Code and Moriarty against North East Tribe. Ingram, Carlson, Kellaway, Cook, Van der Gooten, Crane, Harris, Gorvin and Ben Morris. Decent top order. This is a length ball which takes an edge. Left arm over Cornwell. It doesn't carry, I don't think. Deploy to his left, slip to his right, but it had certainly dropped short of slip, I'm sure. Little dab on the front foot from right-hander, nothing really more. Gives Cornwell a chance to have a look at the left-hander again. As Morley's back onto strike. So yeah, Sussex 21 without loss, replying to Gloucester's 109. And Essex still 5 down at Edgbaston. Warwickshire were out for 78 earlier this morning. Durham 197 for 5. Trying to keep alive the title race at the top for Surrey and Somerset. Here's a lifting delivery from Cornwell on the back foot. All of his weight was on his heels there, as that was almost lifted into the onside by Moore Lee. And it falls well short.
God, my
Yeah, done well
Raspberry
there.
Pi has got the little sign on it that says I'm about to overheat and stop working. So,
Is it really called a Raspberry Pi, or is it
yes.
just a Raspberry?
Yeah, no, Raspberry Pi. Pi.
Here's Cornwell in Yorker. Wow, how's that got through everything? A big puff of dust. I was waiting to see if the bail had tippled off on the way through to Davies. It had not, and the bat was beaten as well. Only striking the ground. 155 for 8. Roland Jones chirping away at mid-off. Encouragement for one of his young protégés as his Cornwell in bowl, swing and a miss. Now Morley lost patience there. Big heave-ho. That's only just missed the top of off stump, and we're back to the game of you hit, I miss. Just put it on that off stump. Cornwell sends back deep square. Now I hope that's a bluff, and he's just going to put it on the top of off stump again. One ball to come of the over.
The ball is currently, I think, under 60 overs old. It's not going to bounce an awful lot, is it?
Yeah.
So short delivery is not the way forward necessarily.
Cornwell in, bowls, and he goes for the Yorker. It was the bluff, well bowls. It's dug out by Morley, who I think, like us, expected that to be a length ball or just full of. It was a Yorker. 155 for 8, more 20, Morley 1.
Mark Crossland says, very depressing season. I'm afraid MacArthur and Derbyshire just hasn't worked. The time has come for a change. I would ask you, absolutely, I accept your right to say it's time for a change. What would you change it to? Who would you bring in? That's my only question for that. He says, I'll still be there tomorrow. He says, for my last visit of the season, listening to your delayed commentary, as usual. You should, well, it's always delayed. They're all at it now. Greg says, young Harry Moore has been one of the few bright spots this season for Derbyshire, and another disappointing season.
Where's Moore going next year? Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Nottinghamshire, I would have thought. As they used to say in Derbyshire, you live in hope, but you die in Castleton. Mickey needs to put a couple of quality batsmen, one being an overseas at the top of his shopping list. He can't keep shopping in the bargain basement, says Greg. Here is Luke Holman bowling to Harry Moore, who drives out into the offside. And there is no run. Adam New has also sent a lot of valid points being made about the current squad, but the major issue this season has been the overseas recruitment being a complete disaster. We saw with Shan Masood the difference, as that one is played down to short third man by Harry Moore. There's no run. We saw with Shan Masood the difference a quality player can make to the whole team, how good it must be for teams who have two at the same time. We have had overseas players carrying drinks this season because they aren't good enough to get into an already struggling team. It has to be better next season. All valid points and all welcome. Thank you, Adam. As this next delivery from Holman is driven of a fashion up towards long on by Moore, who moves to 21, 156 for 8. Harry Moore is now the second highest scorer in the Derbyshire innings.
Oh, he is.
Incidentally, he's overtaken Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees, who both made 20. What does that say? Just asking. Holman has got the left-hander to bowl at now, and the left-hander turns it towards backward square leg, and they decline the opportunity of a sharp single. The news bulletin passed without incident.
Oh.
He did mention my absence at 2 o'clock, as this next one is beating. No, it isn't. It's sliding into his pad. I thought it had gone through to the keeper. It just dropped at his feet there, Harry Morley. And there is one more ball
did
of
he
the
say?
Holman over.
Did he dig you out? Or?
He just said that I'd stood him up at 2 o'clock. The lunch
Mm.
must have been good.
Fair play. Yeah, give him that. Good line.
Absolutely. Final delivery of the over is defended by Morley. Back towards Holman. It's 156 for 8 with 6 overs to go until tea.
6 overs to go until tea. Where's the day gone?
It's incredible.
This afternoon has flown by. Absolutely flown by. Here's Cornwall trying to speed it all up. Actually, it's getting to the point now, isn't it? How long have we got? 20... Oh, no, we're overshooting, aren't we? What did you say? It was 6 overs. If 2 fall in this over, is tea taken? Is it
Yes.
that close enough to tea? Because it's beyond 10 past... It'll be beyond 10 past 3. So...
10 past 3 is the tea time, isn't it?
Or overs remaining, isn't it? So
Yes.
6 overs remaining, but even if there were 4 overs remaining before tea, I think we'd go off at gone 10 past.
And then we'd have a 36 over, 35 over session
Well,
this evening.
Robson and Stoneman would be keen on that, wouldn't they? As here's Cornwell in bowls. Oh, and he brings that back in to beat the inside edge of Moore. It may well have taken the inside edge, and it dies on the way through to the keeper. Cornwell has got his hands over his face, as he was so close to his first wicket. 2 slips and a gully.
And as they say in Derbyshire, you live in Hope and you die in Castleton. It's a magnificent turn of phrase.
Who came up with that?
Oh dear. I'll let you know.
Cornwell bowls, and that's down the leg side through to the gloves of Davies. And a quick check elsewhere. Yorkshire still 5 down. Sussex are 1 down, 27 for 1. As Carter has gone. Court Bracey bowled Akhtar for 10. Cornwell bowls short, wide, outside the off stump, and he's put away by Moore, who's on to 25. 160 for 8. Middlesex getting a little bit irked by this partnership now, you'd imagine.
Yeah.
3 for 6, they claimed, to reduce Derbyshire to 133 for 8. So this partnership is worth 29 now for the 9th wicket.
Greg, who said you live in Hope and die in Castleton. Very good, Greg. Cheered us all up.
2 slips and a gully. Cornwell hits the crease, bowls short and wide, and he cuts, but this time the deep backward point holds them to a single. Oh, throw. Who's in trouble there? Roland Jones looks as though he's throwing up his arms to say, what's that? Who was that? Holman down at deep backward square? What did he do wrong there? Throw it to the wrong end? Didn't keep the ball off the dirt? I think Roland Jones is looking at it as if to say, keep the ball up.
Well, he did neither of those, certainly.
Yeah. Yeah. Cornwell to Morley. This was a swing fest the last time they faced up, wasn't it? 2 slips and a gully. Long leg is back. Square leg is up, which Morley was just checking. And Cornwell is in. Bowls a length ball and a swing and a length ball by Morley, who's not the tallest, so it was something of a cut shot at a length ball. 2 balls to go of his 10th over Cornwell, number 45. Can he walk away with a wicket? Past the umpire now, Cornwell. He bowls and It's eased into the offside. No run is the call. Got one ball to come of his 10th. Yeah, Middlesex excited about 20-year-old Noah Cornwell, born in Barnet. September 10th birthday. It's the one first-class match prior to this, and that was at Headingley. He was wicketless, you won't be surprised to know, and they're 601 for 6 Yorkshire. It's the Kookaburra. Adam Lye said it was as flat a track as he'd ever seen at Headingley as his. Cornwell bowls a lifting ball past the edge of Morley's bat, and the dot ball ends the over, 163 for 8. It was a hybrid. It was the flattest track he'd ever seen at Headingley, and that is a ground where they haven't won since the beginning of last year without some sort of contrivance.
Yeah,
So the last time they'd bowled, taken 20 wickets was start of last season against Worcestershire. And it was a Kookaburra. Other than that, it was a riveting 4 days.
Derbyshire drew there in a match that was affected to a degree by the rain. It was very cold. It was in the end of April. Horrible. Morley, 23 years of age, and Moore, 17.
Oh, put them together and they're not my age, Fletch.
Well, I could probably throw another one in from this team and not even get to my age, so we're not going down that route. That's a terrible thing to have to do.
Oh, dear.
Luke Holman then bowling to Harry Moore. Men out on the mid-wicket boundary and the long on boundary, and he goes back and pushes it up to mid-off. And there is no run.
Always feared this day. One of the things I thought was when I've seen a player's career start and finish,
Yeah.
then I know I've been doing it too long, or I know I'm old.
Well, you're definitely not old. This one is a reverse sweep from Harry Morley, 4 runs. Beautifully played. He moves to 30, 167 for 8. The kid can bat.
He can. He can. Middlesex perhaps need a rethink here because against tailenders you would usually turn to spin, but he's clearly not just any old tailender, the 17-year-old. And he's pushing them towards that 180 you were talking about.
Yeah, I'd like 200 now.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, that's what Middlesex will be pondering now. Like, can't let them get to 200. 3 for 6 and they've got to 200.
Yes. Remarkable. From Harry Moore, 30 off 52 balls. That was his sixth boundary? That was his 6th boundary. Next delivery goes back and cuts out towards the backward point boundary. He's only going to get a single this time. He looks disappointed. He moves to 31, 168.
They've got to through
8.
They've got to through a fair workload the others, haven't they? 17 overs Roland Jones, 13 Higgins. Bamber 15. Could you be tempted to go to Higgins maybe?
Holman tosses himself a catch, comes into the left-handed Jack Morley, who goes back and turns it into the leg side where Deploy fields at mid-wicket.
Had 2 big shouts this morning, didn't he, for a wicket? Higgins. One was probably not out and given out, and the other one was probably out and given not out. Cricket.
Great. Don't. Yes. Holman again. Morley takes a couple of steps down the track and his middle stump is knocked back. He couldn't resist any longer, Harry Morley, I'm afraid. Jack Morley, rather, and he goes for 1. Derbyshire 169. 168 for 9. Holman has his first wicket.
And Middlesex have maximum bowling points as we cast our eyes to see how many wickets are tumbling at Cardiff and Hove. Well, that's where Moore was giving them a problem, because tailenders, it's usually toss the ball to the spinners and eventually the tailenders, their head will go up in the air, the bat will go swinging, and so will the bails, which is what's happened for Morley. Gone for 1. Extraordinary innings for 1, actually, wasn't it? 39 balls.
39 balls, and he was out there for the thick end of 14 overs with,
Fair play.
With Harry Moore, who's faced 53 deliveries. Here's Pat Brown,
Who says he can't
the
bat?
self-proclaimed non-batter. I referred to it on a number of occasions, but it was a club interview that he did, and they were talking about how good a fielder he is, which he is. And he said, well, you can't be a one-dimensional cricketer anymore, and I cannot bat. So he worked hard on his fielding, has worked hard on his fielding. He's an excellent fielder.
This has got an over of Roland Jones written all over it then, hasn't it?
Well, he's only got one ball to face of Luke Holman.
Yeah.
And he might have said to Harry Moore, look, son, you need another 19. I'll do what I can
Yeah.
for a maiden first-class half-century, which seems an awful long way off.
He got Cornwell looking for a maiden first-class wicket. What's going to come first?
Was it what? I doubt whether they'd take a single if it was there.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Middlesex either have got to put everybody back on the rope for this delivery or everybody around the bat. There shouldn't be anybody anywhere in between.
There is a short leg.
There should be 9 around the bat or 9 on the rope. It's an orthodox field.
Yeah, very much orthodox. Short leg, slip. Backward point, man on the cover boundary, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, backward square leg, and a man on the mid-wicket boundary as well. As Luke Holman is in to bowl to Pat Brown, who has a swing at that one. He's going to get 4 byes. So he's not going to get them, but Derbyshire are, because he had a swing and everybody missed it.
Edged.
Has he edged it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he should have been out. And he gets
Should have had
away-
everybody around the bat.
He gets away with it, and he's off the mark. 172 for 9 at the end of the over.
The slip was too wide. Should have been all around the bat. Actually, I don't think it was, to be fair. I think it was the bounce that did for the keeper in the slip, wasn't it? Because that really did turn and bounce.
It was the bounce that did for Pat Brown.
Now, Cornwell versus Moore. This could be fireworks. Roland Jones looks as though he's walking over to have a chat with Cornwell to say exactly that. And I'd imagine he'll be saying, white ball cricket, please. Put it onto the toes of Moore, because he's going to be swinging for you here.
I think he probably is.
Quite say wide Yorkers, but I'd be setting an offside field and saying, if you're going to miss off stump one way or the other, miss it wide outside off with the Yorker and set the field back, because they want to do this cheaply now, Middlesex. Cornwell's in, left arm over. They haven't done any of that, by the way. They've set an orthodox field, and he's cut him down to deep backward point and taken the single,
Yeah, I'm
which...
not sure about the single.
And I think he's running down the track now, thinking,
What have I just done?
what have I just done?
Yeah, what have I just done?
He almost didn't want to reach the non-strikers in there, did he? He was like, can I come back, please? Can I change my mind?
Pat Brown saying, look, I've got a strike rate of 400
Exactly.
here. What's your problem?
I don't think I've ever seen that, actually. Yeah, you reject a single. But have you ever seen one where a batter gets... Because he was about 3/4 of the way down there. And he was like, what have I just done?
Yeah.
And he's kind of looking at it like, oh, no.
Why?
Why did I just do that? I don't think I've ever seen it where it's like, actually, come back.
I wonder if you're allowed to call them back.
Well, if you haven't...
If you haven't
If the ball's
completed
live, you haven't...
single.
Yeah.
But to run the first one quickly, might have got back for the second anyway. The fielder fell over.
Here's Cornwell in bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, left alone by Brown, who plays in practice a cut shot. But yeah, it was probably all there for him to get back, because he almost didn't reach the other end. He was going so slowly. In the end, he'd stopped running and was just walking it to the non-strikers then with his head down, thinking, why have I done that? Why did I do that? 173 for 9. Oh, it's good fun cricket, isn't it?
Oh, it's
There's
brilliant.
always something going on, isn't
Brilliant.
there?
Absolutely brilliant. Sometimes I wish it would last a bit longer.
Here's Cornwell in bowls and turned around by that Brown, who has been batting for so long now and so experienced that he's just given us a little commentary. Yeah, but just saw what that did off the pitch there. He's done that hand movement that you see all the top order batters doing, and Brown's gone in and done it himself.
I don't think he knows what it means.
No.
But he's seen them doing it.
I don't know what that means, what he just
No,
did.
I don't.
He's got squared up by a length ball and he's just given the hand signal of, yeah, that's shaped.
But I love Pat.
2 slips in the gully and Cornwell's in, bowls down the leg side. He's looking for the Yorker with that one, wasn't he? Just dragged it down the leg side.
Some last week before the start of the game down at Northampton, where he wasn't in the 11, so he was 12th man. He was running drinks, and I said, "Oh, that's a shame." And he said, "Well, I didn't bowl very well at Sussex." I said, "I'm not bothered about your bowling. I just love watching you bat."
Oh, so you have seen him bat before?
Pat Brown?
Yeah, I thought you were saying you didn't know. You know that he can't bat.
Oh no,
but
he
you
can't.
haven't-
No,
Oh,
I've
okay.
seen him bat, and that's why I know that he can't.
I thought you were just going off his own quote. Here's
No.
Cornwell in bowls and Brown. What has he struck there? They've rejected the single as that
Bat.
deflects down to long leg. They were going up for it. Well, again, he got squared up by it, didn't he? But as you say, inside edge down. So I was wondering whether it was
A deflection off the pad down that way because Davies was getting excited.
What I will
Davies.
say is that he hasn't been dismissed in the county championship this season. 0 not out, 15 not out, 15 not out, 5 not out, 1 not out.
Is that because they don't let him get on strike? He's always at the other end. Right,
They're his innings this season. He doesn't have an average because he's not been out.
Here comes Pat. We better get on with it. Well, that's what it sounds like to me. Cornwell bowls. And that's going to be close. Very, very close. Height saves him, I think. Probably hit the back pad of that and quite high up. Forward defence, beating the inside edge. I think it beat the front pad as well, only to hit the back leg. And 173 for 9. That felt pretty sharp from Cornwell. I think he put an extra little bit into that.
Right, pitched outside leg.
Who goes to bowl? It's going to be Holman. And I think this over could...
Well, there's only 3 overs left till tea now.
Yeah, I think we could really see... Well, tea will be delayed, won't it, with 9 down?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
we've got an extra half an hour. If Brown can farm the strike for his 50. What does he do? Plod through 4 deliveries and take the single?
I hope you meant Moore, not Brown. Yeah, I think so. Did you?
Are you sure? Would you not like to see Brown's 50?
I think it would be a remarkable thing.
It'll happen one day.
I don't
Every
think
dog has its day.
I don't think it will. He has got a half century. That's his high score. His his high scores this season's 15. Moore, big swing and a miss from Harry Moore.
There's the answer.
Yeah. What is Moore's? No, not Moore. You fool. We know what Moore's high score is in first-class cricket.
What is it?
32 not out.
Oh.
It's only the 3rd time he's batted. Pat Brown's high score in first-class cricket is... where is it? I can't. Unless it's bowling, that's why I can't find it there. It's 15 not out. The next delivery has been launched down the ground. He's going to be caught out at long off. He is caught out at long off. That was a fairly comfortable catch for the skipper, Toby Rowland-Jones. And Harry Moore goes for 32. That will be tea, I fancy. He is dismissed for 32 off 56 balls. And Derbyshire 174 all out in 61 overs and 1 ball. 5 wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones. Holman picks up his 2nd. He now has 2 for 12. Finishes with 2 for 12. 1 for 39 for Ryan Higgins. 2 for 27 for Ethan Bamber. Poor old Noah Cornwell finishing with 0 for 46 off 11. The applause is for Harry Moore's high score in first-class cricket, which is 32. Pat Brown finishes on 4 not out and still doesn't have an average. That will be tea. Confirmation from the scorers next door. So we'll be back in 20 minutes' time with Middlesex replying to 173. Welcome back. It's the evening session, 34 overs,
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Everybody else as well.
34 overs. And here comes Zach Chappell bowling to Sam Robson with 3 slips in place, and the ball is pushed out into the offside. And there is no run. So Derbyshire 173 all out. And 2 overs more than we would normally have in the evening session. The sun now beating into our commentary box, which is not ideal.
Oh, yeah. You get a bit of a reflection off the desk here, don't you?
Yeah.
We've got a blanket in the car. We must have a blanket.
Blanket.
That's what they put down at Lord's, isn't it, on the for reflective desks?
This one is clipped straight to Alex Thompson and out. And the first wicket falls. Robson goes for naught. Zach Chappell strikes. And Middlesex, this game never ceases to amaze. A 0 for 1.
Well, we did say, what will Middlesex do? Reverse the order, perhaps, against this new ball. I mean, Robson's just chipped it up to mid-on as softly as you can imagine. Mark Stoneman's coming all the way down to look at the spot where that ball pitched. I mean, it was so full that in Robson's mind, you couldn't imagine something would go wrong. Look at where he's prodding. I mean, it would have been pretty much where his front toe was. But the point being, we heard the phrase used at lunch, didn't we? Two pastes. I don't know if that quite perfectly describes it, the up and down nature of the bounce. Maybe that is because of the two-paced nature of the pitch. But that's another one that would suggest that the ball's not coming onto the bat as the batters would like, but equally the seam movement. We've seen that extra bounce. We've seen ones keeping low. And Robson's just threw a shot too early there. He's dollied one up, whether it's just an extra bit of bounce, but it was so full that you wouldn't expect that anything but for the ball to come sweetly onto the bat on that length. It didn't, and Robson falls for as soft a catch as you can imagine, pretty much, from an opening bat at the beginning of an innings. So he makes his way off, 0 for 1.
I think Derbyshire needed to strike early, but they also needed to strike early with a wicket that was caused by the pitch as much as anything to put the doubt in the batters' minds. There's the lucky hands. There are the lucky hands from Zach Chappell. We were talking about that this morning. On the outfield at Northampton, he raised his arms in a couple of overs. So I asked him on breakfast this morning, I said, what's that? He said, well, it's the lucky arms. He said, they don't work. And he's just walked back to his mark, looking straight up into the commentary box with the lucky arms. Thank you, Zach. I had a bit of cake at tea, and some of it went down the windpipe.
Where did you get that from? He didn't save me any, folks.
No, there wasn't any.
Where did it come from?
Jane again. Chappell into ball to Max Holden, who has a go at that one outside the off. That was a quick delivery as well, by the way, from Zach Chappell.
I said this man would be a handful on this pitch.
I think Harry Moore could be as well. Bowled beautifully last week.
It's just the experience of
Harry
Chappell.
Moore.
You just think, his age, he's at his peak.
Peak of his powers.
Everything that Toby Rowland-Jones is and was in this innings, you'd expect Chappell to be the same now. But also, it took Middlesex a session to get going today. And Derbyshire know they
have to get going from the start, don't
Yeah.
they? Chappell's in again, Holden on the walk, pushes the ball out into the offside, scrambles through to the non-striker's end. That's the best place to play the ball, it would strike me. Thompson, it was a pretty decent catch as well from Alex Thompson.
he had work to do.
At mid-on. Try and squeeze what's happened today into 20 seconds at 4 o'clock might be a challenge. We'll give it a go. Stoneman with 3 slips and a gully. Chappell is in and bowls to him, and he drives that away for 4 runs. That wasn't too far away from the man at Gully. I was going to say it's an Aaron Donald, but it's not. It's Pat Brown. It wasn't too far away from him at all as it flashed down to a very wide third man area. And Middlesex are 5 for 1. Don't forget, Derbyshire started off really quickly and then slowed down considerably and then started losing wickets. After that ball was changed, 112 for 2. I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not. I doubt it, but you never know. Here's Chappell. Final ball of the first over of the Middlesex innings. He's in, bowls to Stoneman. That one's down the leg side, nicely taken by Brooke Guest, diving away to his left. Zach Chappell, a wicket in his first over. Middlesex are 5 for 1, 4 to Stoneman, 1 to Holden. And it's time for 17-year-old Harry Moore.
Yes. Cometh the hour, cometh the boy.
He's a good one. Really good temperament.
Well, they saw Bailey go through them at Lord's last week. Let me give you Bailey's exact age.
The ball for the City end, Harry Moore.
And that's what did for Middlesex. And, well, there's a job to do here. 5 for 1. And he saw that aggressive approach of Stoneman there. He's not going to die wondering, I don't think. He'll get on with it. Holden, I think, will try to play the role that the man he idolised really modelled himself on, he told me, as a boy, Alistair Cook. And in comes the 17-year-old and fizzes it straight past his edge. Former England under-19 captain Holden. England Lion as well. Down the track he goes to prod away on a surface. That was quick.
Current England under-19 international Harry Moore at 17 and 100 and something days.
That was quick.
That was quick. He is sharp.
Perfect line and length. Fizzed it through.
I don't know what the exact limitations are on 17-year-old bowlers, though. I think there are limitations.
He's only allowed to take 7. 3 slips a gully and a short leg as he's in bowls, and Holden gets right in behind this one. I'll tell you what, that pace, that height, and what we've seen the track do so far today, you're going to have to be brave on this. You're going to have to get in line. You're going to have to wear a few, I'd reckon. Stoneman at the other end, I think he'll look at it the other way. He'll say, I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. Let's get on with it. He'll go toe-to-toe with him. I mean, he grew up as a young man on some pretty tricky and testing Chestley Street tracks, didn't he?
Yes.
Off goes Moore again. Balls and good line, good length. Push to point, there's no run. He's been on the spot all 3 deliveries so far, Moore. That's pretty much all he has to do, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting that because his first spell in first-class cricket was 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 9 at Northampton. And while he didn't get the wickets in the first innings that his bowling probably deserved, the first spell in the second innings, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. So he's a destructive bowler. Harry Moore.
3 slips, gully, short leg. Moore in bowls, a lifting ball and swaying inside that one. Oh, well, look, there's the first one for Guests.
Yeah.
Holden's let that pass at chest height, and Guest has had to roll to one side, realising he's going to wear it somewhere because the ball's going to bounce before hitting him. Before hitting the gloves. He's managed to stop it, get something behind it. Stoneman's come down to offer an awful lot of advice to Holden.
17 years and 144 days, Harry Moore.
Turning again, he's a fine figure of a man, he really is. Charges in at some pace, and there goes that ball again. Goodness me, where have they found this fella from?
He's been there all the time, coming through the ranks.
He's a local lad?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, as is Yusuf bin Naeem, who was in the squad. He's another one. They both signed their first pro contracts this season.
I tell you what, cricket's in a mess in this country, isn't it? We need to change we need to change the whole thing.
Nobody's playing it anymore.
There's some really exciting talent coming through. Although they'll tell us that's thanks to the 100.
Yes, I think this lad might have watched a game or two, but
Off he goes. He's a strapping young man as he bowls now, just full of length, and Holden's forward, pushing into the offside, no run. So last week, Archie Bailey, in the Middlesex first innings, he had Holden dropped with his first ball in first-class cricket. And then second innings, he picked up 4 for 30, as Middlesex was skittled for 165. He's 19 years of age. 19 and 81 days, Northamptonshire born Archie Bailey, who, well, he's quite simply ancient compared to Moore, isn't he? Gloucestershire chased 236 for 6 to win that game as Middlesex slipped from 122 for 2 to 165 all out. And there, I'm afraid, may well have gone their Championship Division 2 promotion hopes.
absolutely. Zach Chappell bowling to Stoneman. He's in now. Stoneman dabs it down. Backward a square on the offside. Fielded by Pat Brown. No run. don't want to miss the 4 o'clock.
Tune in, folks.
I don't want to hear level 42 either necessarily. So
Oh, what did they sing? Not very well.
I can't remember what this one was called.
Why don't you want to hear them?
No, it was perfectly all right. But from the Isle of Wight, here is Zach Chappell. Bowls and Stoneman whips this into the leg side. That'll be 4.
That's how Stoneman will play it. If he sees anything even marginally short of a length, it's going to go in that fashion.
And it just whipped away very wristily out towards the mid-wicket boundary.
I mean, that for me is a mark of a man who grew up playing on Chesley Street. He knows, right, driving at it, it's going to be moving about all over the place. And similarly, you try and defend that, there's every chance that ball's going to take
Just
high
do
up the shoulder of the bat.
Yeah, do something.
So if you see anything just a fraction short of a length, especially if it's someone like Zach Chappell. Now, the interesting thing is the ones that kept low and picked up the LBWs earlier.
Chappell is in, bowls full, and that one is a cutaway, driven square on the offside. Morley diving to his left, does the fielding.
Yorkshire still 5 down, and Sussex still 1 down.
Yes, it's not looking great, is it? From a Middlesex perspective, Leicestershire roll out for 203.
James Harris century. Somerset 65 for 4.
Chappell in bowls. That one is defended by Stoneman straight back to him.
Where are the final round of fixtures, actually? Let's have a look. They begin a week Thursday, don't they?
They do.
Thursday 26th, is that right?
Yeah.
So we play to the 29th of September this year.
Yeah.
Is that the latest finish ever?
Not sure, Griffith.
It must be close.
Griff would be able to tell us.
Well, it's
I'm
only
sure.
2 days shy of October, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they've ever played in October.
No, we've never hit October. I don't ever remember us hitting the last day of September before.
There's Chappell into bowl to Stoneman, who drives, and just for a moment I thought he was going straight to Alex Thompson. He's got a bit of a chase on here. He will get to the ball because it will stop before it reaches the boundary. They've gone through for 2. Stoneman moves to 10, 11 for 1.
It's got the feeling of a Stoneman special here. However, that will require an awful lot of luck because you're not going to middle everything on this surface. There's too much in it for the seamers that you're going to come out and dominate the attack. You might come out and score a lot of runs quickly, but there'll be a little element of luck involved there as well, I'd suggest. We've already seen very much attacking intent from him.
No question. 3 slips and a gully. Chappell bowls, and this one is driven for 4. That was there to be driven. He's furious with himself. It's Zach Chappell. He kicks the ground in disgust. Stoneman moves to 14. It's 15 for 1 after 3.
And therein lies the Derbyshire challenge, which is where Middlesex, for me, got it slightly wrong this morning. Don't get carried away.
Yeah.
Just keep hitting the top, and not even the top, as we said, it's almost 2/3 of the way up, middle and off, because there's enough bounce in there that ball's going to get up. So we shall see. We can welcome listeners to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra to join us on what's been an extraordinary day here, really. 11 wickets, and we've still got the best part of a session to go. But if you were just tuning in a few moments ago, you'll have heard me remarking on a Stoneman special, and that being because of the extra bounce that we've seen today. And then again, there's been a couple here and there that have grubbed through. But 11 wickets, Fletch. And it's a pitch, the way it's played so far, that you wouldn't particularly imagine will be here Friday.
No, I'm not sure we'll be here Thursday, if I'm entirely honest with you.
I didn't want to get you in trouble with the ground staff and go that far.
Not for much of it, anyway.
Moore's in, bowls, and look at that. Fizz through to the chest of the keeper. Now, in his last over, he bowled to Holden, who left one alone that went flying past him at shoulder height and guessed the keeper had to just avert his eyes as the ball dipped down in front of him. This one goes through at chest height and flies up and is taken up around head height. Jack Davies, the Middlesex wicket-keeper, he wore so many on the wrist today. It was actually excruciating just to watch. It was painful for the glovesman. The up and down bounce that we've seen today here has caused a lot of problem for the keepers. As here's Moore in bowls, and Holden leaves alone one that goes through. Good pace, good carry. Extraordinary pace for a 17-year-old, this, and the height that he's at as well.
Yes, he's just a child. I've got at least 3 T-shirts older than him. I reckon.
Oh, that's a dreadful thought. Only 3? 17?
Yeah, I didn't tell you about the underwear, did I?
No, I could smell that.
Been on a boil one.
I was watching an old Father Ted the other day, and what was it Father Jack? He goes, Moore is in, bowls, and that ball's dabbed into the offside by Holden, tentatively forward, but nicely played, though. He played it with some confidence and assurance, but tentative is the approach you've got to be on this surface. If you go plunging forward, you could, well, as they say, eat one, because there is that extra bounce, and Stoneman now faces up to Moore for the first time by my reckoning.
I think so.
And he's already produced that combative style that he has, 14 from 8.
They've put Alex Thompson out on the mid-wicket boundary. The boundaries are quite short here for this one.
He will, if he sees anything even marginally short, he will decide to go after it. It will just get pushed out to, well, he'll be targeting mid-wicket. If he top edges it, then that's where the square leg is well positioned. In comes Moore. Over the wicket he bowls, it's fast, it's short, and it's cut away for 4 by Stoneman. He moves to 18, 20 for 1. They mustn't go toe-to-toe here with Stoneman. They've just got to put it on that off stump. This is the mistake that Middlesex made this morning. Only 2 down for 100 in the morning session. Then 6 wickets falling for 3 runs just after lunch as Middlesex got it right. And in particular, that man, Toby Rowland-Jones. Almost the perfect pitch for Rowland-Jones, as it is for Chappell. And it should be as well for Moore. But 17 years of age, Stoneman will be double his age.
That's mad.
At least, indeed. 3 slips in a gully, crouched down as Stoneman leaves alone outside the off stump. Good line and length from Moore. Angled across the left-hander. It's a fascinating day here, which started with, well, one batter got into a 50, but the rest all struggled to get into, let alone out of the 20s.
Harry Moore's 32, the second highest score, coming in at number 9.
Harry came, his 50, he dug in well for that, to be fair. I don't remember him offering a chance.
Might have been out LBW.
There was a very good shout early on, yes. Here's Moore past the umpire. He bowls short of a length and through to the keeper it goes, and Stoneman will almost be kicking himself. There you go. He replays a cut shot at it, but I think in his mind equally, that perhaps deep square put him off. He's thinking, if it goes there, I don't want to get out nicking that through to second or third. If I get out top edge in that, or cutting it, fine. I'm going to attack the short ball. We've seen that a lot from Stoneman this year, and he replays the shot now in his mind and discusses it at length with Holden. They nudge gloves. Middlesex must win this game. If they don't, then it's pretty much over for their promotion hopes. Yorkshire away at Glamorgan. And, well, last week Middlesex were looking at it thinking maybe they could go to Derbyshire and win and there'd be rain in Cardiff for 4 days. But I'm afraid to say it's going to be 4 glorious days this week, we understand, mostly across the country. So it's over to Glamorgan to do something to upset Yorkshire there and keep Middlesex alive and kicking. As here's Chappell in, around the wicket, he bowls to Holden, a lifting ball through to the keeper, and that's unplayable. Absolutely unplayable. Gorgeous delivery around the wicket, seams away from the left-hander, pace, plenty of bounce. Stoneman comes down to talk to Holden. He's a chatter, Stoneman. No 2 ways about that, never short of a word, a quip. He's a very combative player. Former England opener, Holden, former England under-19 captain and England Lion. Aspirations, of course, one day of playing for England. Chappell's in, bowls, and forward he goes, defending this one into the offside, but this is the kind of challenge he would face if he ever wanted to step up, Chappell. Certainly is a man who's been regarded as a potential England bowler. Plenty of challenge there at the moment, though. And similarly, Moore at the other end. Well, even in just a couple of overs here, you'd be very surprised if that 17-year-old at 6 foot goodness knows what on that pace doesn't go on to play for England. Quite an exciting find, it would appear, for Derbyshire. Arguably one of their most exciting finds since I'd suggest possibly Dominic Cork, because here's Chappell in, bowls, and an open face from Holden. Drives that one in front of point. That's another lovely shot. Holden's first boundary, leans into it, just over pitched from Chappell. He kicked the dirt at the end of the last over where he served up a half volley to Stoneman that was put away for 4. That similarly so was right up there. 24 for 1. Fletcher, would that be fair comment? Moore would have been the most exciting find since Cork.
Certainly already being discussed in high circles. He's not on the England programme already anyway, but being in the England under-19 squad, was supposed to be in that squad for the Tri-Nations series with Scotland and Ireland, but was withdrawn so he could make his first-class debut last week.
Chapel, 3 slips in a gully. He's around the wicket, and the left-handed Holden leaves alone a length ball just outside off. That's where Chapel's got to stay, just on that spot. Don't get involved in it. Don't get carried away. Middlesex, for me, did that this morning. They were cut, they were hooked, they were pulled. It was mainly cuts, really, wasn't it? They were long hops outside off, just a little bit too excited with the bounce.
It's going to be fascinating to see when they introduce Pat Brown, who is the third of the quicks, whose natural length is back of a length, because he's a white ball bowler predominantly and always has been.
Chapel, and again bowls, and Holden defends this one into the onside. Want to go Chapel's third over. But yeah, Yorkshire 261 for 5 at Cardiff, where Glamorgan won the toss this morning. 3 wickets for Gorvin, who's skiddy young bowler. Looks as though he's a decent find for Glamorgan. Quite short in height. It's quite striking. You see him going. He's got almost a Mark Wood run in terms of the speed of him, but he's a pretty diminutive medium pacer.
Let it go, Kev.
His Chapel bowls to hold and drops a single into the offside just in front of mid-off. 24 for 1. Am I digging myself a hole, Fletch?
No, you're all right.
Vertically challenged, Corvin. 3 for 49 he's got, but Hill 45 and Best 29. Or are you saying I'm suggesting the skiddy young bowler can go through Yorkshire twice and Middlesex is still alive?
I just don't think you should put yourself through it. I just don't think you should put yourself
On that note, Sussex are 54 for 1 in reply to Gloucester's 109. They're pretty much gone and up to Division 1.
You would say so.
Middlesex travel to Hove next week, though. So, to some extent, Middlesex would like Sussex promoted this week, so that they're perhaps
catch Yorkshire.
A little jolly next week.
Here's Harry Moore, his third over. 5 runs conceded only so far. Make that 9 as on the back foot. Holden just cuts him away out to the cover boundary. That was a nice shot. Too short from Moore.
They're making Middlesex's mistake of this morning, aren't they?
They are. Pitch it up. Let it do what it's going to do on this pitch, which is interesting.
You may well rattle through them, but not on that length on this pitch. Middlesex got a bit, I think, carried away with it this morning when the ball started to bounce, then an odd one kept low. Enough seam movement. Not much swing today. Green top here at Derby.
As Moore is in again, and Holden this time just turns it into the leg side, inside half of the bat. It'll be fielded by Alex Thompson, and they stick to 1. As Thompson gets there, just ahead of Zach Chappell. It's already starting to look a little stiff. 30 for 1.
Oh, what is that about say it and it shall happen? Was that Confucius? 65 for 2.
You better ask Zach. He knows more about Confucius than I do.
Zach Chappell, Mike dropping an interview with Dave Fletcher last week with a Confucius quote.
Those who think they can,
Certainly.
those who think they can't are both right.
Certainly confused me. 65 for 2, Sussex, in reply to Gloucestershire's 109. The second wicket is that of Clark, gone for 21.
Moore is in and bowls to Stoneman, who just guides that out into the offside. It's fielded by Pat Brown.
It's a long chat with Chappell down there, and I think they're saying...
It's Ajmal Shahzad, the bowling coach.
I think it's quite simple what he's saying.
Yeah.
Pitch it up.
Ajmal Shahzad and Ben Smith, who's the batting coach, doing a lap down below us.
The fact the bowling coach is there already having a long chat with Chappell suggests they just need a slight tweak here, don't they?
Yeah. They ought to have already spoken to Harry Moore, who's coming in from the city end here at the county ground in Derby. Bowls to Stoneman, who pushes that up towards mid-on, where Lewis Rees will do the fielding.
I thought Nottingham was that way.
Didn't make any sense, Kevin. You just said Nottingham to be unpleasant. No need.
I did not know that it was a city.
Well, Derby
Yeah.
made a city in 1977 in the Queen's Silver Jubilee.
Where's the cathedral?
In the town centre, in the city centre. Oh dear. Here's Moore. In bowls to Stoneman, who pushes that one out square on the offside, where it's fielded by Pat Brown, and there's no run. Yeah, 1977. It is a very small city, I'll give you that. But it is a city, nonetheless.
I think it's always just because You've got Derbyshire County Cricket Club here. The football club is called Derby County.
Well,
I think that's just why
there's a very good reason for that. Because they were originally, they wanted to call them Derbyshire County Football Club, but the Derbyshire County FA wouldn't allow it, which is why the Derby County used to play here at the back. Moore is in at balls. That one is, well, hoiked into the leg side by Stone. He'll only get a single, I think. Oh, it's a misfield by Alex Thompson out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Won't be very happy with that. And they do get back for 2. Stumner moves to 20. Holden has 12, 32 for 1 after 6 overs. 28 to go in the day. Middlesex 141 behind. Derbyshire not desperate for wickets yet, but starting to get that way. And Zach Chappell, let's see if he's taken heed of the advice he's just been given by Ajmal Shahzad, the Derbyshire bowling coach, who, as Kevin said, was in a fairly lengthy discussion with him.
No, I'm being silly and being mischievous, only because it never really struck me. Because all 20 years coming here calling it the City End, it only just struck me.
Yeah.
It's a city.
Right,
If you think of Derby County, the football club, Derbyshire County Cricket Club here,
Yeah.
I just never ever referred to Derby as a city before, but of course it is. Here's Chappell around the wickets, full of new instructions. Full straight, edged and wide of gully. Just fine of gully indeed. Cry of anguish, I think, from Chappell, certainly from somebody. It must have been Chappell. 2 slips in a gully. I think it would have been in between third and gully. It would have only been a fourth.
I think third slip would have gobbled that up.
You think they'd been wide enough?
They always go to this, it seems to me. They always go to 2 slips and a gully. And they go to it quite early. And I'm not sure that that's it. Well, it hasn't proved to
Look
be
at the
such
grimace.
a good policy.
Grimace on the face of Chappell down there. But that's exactly where he's got to bowl it. That was 2/3 of the way off stump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is what we've been saying. It's not even top of off stump, this pitch. Just get it there. 2/3 of off stump. You might still be getting the shoulder of the bat. As in comes Chappell, he bowls, and this is leg side and turned away. I thought he had more of it than he did. Just a single wide of mid-on. Holden moves to 17. It feels gripping at the moment because of the 6 for 3 that Middlesex claimed earlier this afternoon when they found the right spot, and all of a sudden there was nowhere to go. Nowhere to go at all for the Derbyshire batters at that point. Similarly, if Chappell and Moore get it right here, then you could see a similar tumble at the top for Middlesex in what is a must-win match now after their defeat to Gloucestershire last week. Gloucestershire doing Middlesex no favours this week at Bristol against Sussex as his Chappell bowls up on his toes. Stoneman drops a single just in front of mid-wicket, and he moves to 21 from 16. So, yeah, 67 for 2 in reply to 109 by Gloucestershire. Yorkshire 267 for 5. Having been put in by Glamorgan in Division 1. Durham 216 for 6. That's Surrey. While Somerset 65 for 4 at Lancashire. We're all out today for 140. What a game that's been.
We don't have to be on our best behaviour anymore.
Is he gone?
He's gone.
Ah. Here's Chappell. Which way is Nottingham? Outside the off stump. Holds and leaves alone. Through to the keeper it goes.
The team that plays in Nottingham, but they're playing in Canterbury at the moment, at 277 for 3, having been put into bat by Kent. Ben Slater still there, 149 not out of 200 deliveries with 21 fours, the former Derbyshire opener. He's a long time former Derbyshire opener. Somerset 65 for 4 against Lancashire. So Lancashire in battling hard there. 2 wickets for George Balderson.
Around the wicket comes Chappell. Defence from Holden into the onside field at mid-wicket.
They're fighting back quite nicely because earlier on Andrew Mead was out for a duck. Archie Vaughan made 21, Tom Lammonby 36. And since then, Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 3 has also been dismissed. Tom Abel and James Vrew are still in single figures as well.
Chappell in bowls, and Holden pushes away into the offside. There's no run.
He's found the length now, Zach Chappell, because that was much, much better from a Derbyshire perspective. To finish the over at 38 for 1. They're rattling along at more than 5 and over. 5.5, I would suggest it is closer to. In fact, it's close to 5.7 according to my computer. And not quite approaching the end of the opening spells from the 2 out-and-out quicks, Chappell and Moore. It'll be interesting to see how David Lloyd works his bowlers around. 2 slips and a gully still. As Moore is in and bowls to Stoneman, who cuts but doesn't make contact with it. And Morley fields a backward point. Just a little bit short there, Harry Moore. Henry Moore's the sculptor. Harry Moore's the quick bowler. It's all fairly straightforward. Jack Morley's the left arm spinner. Harry Morley's my lad's mate. Which is why I get that mixed up a lot. Here comes Moore. That's a better length, but it's pulled around the corner for 4 runs by Stoneman. Thought that length was okay. Perhaps the line was completely wrong.
Well, anything short, and especially from that height, Stoneman. We've just seen more. I don't know where he's always played this way, but certainly I feel as though I've seen more and more of it in the last 2 seasons. If it's a fraction short, he is going to absolutely go after it, and even on a length. Right arm over to the left-hander, a length ball's probably not pitching in line. It to be a little bit fuller than a length. Let's get him LBW. So if it pitches on line and leg on a length, it's probably missing the top of the off, angling across. So I think he works out that he goes after that one.
Stoneman waits his next delivery from Moore. Whoa, oh dear, that is smashed out to the extra cover boundary for 4.
Nadal would have been proud of that.
Absolutely, flat batted out towards extra cover. And Pat Brown, this is good, I like this. Pat Brown, with all the experience in the world, well, not quite, but in white ball cricket, certainly, not necessarily in red, has just gone up and had a little word with Harry Moore to say, come on. Again, the reason that you're in this side is because you are good. And then Brown starts to warm up, just started to windmill his arms. Lewis Rees is also warming up. And here comes Moore again, bowls to Stoneman, who defends this one out into the offside. Pat Brown runs over the ball, and it's picked up by Harry Kame.
Proper forehand smash down the line that was from
an
Stoneman.
astonishing shot.
I think he's just to the mindset, if it's in my half, I'll try and defend it. If it's in yours, it's gone.
Yeah.
And obviously, if it's a full, if it's full of length, then he's driven those away as well. But
he's got 29 off 20. The partnership 46 off 44. And in comes Moore again and bowls. That's a fuller length delivery, and it's driven by Stoneman back down the track. Moore almost stops it in his follow through, but not quite. Harry Kame comes around to do the fielding.
Stoneman was nearly statuesque to Moore there, wasn't he?
Very good.
Thank you. But he was. When he leant forward and just watched that one back to see where it went, he held the position on the front foot drive, just held it and looked, didn't he? Stoneman as well kind of worked. Here's Moore.
Oh dear, oh dear. 46 for 1. Final ball of Moore's 4th over is driven but not timed up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on. He went for another big swing there. He's almost driving and stopping, like check drives, aren't they, as much as anything. He's not going right through.
Yeah. It's a jab, isn't it? A punch.
Yeah. I thought we were going to see Pat Brown, but we're going to see another one from Zach Chappell by the look of it.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason to take Chappell off for me now would be almost to change ends. I think he's too good a bowler to
run into the ground.
No, to take off at the moment. I think it's got to be worth Chappell. In 2 overs, he could still have another 3 wickets, couldn't he?
Absolutely.
Around the wicket he goes. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls a lifting ball. There you go. I mean, look, he's bowled one that's simply unplayable. That was a beaut as well to Holden.
He's rolled his fingers over that one. That'll be my guess. And it will be a guess. Lewis Rees going through his bowling action at mid-on with the floppy sun hat on.
He'll be useful on this, won't he? Left armour on a length, bit of bite.
Yeah, and he'll roll his fingers as well, I would have thought. Rees. Not the pace of the openers.
Chappell bowls onto the legs, just defended by Holman watchfully. That was almost the Robson downfall there, wasn't it? Robson too early in his innings. It was one of his favoured shots. An on drive, a clip through mid-wicket. Oh, thanks very much. And boop, just too early in the innings for it, wasn't it? He needed to just dig that one out, just flat bat it back.
I just wonder about a bit of off spin with the 2 left-handers.
Well, they're fancying some turn on it. There's certainly been seam, and if it seems, it usually spins, doesn't it? So we shall see. Chapel in bowls and on the back foot again. Holden just keeping that bat face fully open, defending it into the onside. And yeah, Robson, I'm sure they probably both went out with the mindset, we need to be positive. And Stoneman's shown that. And Robson, second ball, got one of his favourite scoring areas, particularly on the front foot. Was clipping away through mid-wicket, and he instead had the ball stop on him and he clipped it to mid-on. Only just carried, but the error was made as Chappell's in, bowls, and that's a lovely open face from Holden, just dabbing forward into the offside. 46 for 1. When he's in defence like that, you can see how he said he set up his game to completely copy Sir Alistair Cook. That was very much a Cook defensive prod into the offside.
How warm is it?
I was just about to say I'm melting here. How do we counter this?
I could open this side of the window.
Can we sit outside under that leak? Just here's a length ball once more from Chappell around the wicket to Holden. He dabs this one back. 46 for 1. Oh, have we got aircon? We'll have to shut the windows then, won't we, for the aircon to work? Can't shut the windows because of the effects, Mike. Oh, what was that about? A quick game? 2-3, 2-3. Chappell. And the wickety bowls. Good leave by Holden, just outside off. Good pace, good bounce, good carry again. And that's the one thing, actually, I'd probably say they've extracted more pace and bounce and more carry. They're quicker, though, aren't they, these two, than Middlesex's opening pair of Roland Jones and Higgins, and even Bamber and Cornwall. I think Brooks and Helm, we saw that quite early on, didn't we, that they may well have had a field day on this. But again, the one who would probably have had the best day of all was Middlesex bowling coach Tim Murtagh. 46 for 1. Holden has 17. Stoneman has 29, and this is a partnership of 46. Was poor old Sam Robson, who was out first ball of the match against Gloucestershire, was out second ball of this innings.
Change of bowling as Lewis Rees, excuse me, comes on from the City end, in conversation at the moment with his skipper David Lloyd, just to see where everybody should be going. You'd have thought no, but anyway, I'd be interested to see.
What was the cake you got at tea? Was it the apple?
Yeah, Jane's apple.
Jane's apple. Oh.
Yeah.
You haven't even touched my muffins yet today.
I'm trying to avoid it.
The cakes are at the back as well.
Yes, that's what worries me. Just the two slips now. There's a man in close to extra cover as Lewis Rees' left arm comes in, and that one's lifted into the air, but shy of the man out on the mid-wicket boundary. Alex Thompson, not too far shy of him now. Stoneman pulling the ball into the leg side and moving on to 30, 47 for 1. Just 126 runs to play with here, Derbyshire.
It's fair old tactic, isn't it? I mean, all of his runs must have come square of the wicket. We had those cuts, the hooks and pulls. Can't really think of anything. Oh, there was 2 drives, wasn't it, that he got away? Oh, there was the edge through slip.
Rees is in again. That one's clipped into the leg side. More work for the men out there in the deep. This time it's Zach Chappell who does the fielding and just about manages to find Brooke Guest, the wicket keeper. But yeah, they've got 2 slips, a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. And then it's a mid-on, who is Harry Moore, and then a mid-wicket on the boundary, and a deep backward square leg on the boundary. I'm not sure that Lewis Rees will bounce anybody. He's in now and bowls, and that one is pushed by Stoneman up towards Moore at mid-on. And there is no run. 24 and a half overs left in the day. Remember, we start at 10:30 in September. And if we ever do play in October, I assume we'd start at 10 o'clock. It's only a matter of time, you would have thought, before that happens. Certainly hope not. It doesn't look easy going, particularly down at Bristol. As this next delivery whicked into the legs. Oh, 4 runs in between the two fielders out there. He didn't move. No, he didn't move at all, Alex Thompson. We saw that happen to Josh DeCaires earlier on, didn't we?
And no one believed him, did they? They all looked at him like, come on, Josh.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
You're just saying that because you didn't move.
Yeah.
Alex Thompson straight away said he didn't see it out the mid-wicket boundary. The sun is behind him, but it is really bright here at the county ground.
Lancashire.
What are they doing now?
Got Somerset 75 for 5.
Oh, come on, Lancashire, sort yourselves out.
You know you want a trip to
Nottingham. This one is pulled into the leg side. That's 4 more. This one's pulled very straight by Stoneman out towards the East Midlands demolition stand, and Derbyshire letting it get away here. 56 for 1.
I thought you made that up. The East Midlands demolition stand. Is that the stand that they say, look, come on, you need this rebuilding, we'll demolish it for you?
I'm the only one who think who calls it that, but in the same way that's the permanent temporary stand. That isn't what it's called, but
because if there is one stand that's next to be demolished and rebuilt, it's that one.
You'd say so, wouldn't you?
And it's got East Midlands demolition all across. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
Always has been. They've always sponsored that stand since I've been covering Derbyshire, certainly. And for that, they deserve a mention. Here is Rees in again. That one's slower and wider. And Stoneman goes after it, and it's missed by the Middlesex opener. 56-1 at the end of the over. 10 runs from that one from Lewis Rees.
Bizarrely, East Midlands Demolition is positioned right next to Moorhead Excavations, because apparently those two companies had a fair old falling out a few years ago, but we shan't dig that up now.
Very good.
Thank you.
You look at the M on the Moorhead Excavations and the M on the East Midlands Demolition, and it suggests to me that it's the same company.
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story or a bad joke. You can see they actually overlap the advertising boards, don't they? But
yeah.
You demolish it and we'll excavate it.
You knock it down, we'll build it.
Yeah.
Funny old game. Derbyshire need
bit
to
like
do
the ECB's approach to cricket, isn't it?
Very good. Derbyshire need to do something here.
They need to bowl at middle and off, don't they? I mean, what did we say? It took Middlesex a session to work it out, really, but as soon as Middlesex started putting that ball 2/3 of the way up middle and off, it's a club length, isn't it? Chappell's in, bowls, club length, just outside the off stump, though. We talked about it as well. There's no use bowling at the channel.
No.
Because if you're slightly off on that channel, they will go after you.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're in the channel, they'll leave it. If you're slightly off, they'll go after you. But put it on the stumps, and there's no runs to be scored. And there's a fair old few. You're not going to wear it on the gloves in the channel, are you? And that's where Middlesex got it right after lunch. All of a sudden, batters were wearing them on the gloves because they couldn't get forward to that line and that length. There's Chappell around the wicket again, bowls to Holden. It's left alone outside the off stump. I wonder, is he just having a slight problem here, finding a line and finding a length against the left-handers? He's around the wicket to them. And it maybe has the feeling, this pitch, against a left-hander for Chappell, that he would be better over the wicket, where he'd be bowling a line where he'd be trying to relentlessly pitch it on off stump on a slightly fuller length. And if it climbs, if it moves, there's trouble.
George Hill's got a half century for Yorkshire. 268 for 5.
Chappell in again, bowls outside the off stump. He's using up a lot of energy here, isn't he?
He is, for very little gain.
There was a grunt in that one. 1 for 26 from 5.3. Middlesex will be delighted with this start. 56 for 1. They trail by 117.
You can't have much more left in him either. It is warm out there. The sun is beating down.
We're broken in here, aren't we?
I can feel some benefit from the aircon, though.
Oh, good for you. Chappell in bowls and dab into the onside from Holden. It feels as though Holden here against Chappell has a method. And that method is right arm around to the left-hander. Look, I can see it. If this is coming into my chest, I'm just going to get up and over the top of it. For me, there's only a very small margin of dismissal here for Chappell to Holden on the top of off. Now, on a pitch where you're not getting much from it, you just bowl at the top of off and wait for batter mistake, don't you? They're not going to score off that length. But where you are hunting wickets, here we go, he's right arm over. He's got an earpiece in Fletch. In he comes, bowls, just full of a length, but it's angled across and left alone. Now, if that pitch is a fraction Fuller on the leg stump. Holden's got to play at it, and any sort of movement or indifference in bounce, and there could be trouble. All modes of dismissal back into play now he's over the wicket. And on a pitch where wickets are there to be had, you don't want to limit the number of wicket-taking options you've got, which around the wicket to the left-hander you do. It's the modern way, isn't it? Around the wicket early on to the left-hander, which I do understand, but not on this pitch. Here's Chappell, right arm over, he's in, bowls, and Holden rides that one nicely. It's very full delivery. Pretty much where he wants to be. Keep it there or thereabouts. Holden just manages to angle the bat, soft hands, and it's along the floor to gully. 56 for 1. Holden has 18. Stoneman has 38. We have a fair old match on our hands here. There are 23 overs remaining tonight. Middlesex trail by 117.
Yeah, that's about an hour and a half's worth of cricket. There or thereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
Which will take us close to 6 o'clock. Fairly sure Middlesex's over rate when it finished was +1. So they're not in any danger of losing any points. Lewis Rees to continue from the City end. It's tumbling at Wantage Road as well as Rees is in, and he's bowling short and wide, and it's just carved away by Stoneman for 4 runs to backward point. He moves to 42. It's 60 for 1. Now Middlesex, we're taking this Derbyshire bowling attack apart at the moment because they're not bowling in the right places. Leicestershire were all out for 203. Northamptonshire already 54 for 2 after 12 overs. There's no such thing as 2 and over anymore to start with in Championship cricket. It just doesn't happen. In comes Rees again and bowls. That's better. Pushed out to the offside by Stoneman, fielded by Aaron Donald. And there is no run. Still Ben Slater bats on. 157 not out
It
now.
was once announced at Lord's accidentally as, you know who I'm going to say here, don't you?
No.
Founder of the NHS, Aaron Bevan.
Bevan, yes. There is Rees bowls. That one is fielded again by Nye Donald. After whom I imagine, well, it's a very Welsh name anyway, isn't it, Aaron?
And Bevan.
Yeah, well, yes.
Edward. Yeah, pretty healthy innings he produced that day, if I remember.
Yes, he's feast off. What? Is that another joke that I've missed? You're just keeping yourself amused now.
It's the heat.
There's Rees. In bowls to Stoneman, who has a go at that one. He's been caught behind. No, he hasn't. David Lloyd can't believe it. Nye Donald can't. Wayne Madsen can't. Nobody can. No idea from here. I didn't hear a noise.
No.
Lewis Rees turns rather dejectedly. David Lloyd is absolutely convinced that there was a touch on that one from Stoneman, but Stoneman was going nowhere, and Hassan Adnan said not out, or didn't say out. As a result, he's still there. Wasn't a great shot from Stoneman. Perhaps deserved to get out, but he's still there. 60 for 1, trailing by 113. Rees is in and bowls, and that was left alone outside the off stump by Stoneman. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Lloyd double teapot first slip. Now looks at the floor. He's not had a good 24 hours. David Lloyd, being a Wrexham fan. His team were well and truly beaten by Birmingham City.
Was that
last
Cup
night.
or League?
League, the League One sides, the pair of them. Wrexham on the way up. Birmingham trying to halt the slide down. They spent 12 million quid on a striker, Birmingham, in League One. Rees is in. That's left alone by Stoneman to go through to Brooke Guest, and the over comes to an end. 12 gone, 22 to go.
And did Wrexham say, hold my beer? 20 million.
No, well, they haven't really done that. They've bought experienced players, but they haven't. I mean, they have spent some money.
Well, it's the financial fair play, I guess, isn't it?
I don't think there is a financial fair play in League One.
Is there not? Is it only Premier League?
Premier League and Championship.
Ooh.
I don't know that for certain, but yeah. David Lloyd's still chuntering. Pat Brown's coming on. Zach Chappell having a conversation with Harry Moore. This will be fascinating because Pat Brown is desperate to be a red ball bowler. It hasn't quite worked for him so far, I think it's fair to say. Certainly not on a consistent basis. He's got 4 wickets this season at 83. If he gets it right, though, he can be a devastating quick bowler, Pat Brown.
Two slips, gully, point, cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, deep square, long leg, and Brown turns away from us. Strapping on his right elbow. Comes in, bowls a bouncer, which, is brilliantly taken by Guest. Down the leg side. Holden looks around to say, wide, no ball?
Nah, nothing like that. Well, the issue that Pat Brown's got is that's the kind of length he likes to bowl. This isn't the pitch on which to bowl that length necessarily. He's got to pitch it up. I'm hoping that Ajmal Shazad might have told him that.
Well, yeah. You got one, haven't you, to push him back, but then Holden will expect everything else on the front foot now, surely, as and he comes again, bowls, and this is turned by Holden for a single out to deep square. This will be the interesting one if he does bang it in on a length, because Stoneman, short of a length, because Stoneman will not shirk the challenge.
Like it.
And it will become a slugfest, I think, between the pair of them. But the man with the nickname Rocky takes his guard. As Brown prepares to set off, they're just checking. Long legs being brought around a little, which again suggests a little bit of chin music. And I think deep square may have just come around in front of the umpire, as well as this ball is short of a length, and Stoneman plays inside the line of it. Through to the keeper it goes. Checks the keeper. Has the ball before he sets off to prod away at the surface.
3 words from David McArdle on X. This is hideous.
Is that my puns?
I think he means the cricket more than the commentary, but he might. He might not. 83 for 6, incidentally. Now,
the statuesque one, Walter Stoneman, was good, surely.
Yeah.
Brown.
I'm not sure, really.
He's past the umpire. Bowls, and this is short, and there you go. Up goes the front pad, the front leg of Stoneman. He hooks a single, mistimed to deep square. Oh, I think the umpire, no, he doesn't. I thought the umpire was going to signal something. It was bottom edge, wasn't it? Plenty of chatter in the field. How many have we got to go today? 21.2. Brown's off again. Bowls now just short of length, and it's hooked happily by Holden down to long leg. Just a single. He moves to 20. 63 for 1. Came together second ball of the innings when Robson was out for a duck. Rarely looked back, have they?
No.
Been a couple of good balls from Chappell challenging them. There's been some lovely pace from Moore angled across. Problem's been the loose balls. Brown to Stoneman. Length ball, Stoneman's on top of it. He's a single out to deep point. That sums it up a little bit, doesn't it? That there's a deep point back, deep square, long leg. It's at a time when you'd fancy Derbyshire trying to go through them, and they've got 2 set back in the deep in defensive positions. It's not the kind of track for that, is it? I'm actually a big fan of a deep point, a deep square, because as much similarly to deep third, you're protecting the good ball. You know, a lot of cuts, a lot of drives, not far off good length deliveries will be cut off by deep point. as much as edges will be protected from the boundary by deep third. And similarly, the long leg there, it's keeping you on a straight line, for keeping you defensive.
Lewis Rees begins a new over to Stoneman, who pushes that one back towards the bowler, and there's no room.
Sorry, keeping you aggressive on a straighter line, but defending that aggressive line. Whereas if you bowl too straight, clip through mid-wicket, square leg for 4. So I don't mind it being back, but on a pitch where you'd think, actually pitch it up there and get at them, you'd much rather see those in catching positions backing up the bowling. This is the man, I think, though, that could unlock Middlesex if he gets it right.
The off-spinner's warming up as well as Rees is in. That one's clipped nicely into the leg side by Stoneman for a single. Morley does the fielding out in the deep. 65 for 1. 108 the deficit. Holden has 20. Stoneman has 45. As Holden just takes a fresh guard from umpire Hassan Adnan. This game not as advanced as many around the country. Still pretty well advanced. As in comes Rees again and bowls to Holden, who plays at that one outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. Pat Brown has a quick drink out at on the point boundary, and Ajmal Shahzad steps onto the field to give him some advice. And as well, the Derbyshire bowling coach. Critical 20 overs these for both sides really, but Derbyshire especially needs some wickets here. There's 65 for 1 Middlesex as Rees is in to bowl to Holden. That one's down the leg side. That must have jagged a long way, judging by the reaction of Lewis Rees. If I can get there before the yeah, there we go. Let's see if that did jag anywhere or if he's just got a little bit overexcited. I can't tell. My eyes aren't good enough to watch streams on a laptop. They're not.
I can't see a thing at the moment, so I can barely see the middle with this sunlight. I'm sat into a corner now just to try and get away from it.
Here's Rees. Bowls to Holden, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the wicket keeper. Yorkshire have lost a 6th wicket because Jordan Thompson is now out in the middle. Dom Bess has gone for 50 off 69 balls. They're 296 for 6 against Glamorgan down at Sophia Gardens. In the other game, Sussex, well, they're closing in on Gloucestershire's 109. They're 89 for 2, just 20 behind. Next delivery from Rees. It strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before, wicket not out.
Holden gets a long way forward and a long way across as his trigger movement, which I assume is what he's doing at the moment. We're not in a perfect line to judge, but what he tries to do is take LBW out of the equation just with his trigger movement alone.
Yeah, he's a long way outside the off stump.
Yeah. It's a ploy that works for him. It's funny, actually, because, again, we're not at the best position in angle in this match for it. To judge that element. But Stoneman and Holden, we've discussed it many times this year, they're almost the exact opposite. If you watch, Stoneman will play late, deep within his crease. Holden, trigger movement, before the bowler's even released, the back foot and the front foot are already outside and across. But Stoneman will go completely the other way and will just wait in his crease, play it as late as he can. Here's Brown around the wicket to him. 2 slips and a gully. There you go. It's barely a trigger movement. In fact, there isn't a trigger movement at all for Stoneman. Just waits, clips off his hip, single taken. And over to the hiker, Holden. Makes a little walk. 66 for 1.
The size of that plane over there. Somebody going somewhere. Very pleasant, I'm sure.
Ooh. First one I've seen of the day.
Oh no, there's been a few. Out of East Midlands.
You can't take your eyes off the cricket though, can you? That's a problem.
Exactly. It looks like it's coming into land actually, so they're not going anywhere.
Brown's right arm over to Holden, leaves alone outside the off stump. 66 for 1.
Quite a lot of freight goes out of East Midlands as well as passengers. It's thinned out a touch. There are more on the grandstand in front of the players.
I wonder if they all moved over to our left to get into the sun, whereas we're trying to get out of it because of the
I think they have.
greenhouse nature of the commentary box. They may well just be happily sitting in it as Holden goes forward, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, if you're outside now, it's probably lovely, but inside, it is a greenhouse.
It is a bit wham. You're absolutely right. So warm, I've taken my jacket off, which doesn't happen very often.
I thought you were going to say something, sorry.
No, I've run out of things to say, really.
Brown's in, bowls. Holden opens the face, gets a single down to deep back or point. Move to 21, 66 for 1. We're midway through the, or 4 balls into the 15th over of the Middlesex innings. Feels like they've been out there for longer, 66 for 1. The run rate looking pretty healthy at the moment for Middlesex. And in particular, this man, Stoneman, he's a shot away from a half century on 46 from 39 deliveries. Oh, there we go. I can see something now. Maybe if I sit back here on the desk.
Sit next door.
Well, the listeners would like that. Here's Brown around the wicket, Stoneman.
I reckon we could connect it. It wouldn't make any difference if you were next door.
Brown hits the crease, bowls, and Stoneman defends. The back foot just eases that one back. There's no run. I'm going to sit up behind you here and make yourself a little stool.
Yeah.
Get rid of all the crumbs of the mess I've made all day. There's your... I'm using your cake as a...
No, stop putting cake in mouth. Well, there's not much there, is
No,
there?
there is. You got half your banana bread.
Oh, banana
No?
fruit.
Ah.
Sausage bread.
Oh, my laptop's about to explode from the heat
It's
as well.
quite warm, isn't it?
Sausage bread. Brown ball just short of a length. That's punched away nicely by Stoneman. Now, will he get the boundary? He will. Goodness me, he's timed that. Away it goes through the covers, and Stoneman only the second batter today to reach a half century. Lovely innings. 41 deliveries and 71 for 1 Middlesex. They were 0 for 1 again, as they were at the start of the match against Gloucestershire, and Stoneman had to watch on then and give Middlesex a good sturdy start. He's done it once more here. Holden similarly got 77 in that innings. He's got 21 of the 47, but from Stoneman this has been outstanding. 10 fours. Goodness me.
64 balls quicker than Harry Kane's half century, which was a good one in itself. Lewis Rees to continue. I was fairly sure we were going to see some off spinning. He has been warming up, Alex Thompson, but it's going to be Lewis Rees to bowl his 4th over, 3 overs for 15 at the moment, and that's turned into the leg side by Holden out towards Morley. Single taken. Holden moves to 22, 72 for 1. He's got a man down at deep backward square leg and on the mid-wicket boundary, as well as mid-on. It's a mid-off, an extra cover, a couple of slips, backward point, and orthodox cover on the offside. As Rees turns at the top of his mark. He's in to bowl to Stoneman. Full delivery that's driven down the ground for 4. Holden did well to get out of the way of it, in all honesty. It nearly knocked him over as he tried to get out of the way. He ended up in the dust. 4 more to Stoneman, who moves on to 54. He's going to score more than Derbyshire scored by himself. Derbyshire bowled out for 173. Middlesex now trailed by double figures, 97 behind they are now. And there are still 18 overs to go today, and they're going along at nearly 5 and over. They won't be far behind at the close of play, if indeed they are behind, as Rees bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside by Stoneman. Straight to Pat Brown. And there's no run. It's slightly unnerving having Kevin Hand sitting behind me.
Steady.
I can't tell whether you're there or not. I know you are.
Here.
I know you are.
In spirit and in presence. I'm here for you, Fletch.
You just breathe very quietly.
Would you prefer that my heavy breathing presence?
Oh, yeah. Rees walks slowly back to his mark. Looks as though Thompson stopped warming up now. And Reese is in to Stoneman, who plays and misses at one. Hasn't done that very often. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. David Lloyd removes his cap and twirls it around in his finger. Removes his sunglasses, which he's wearing at first slip, David Lloyd. Donald also has his eye protection. That was him clapping, you could hear in the background. Jack Morley starting to warm up. As Reese is in, bowls, and that one is whipped down the ground for 4. Another boundary for Stoneman. His 12th as he moves to 58. And that again was one of those flat batted punches down the ground. 80 for 1 now, Middlesex, and Derbyshire in desperate need of a wicket.
Well, it's started well for Middlesex. I mean, they've got to give themselves every chance this season now, haven't they? And giving themselves every chance is not just winning this game. They need the bonus points, don't they? They've got to try and get as many bonus points as they can, and this has been a rapid start.
It's the one thing that'll take the game into a third day. As Reese is in, a play and a miss from Stoneman.
That's where they've got to stay.
Yeah.
You can't hook or pull at that length. All you can do is survive.
Pat Brown removes his hat, so we're still not going to see the off spin. As who's going off? No, Donald. So he's going off to get the fielding pads on. And Aaron Donald, which means that Yusuf bin Naeem, excuse me, Yusuf bin Naeem is on as a 12th man with 18 on his back. I think we now have 2 number 18s on the field. One of them is bin Naeem, who took the number when Jack Morley went back to Lancashire. And Morley has 18 on his back because he reclaimed the number. Yep, 2 number 18s. How about that? Farcical.
Sounds as though you'd have been quite keen on seeing him playing in this match.
Bin Naeem? Yeah, well, we haven't seen him at all in first-class cricket.
Brown bowls to Holden. A lovely drive back down the ground, but the bowler gets fingertips to it and mid-on completes the fielding.
He played a couple of matches in the one-day cup. Oh, scoreboard's gone funny. Come on, Jane, sort it out. What's happened to the scoreboard? There it is. Gone back to normal again. 80 for 1. I don't like change.
What happened?
I don't know. It just went a bit funny. Showed us less information.
That's probably helpful for you and I, Fletch. Easily confused.
There's a lot there.
Brown past the umpire, bowls just short of length, and Holden waiting on this one. Turns a single into the vacant mid-wicket. Deep square set back now, which probably isn't the right call for Holden, giving him that single. Stoneman, excuse me, adjusts his gloves. Prepares to go again. So he leans over his bat and Brown turns. Lovely sunny evening here. Sun's been unrelenting all day as his length ball, which Stoneman rocks back and tries to cut into the ground. It deflects through towards the slips, just trickles along. But he will go after it, as we said. Anything that shorts, he won't die wondering, Rocky.
Yeah, just a miss hit, really. Down into the ground. No hint of a chance, sadly.
Don't think that'll perturb him either. When you're going after it as the way he is, you know you're not going to time the ball. But he's actually timed a surprising number. Surprising percentage of what he has faced. It's Brown bowls to him now and he's forward. That's a solid looking defence into the offside.
They've both got their eyes in now, haven't they, these two? They're both
Yes.
in. So they're going to take some shifting.
Yep. Around 50 balls, and they reckon they're in, don't they? And Holden's face 50, Stoneman's face 48. But Darvin Milano was saying to me, if he gets into the 20s, he's really disappointed if he doesn't reach at least a 50. And then if you get a 50, you're really disappointed if you don't at least get close to the century. Brown to Stoneman. Bouncer through to the keeper, not ball.
That ball change at 112 for 2. It's getting close to ball change time.
What are you suggesting, Fletch? It was a good ball change.
That was an excellent ball change. No question about it.
The funny one is when you see they're taking a whole load of wickets and they get the ball changed and they stop taking wickets.
Yes.
What did you do that for?
Yeah, we've gone slightly out of shape. Oh, no. I like balls that have gone out of shape.
Brown's in, bowls, and this is driven. Oh, well, edged more than I realised. An open face from Stoneman. Gully was unmoved. It can't have been that far at him, looking at where it's just been retrieved at deep third by the sweeper at point. Before it is to end the over, Stoneman's on 62, Holden 23, and Middlesex are 85 for 1, trailing by 88.
And Aaron Donald has returned with the fielding pads and 2 helmets. And are we going to see spin now? No. We're going to see Lewis Rees continue. So the helmets are going to be placed behind Brooke Guest. It's Rees's 5th over. Harry Moore bowled 4. Chappell bowled 6. Brown has bowled 3. Well, which game it was? I think it was down at Sussex when Derbyshire won the toss and batted first. They used 7 bowlers before lunch. It's all fairly shambolic. Here comes Lewis Rees then at 85 for 1, bowling to Max Holden, who drives very pleasantly, and it's beaten the first man and it's beaten the second man as well. It's gone for 4, or has it? No, it's stopped inside the boundary, so he's going to have to come back for the third one. Somebody must have got something on it. It was either Nye Donald or Harry Kane, and the ball stopped inside the rope.
Holden looked bemused, didn't he?
Yeah.
As he came back for the third. You are.
He's been denied a run there. He's moved on to 26, though, 88 for 1. Stoneman back on strike. He's on 62 off just 50 deliveries. He bowls, and that one is clipped nicely into the leg side, out towards Morley on the mid-wicket boundary. Single taken, Nye Donald, the designated clapper. Mickey Arthur is out now. He's out, and he's actually wandering around like there's something going on. He's not a happy man, Mickey Arthur. He's just said something to Yusuf bin Naeem. I think it's because the helmets were taken on and they are not being used. I don't know. He stomped down the steps, though, as this next one is defended by Holden up to mid-off. Now he's gone back up the steps. He doesn't look happy. Blimey. He is marching. Clearly doesn't want to speak to anybody.
Is he Griff-like?
Somebody's just asked him for an autograph. That was brave.
Where's he gone?
He's right in front of the Falcons barn, and he's just signed an autograph. Now he's gone back into his office. He's not happy, Mickey Arthur, about something out there. Interesting.
We're happy, Fletch. That's what counts.
Speak for yourself. 89 for 1. That's a full delivery that Holden digs out and pushes into the onside, fielded by Morley. I think if we don't see spin in the next over, he might be on the pitch, Mickey Arthur. On the outfield, not on the pitch. If he gets as far as the pitch, then we have got issues. Here comes Rees. Into bowl to Holden, who defends this one up to mid-off. And again, there's no run. 1 ball left in the Rees over. Then I'd be staggered if we didn't see some spin. The leg spinner, Luke Holman, bowled from the city end. But he's got 2 left-handers to bowl at. It makes perfect sense. Yes, they might take him on, but if he can turn it, and that's why they're in the side, the spinners, and who knows. Here's Rees bowling, and that one is defended by Holden out into the offside. We're not going to see spin, you know. Fielded by Aaron Donald. And the over comes to an end, and Pat Brown is going to continue. Mickey Arthur's going to do his Swede in a minute.
Well, maybe he's just telling them, pitch it up. You know, we saw Middlesex get it wrong this morning, get it right this afternoon, and now we're seeing Derbyshire make the same mistake of Middlesex this morning.
I couldn't work out why he just told Yusuf bin Naeem, because he was already off the field, and he hasn't been on again since.
Well, he might have been venting, weren't he?
Yeah. But venting at the 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Pat Brown, David Lloyd and Anara and Donald are having a conversation. And the upshot is that the mid-wicket should come in off the boundary, and that's Alex Thompson.
Pat Brown, he sounds like a sheriff in an old western, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Mad Bad Leroy Brown.
He's a good lad.
Pat Garrett, was it? And Billy the Kid? Is it Pat
Yes,
Garrett?
Pat Garrett.
Here he goes, Brown. Trying to shoot out Middlesex. Ball's full and driven through the covers. Stoneman beautifully gets that one away. On to 67. 97 for 1. Don't you shake your head, Fletch.
It's not going well, is it? Not going well at all.
No, you were shaking your head at me.
No.
Before
no,
the ball was bowled, you were shaking your head.
No.
The Sheriff trying to shoot out Middlesex.
I've also got, I think it's a Dell in my ears, which is never good.
Ooh. Brown gets going with a real sprint. Steady approach. He's in, bowls. Stoneman defends. Two slips still, a gully, a deep backward point, a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. The 6-3 field. They have brought up the mid-wicket now from what was square leg, warming up as he is. Chappell at mid-off returns the ball to the bowler. Yeah, I fancy we're going to see a burst again. Whether they change Chappell's end. Yes. Brown bowls, and this ball's eased away by Stoneman. Angle bat over the top of it, down to deep backward point. It almost feels as though Holden and Stoneman have settled with the situation at the moment in terms of, actually, this is going quite well. We don't need to change anything. We don't need to do anything daft here. Pressure's shifted to them. Don't get out. Keep on top. Don't get out.
Stoneman wants new gloves, I think.
Hot and sweaty work out in the middle.
And there.
This is a greenhouse up here at the moment. Here's Brown. Bowls a lifting ball. First one we've seen in a while, really. Holden troubled by that, but this is where they need to be, I think, to Holden. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Got to play at virtually everything. Put it on the stumps, and if it lifts, you're in the game. Bowling coach Shazad wanders around, hands plunged in pocket, ponderous as coaches do on their patrol of the outfield, or the rope anyway. Brown in, bowls, and Holden gets right in behind that. One of the coaches called over for a chat by one of the fans. Probably a question or two being asked. What's going on off out there? What's going off out there even? Plenty of chatter still in the field. Here they go again, Brown turning. Into the crease, bowls right in behind this one. Holden defending once more. End of the over. 94 for 1. Holden with 26. Stoneman with 68. And spin is going to enter the attack. As Fletch had been calling for. Two left-handers, and here comes an off-break bowler. Makes sense. You're listening to BBC's Radio Derby and Radio London. Live here at the County Ground in Derby. Derbyshire shot out this morning for 173, losing 6 wickets for 3 runs at one point. Middlesex 94 for 1 in reply and getting right on top with this partnership. Can spin change matters? We have 15 overs remaining of the first 8. Middlesex will be close to parity at this rate tonight, but I'd imagine they'll slow up a little because they've got themselves into a position of power in this game and they won't want to give it up easily. But we shall see. Here is that change, and it's Thompson then. He'll be right arm around the wicket. Slip and a gully in place. Sorry, a slip and a short leg. Tries his hand in the dirt. Excuse me, and then gets ready to go again. Gets ready to go for the first time, Thompson. He's in now. It's a short mid-wicket, not too far away. Thompson bowls and Stoneman's forward defending. Back up the track, no run.
So I have to do an exact 20-second bulletin.
And how did you get on?
Well, I've no idea because I forgot to start the stopwatch. So I had to sort of guess.
Would you guess you were 2 seconds too light or 2 seconds too long?
Too light, I would say.
Thompson bowls, Stoneman defends once more.
This is. I like to see. I think this has been too long in coming, personally, but I think it's good that we're now seeing the off spinner against two left-handed batters.
Off goes Thompson again. Yes, it is the right move in that sense. As he bowls now, and Stoneman eases into the offside. I'm sure both Stoneman and Holden will be saying to themselves, "Don't get out now. Having done all the hard work, don't get out now."
We've got 8 overs of Thompson to face if he bowls between now and the close.
Lots of flight on that. Stoneman patiently over the top of it, holds the pose again as he defends into the offside.
Just needs one to pop,
Yes.
and then he's in business.
Well, there haven't been that many that misbehave really for Derbyshire, but again, I'm not sure they quite got their lengths right, as it took Middlesex a while to settle. So too Derbyshire, it seems here. As forward goes Stoneman, and there's the ball. Turn and bounce and through to the gloves. That changes matters.
First one. Nice delivery from Thompson.
He steps now. Bowls and nice bit of flight. Forward defence. And a maiden to begin for Thompson. 94 for 1 Middlesex.
Steady enough from Alex Thompson to begin his, what is almost certainly going to be lengthy spell, as the gloves are now brought out for Mark Stoneman. Max Holden has a drink as well. Pat Brown to continue from the racecourse end. And that is because, in the same way that Derby is a city, there used to be a racecourse here, Kev. And it was behind us. Well, it was in front of us as well. The two batters are, well, I wouldn't say they were refreshed, but they've certainly had their towel down. 2 slips a gully, a man out on the backward point boundary who's waving furiously out there. And here comes Pat Brown on his way in to bowl to Max Holden, who leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump. Wants to go off, does Jack Morley just indicated. So number 18 will be replaced by number 18, possibly. Although it looks as though the man coming on is Mitch Wagstaff rather than Yusuf bin Naim. And here goes Brown again, past umpire Baldwin now. Bowls to Holden, who defends that straight back to Brown. Fields on in his follow-through, gets the applause of Zach Chappell and Harry Moore, both of whom know what it's like to bowl to these two, having bowled 10 overs up top. Chappell's bowled 6 more, 4, Reese 5. This is Brown's 5th. And he's in now, and he's defended by Holden, down into the ground, fielded by Kame. There's no run.
It's worse now, isn't it? I can't come back. Sorry, Fletch.
Very, very bright.
I've got to sit behind you. As unnerving as it is, understandably so. I'm going to sit back here and eat my banana bread.
Yeah, you eat that. It is very
Oh, the
bright.
muffins.
And the muffins. Get them eaten.
We're going to hold the muffins for tomorrow now, aren't we?
Hold the muffins?
Yeah.
You can't hold muffins. They'll go dry.
No, muffins. They got a few days in them, haven't they?
I'm not sure. Here's Brown. On his way in, bowls to Holden, who defends that one into the onside. It'll be fielded by Thompson.
Which give them to Jane in the morning, if not.
Yes, so you made him. She'll not believe it. can't say I blame her.
And tell Don they look nothing like the ones at the breakfast bar, Don.
Yeah. Indeed. Sussex are now 3 down, but they're only 7 behind Gloucestershire, 102 for 3. Yorkshire, 323 for 7 against Glamorgan. Northamptonshire, 99 for 3 against Leicestershire, who made 203. Here's Brown, past the umpire in arm bowls, and that one is pushed.
I think this works, doesn't it?
I think so, yeah. I'm happy.
Oh, yes. Are you really?
Not really, no.
I'm sure you've had worse fellas sat behind you.
Ben Slater is out. He made 160, Nottinghamshire 351 for 4 against Kent with still 11 overs to go at Canterbury. We've got 13 to go here. And Lancashire, well, Somerset now 117 for 6, trailing by 23. In comes Pat Brown and bowls to Holden, who defends stoutly. Back down the track, and that was the final ball of the Pat Brown over. 5 overs for 20. Stoneman has 68, Holden has 26. They are 94 for 1 in reply to Derbyshire's 173 all out, which means they trail by just 79.
Yeah, Middlesex are going to be close to parity tonight, aren't they?
Very close. Well, 13 overs to go, and they're currently going along. I mean, it's slowed down a bit, hasn't it? But 4.5. So that's, yeah, not quite, but not far off.
It's even better here, Fletch. It's cool as you like. You need to sit back a bit.
Well, it's
It's lovely and cool here.
The,
Oh, it's beautiful.
the aircon.
It's like having a proper job. So
Can you actually see the middle from there?
I can actually see it better because before I was so up against the wall I couldn't see half the pitch. Here's Thompson bowls. It's cut away by Stoneman into the offside, but up against the wall now is, well, the sun's almost hitting you like a machine gun against the wall, isn't it?
I'm the only one who will be on commentator cam then. I don't think you can be on it there.
Oh, can you not? I'll wave. You can see my hand maybe. Here's Thompson around the wicket. Bowls, and this is eased into the offside. I know that as a result, viewing figures will be plunging at the moment, but it's just too hot at the front. Too hot at the top.
I'm not sure they'll be plunging. People are telling everybody to
Tune in.
start watching.
It's safe. Thompson from the city end bowls. It's cuts by Stoneman only to backward point. He mustn't get twitchy now, Stoneman. He's done all the hard work. That's disrespectful to Thompson and to the second spells of the bowlers.
Most of the hard work.
He's done a lot of the hard work, hasn't he? Getting yourself in. Thompson, sunglasses on, lots of flight and turn and bounce and through to the gloves of the keeper, beating the forward defence. Lovely ball that, wasn't it? And that's exactly why you were calling for him to come on, Fletch.
2 out of his 10 deliveries have turned and bounced like that. I think 20% is quite a high percentage.
He's got a deepish mid-off. And mid-on as he bowls, and just a little full up. Stoneman defence. 94 for 1. We did see a couple really grip. It was the one in particular, wasn't there, where we weren't sure whether it just bounced over the edge of the bat and past the keeper and past slip as well towards the end of the Derbyshire innings from Luke Holman as Thompson's in, bowls, and just a little too full. Stoneman's able to ease that one to mid-off. 22 bowled in the Middlesex innings, 12 remain of day one of this county championship match in Division 2. Middlesex are 94 for 1, Holden with 26, Stoneman 68.
Jack Morley's back on the field of play. I wonder if he's going to come on at the racecourse, and at the moment, yes he is. He's removed his cap and he's leaping in the air, which means we're going to have off spin at one end and left arm spin at the other.
Been a lot of leaping today, hasn't there?
He was leaping there.
Ball was leaping.
Yes. So Jack Morley for the first time. 23-year-old on loan from Lancashire for the last 4 rounds of county championship matches. How much will he turn it, and will the left-handed batters be troubled by him? He does, I think, turn it more than Alex Thompson. Although Tomo had a terrific opening match of the season when he picked up 12 wickets down at Sophia Gardens. Totally unexpectedly, the pitch down there in South Wales turned square. Surprised everybody. Durham have been bowled out for 262 by Surrey at the Oval. Just in the innings break there. Essex are now 7 down, but lead Warwickshire by 64. That might be enough, you know. Warwickshire have been bowled out for
Extra half hour.
78. Essex 142 for 7. 17 wickets in the day. I mean, that is a lot of wickets. Probably too many. Morley just bowling a couple to Harry Moore. Well, David Lloyd gets his helmet. I'm not sure whether he'll go straight in at leg slip initially. Yes, he is. He's just handing his glasses to Wayne Madsen. So he's in at leg slip. There's a short leg. There's a slip. Derbyshire attacking Max Holden as much as they dare. Middlesex trailing by just 79. Here's Morley then for his first involvement with the ball at 94 for 1 Middlesex, and he bowls quite quick, and that turns a mile. Bounced as well. Hit Holden somewhere above the thigh pad on his hip. Bowls a little bit quicker than Thompson and does give it a tweak, and he's on his way in again now. That one's dragged down and pulled into the leg side. There's a race around the boundary for Pat Brown. They come back for a second. It's not Pat Brown at all. It's Lewis Rees. Fooled by the floppy sun hat. Brown's much closer in. Lewis Rees out on the boundary. Nick Hartshorn's been on. As this one is pushed up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Harry Moore, and there's no run. Here he comes again. Morley in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side, up towards a wideish mid-on this time by Holden. There's no run. Yeah, Nick Afternoon, having arrived home after viewing The Critic, I was hopeful of seeing Derbyshire continue batting from before lunch. That'll teach me. It comes, the reverse sweep comes out and it goes straight to the man who started off at backward point and ended up at backward square leg, Alex Thompson. Come on, Jacko. Morley to complete his first over, bowls to Holden, who gets one that might just have lifted a little bit more than he was expecting. And it's an over that conceded just 2 runs. So with Thompson at one end and Morley at the other, they're drying up the runs, but it's a little bit too late for all that. They're 77 behind now, Middlesex at 96 for 1. Holden has 28, Stoneman has 68.
Well, there's all the signs there that you don't want to really be batting last on this. So Middlesex do need, from that perspective, to make sure they're well enough ahead in this at the end of this innings. They're only 77 behind now, but as we saw last week, they lost 8 for 40 and 6 for 3 earlier. 3 for 6, 6 for 3 earlier today.
I think they'd be looking not to bat twice, wouldn't they?
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, you've got to be careful of it, but I'd imagine they'll be looking at. Again, they've got to think of bonus points, Middlesex here, haven't they? So as good a start as they've had, they've really got to be thinking 400, haven't they?
Yes.
As Thompson bowls and forward goes Stoneman. Yes, no, they settle on the no quickly enough. Now that's a lot of runs to score. But if these two can get through to stumps tonight, Middlesex at 3 and over, they'll only be 30, 40 behind at that point. And you'd imagine that scoring rate will come down now. They'll settle in, they've got on top. It's their game not to throw away at the moment as Stoneman bowls into the offside and there's no run. Derbyshire lost their heads a little bit in that collapse earlier, didn't they?
Yes.
You can't lose 6 for 3, can you?
No.
No, and as much as I said Middlesex didn't get it right this morning and then they got it right this afternoon, but that's how collapses work. All of a sudden, here we go, it sets in. Middlesex can't allow that to happen to themselves as Thompson bowls and Stoneman cuts hard, gets it through. And that will maybe stand up. There is a sweeper at deep point, and it's just a single.
It's Mitch Wagstaff who's on the field as a 12th man. I think he's replaced Lewis Rees temporarily.
If Dominic Cork was the last great, exciting unearthing at Derbyshire, as this ball brings Holden forward from Thompson's defended into the offside, who was before Cork?
Blimey.
Malcolm?
Yeah, potentially.
Has to be Malcolm, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
There was no batter in between.
It's a good question, though.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. It's a question that's...
Thompson bowls, and Holden looks for a little paddle, which he doesn't get right at all. Maybe it came off the square leg, because rather than paddle it fine, it's gone in front of square for a single.
It's the kind of question that David Griffin could answer like that.
Doesn't mean to be right.
Oh, well, I think he probably would be. I think he probably would be. Whereas my knowledge is certainly not as in-depth as Griff's.
Here goes Thompson, a lot of flight. This is swept fine by Stoneman. Deep backward square won't get there. 4 runs it is. Stoneman's into the 70s. Middlesex trail by 71 runs. Holden has 29. He'll have the strike. That's the end of the over, and it's the 100 up as well for Middlesex. 102 for 1. And without taking anything for granted or thinking too far ahead, because of the match situation, because of the table as it lies, Middlesex must be thinking of getting to 400 in this innings. They still, what have they had? 24 overs. They've got 86 overs to score another 350 runs for maximum batting points. But let's not get quite too greedy and ahead of ourselves. But 400, it'll be on their mind, though, won't it?
Yeah,
get on top, bat once in this
Of course it
game.
will.
Because everything throws into that equation, I'd suggest, at the moment.
Has to be on their minds. But you're right, they shouldn't take it for granted, although I think if I was them, I probably would. Jack Morley begins a new over. The reverse sweep is coming out. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Baldwin. They're going to come through for 2. If it's runs, that's the reason he's turned it down. He's given leg buys. So Holden moves, stays on 29 rather. Middlesex move up to 104 for 1. He got the reverse out while Morley was in his run-up. This time he's stayed in an orthodox stance, and the ball goes down the leg side, nicely taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Leg slip still in place. David Lloyd, short leg, Naren Donald. Slip, Wayne Madsen. And in comes Morley again. A quickish delivery that almost surprises Holden. He did try a bouncer down at Northampton. So it's very entertaining. On his way in again now. Over the wicket bowls. Holden whips that one away out towards the square leg boundary where it is comfortably fielded in the far distance. Single taken. Holden moves to 30. 105 for 1. It was Mitch Wagstaff with the fielding out there on the square leg boundary. It brings Stoneman back on to strike.
I think, I'm not suggesting they're playing for the close at this point, but you're playing for your position in the match.
Morley bowls. It's defended by Stoneman. Straight into the hands on the bounce of Donald. Short leg.
They're playing the spinners with enough respect as well to suggest it is, as was forecast, that this pitch will take spin.
Yes.
And the bounce has made it interesting as well.
Morley in again. That one has gone straight through everything.
Right on cue.
Absolutely. It spun back in towards Stoneman from outside off stump. Was taken by Brooke Guest. But it just goes down as a dot ball. 2 overs for 3. Thompson 3 overs for 6. The spinners definitely having an effect here. Middlesex 105 for 1 with 9 overs to go in the day's play.
Yep, what a day it's been. All out at tea, Derbyshire. Middlesex making a very, very good fist of the reply, though. 105 for 1 in reply to Derbyshire's 173. But lest we forget that Derbyshire were 2 down at lunch with 3 figures on the board. And they were 130 for 2 indeed.
130 for 2, absolutely.
So They were still ahead at the respective stages. As here's a lot of flight in this one, and Thompson turns it outside the off stump, left alone by Max Holden. So a dot ball into the scorebook once more. Thompson in, bowls, and that's a beaut. Floated past the edge on a full length.
That's the place to bowl it, isn't it?
Well, much as Middlesex found a spot this afternoon where there was nowhere to go for Derbyshire for a number of overs. 4 maidens on the bounce, a couple of wicket maidens in there. Here's Thompson again, a little bit too full. Holden gets a good stride in and drives a single. Way into the offside. Dave Fletcher alongside myself. Kevin Hand here for BBC's Radio Derby and BBC Radio London. Live on the BBC Sport website and app. And live on your smart speaker, if you've got a speaker smart enough. Just ask to listen to Dave and Kev.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
A single for Stoneman, driven out to the cover boundary. Couple of slips in place for Stoneman. A slip and a leg slip for Holden. Are you getting too hot as well now?
No.
The computer is.
No, I've got 2 computers. I've got an actual work one which gives me more information about what's happening later.
Lots of flight and a forward defence. Holden meets it back up the track.
That game at Old Trafford's a nipper, isn't it? 122 for 9 now. Somerset trailing by 18 against Lancashire. 19 wickets fallen today in the Northwest.
Huge flight again from Thompson, really taking the pace off. A singles tickle to square leg. I haven't looked at those in a while, actually.
Yeah, well, Yorkshire, the 2 games that affect Middlesex enormously. Yorkshire is 338 for 8.
So they're not going well, is what you're telling us?
Well,
Yeah.
Matthew Fisher out for 10. Ben Code has just gone in to join George Hill, who's on 83. 83 for George Hill.
Bess is 50 off 69. Harris only 1 wicket. Come on, Harry. He's in the attack.
Sussex are now leading at Gloucestershire. They're 121 for 3, leading by 12.
That's good batting points as well for Yorkshire. It's 2 so far. Will they get to the 3rd at 350? Come on, Harry.
12 to go. 12 to
Oh,
go.
10 to go. 340 for 8. James Harris. 1 for 75 from 18.1 overs.
Ouch.
He's saving it to do it with the bat.
Jack Morley from the racecourse end. 8 overs to go, around about 20 minutes or so's worth of cricket, I would have thought, if the 2 spinners are on. Morley is in to Holden, who just turns this into the leg side. There is no run as Harry Kame does the fielding. Square leg. He's got the leg slip as well as the short leg and the slip. Another play in Kev there. Look. As in comes Morley again. That one is keeping a little bit low and kept out by Holden. Pushes it up to Pat Brown at a short. Straight mid-wicket, really. There is a mid-on who's a little bit deeper, more. Morley doesn't waste any time. He's in again. Balls. That one is pushed straight back to him by Holden. Morley already halfway through his 3rd over. He's in again. Balls. That one is turned into the leg side nicely. They'll pick up a couple, will it? Yeah, a comfortable couple as Pat Brown retrieves the ball from close to the mid-wicket boundary. 2 to go in the over. 110 for 1. Holden moves to 34. Stoneman has 74. He's actually faced 12 balls fewer than Holden. 74 off 73. Mark Stoneman. In goes Morley again. Bowls. That one he plays off the back foot. Holden pushes it out to Chappell. That extra cover. And there's no run. There is Morley to complete his third over. Over the wicket he goes, and that one is pushed out into the offside once again by Max Holden. It's fielded by Zach Chappell. The over comes to an end. Alex Thompson removes his cap. Stoneman has 74, Holden has 34, 110 for 1. Middlesex trailing by 63. But at least Derbyshire have stemmed the flow of runs, partly thanks to the spinners, and partly because we're only 7 overs away from the close of play.
Whenever you mention planes landing or taking off at the cricket nowadays, Fletch, who do you think of instantly?
Well, Martin.
I don't know. I think of Jonathan Doidge doing an impression of Martin.
Yeah, some of Dodge's impressions are a little bit iffy.
Lots of flight on this from Thompson, and just a little bit of width, and that allows Stoneman the time and the room to rock back and cut for a single. Thompson once more. Holden dabbing into the offside, no run. Yeah, they got the leg slip in for him. I'm assuming that's for the reverse sweep. A little paddle as well that Holman likes. And what's not to like? A fine player of spin as he is. Lots of flight again. Through to the keeper, a dot ball. Rattling through these overs tonight. The ball's into its 28th over. Another thing as well, get through some cheap, quick overs tonight and go for that 10:30 start tomorrow morning with Chappell and Co. One's forward, dabbing again. Kills the ball into the offside, 111 for 1. Coming together at 0 for 1 when Robson chipped the second ball of the innings to Thompson, who was at mid-on. Chappell with the wicket. Thompson's in. Spanner lands that one nicely again, but Holden's forward and smothering. Another dot ball. Deepish mid-off, deepish mid-on. Actually, mid-off's not too deep. This is length ball outside off. Holden has nothing to do with it at all. And that is the end of the over. 28 bowled in the innings. 6 remain on day one. Middlesex trail by just 62 runs in reply to Derbyshire's 173. 111 for 1 with Robson out for a duck. Holden on 34, Stoneman 75. And Derbyshire with it all to do here, really, but Derbyshire did reach 130 for 2 before the collops began.
All to do and then some, I would suggest.
Yeah. Quick glance. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go on. I was just going to say Stoneman retakes his guard. Yorkshire is four away from 350 now.
Oh.
Morley begins a new over. Stoneman just guides it down to backward point where it's fielded by Alex Thompson.
1-2-5 for 3, Sussex, leading by 16 with 7 wickets remaining at Bristol.
Goes Morley again. That one is pushed out into the offside. There's a yelp as it hits the pad, but a long way outside the line, I would suggest.
By this time tomorrow night, things might not look good for Middlesex. Glamorgan start badly in their innings, and Sussex continue to power on against Gloucestershire.
Morley's in again. That one beats the edge. It was the one that went on rather than turning in.
Now, of course, if they were to beat Derbyshire and Yorkshire did beat Glamorgan, then it goes to the final round, but Yorkshire at home final round, so home advantage.
Who are they playing?
They have got Gloucestershire final round, unless I'm horribly mistaken, which is, of course, possible.
There's Morley. That one's turned into the leg side by Stoneman. Pat Brown comes around to do the fielding, no run. 11 for 1.
Sorry, Northamptonshire it is. Northamptonshire.
Oh, of course it is. Yes, I did know that. I'm fairly sure Andrew Radd told me.
Now, they have struggled for results there, haven't they? So
Yes.
a draw in the final round
Yeah.
and a win for Middlesex at Sussex, but
Morley bowls. That was defended by Stoneman back to the bowler.
the gap is currently 15 points.
Yeah. Yeah. Draw. They need to lose one of them, don't they, Yorkshire, really?
Yes, or a miraculous swing in
or
there.
draw both. And Middlesex win both.
I mean,
That would give them an extra, potentially extra
Yeah,
16 points.
Unless Sam Northeast can produce 3-3-5 again. Down at Cardiff this week.
Final ball of the over with 5 to go after this. Silly mid off now as Morley bowls, and that one has beaten Stoneman, goes through to Brooke Guest. The over comes to an end. It was Jack Morley's first maiden, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 5. Alex Thompson, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 10. We are going to see spin continue, I would have thought, now until the close, which is in 5 overs time. Which is why I got my computer out, so that I can hopefully do a bit of copy at the end and not have to wait around for 6 o'clock. But I'm not there yet.
Who are you speaking to tonight? I
Don't
guess
know.
Harry Kane.
I think it is Harry. That was the suggestion earlier. They normally just kick somebody out.
Yep.
I think Harry will give us a good idea of what the pitch is like. How difficult it was for Derbyshire out there. It didn't seem quite as difficult for Middlesex.
Oh, now Cryer catch, an edge from Holden as he pushes tentatively forward just outside of the off stump. It runs away fine, and deep back point gets around to cover it. 2 slips in place for Stoneman a couple of overs back, just 1 at the moment for Holden. Couple taken, 113 for 1. Slip and a short leg in place, and around the wicket comes Thompson. Lots of flight. Forward goes Holden, drives handsomely into the covers. Mid-off will get there and cut it off, in fact, to the extent that they only get 1.
Excellent fielder, Pat Brown. Really, really good.
Now, Stoneman, he's got a silly point as well as a slip now.
I don't want to stand there, really.
Silly point. Oh, going to have another one in as well now. Who's taking the helmet off now?
Well,
It's got to be worth surrounding the bat.
It's David Lloyd who's removed his cap.
Mm-hmm.
There are 2 helmets out there at the moment. Lloyd will be sticking his cap down his trousers. And we're going to have a short leg and it depends where David Lloyd goes and stands, really, doesn't it? He's not really giving us any clues at the moment. He's going in at second slip, but he's really, really close, which is why he's got the helmet on. Horse.
Well,
bolted.
Well, yeah, they had the second slip for Stoneman earlier, didn't they, to be fair? It was Holden who they didn't have the second slip for at all, as this ball is full and edgily along the floor to backward point. There's no run. The second slip. So as such, what they've added for Stoneman is short leg, isn't it? Because they've gone for the helmeted second slip. Probably moved about a little bit in between that, but that was roughly where they started. Thompson again, and Stoneman's forward and beaten. Goodness me, I thought the bails were going to flick off there. That must have been close. Perfect view we had for that. Every little angle, even though sometimes you think, oh, I wish we were always in line, but there's always something at whatever angle you are to see. And that, we just had a little glimpse in between the edge of the bat, the ball, the stumps, and the gloves. City end for Thompson. He bowls now. Oh, takes the length right back on that, and Stoneman drops the gloves down inside the line of that one. Drops the bat. 75 he has. Holden has 37. Middlesex have a strong grip on this game at the moment, trailing by 59 with 9 wickets standing. It's a position when, as forward goes Stoneman, pushing back up the track. It's a position when they lost the toss this morning. I would imagine they would have chewed both yours and mine arm off.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It was a 12th man poised with some fielding pads, but he's been ushered away. And Jack Morley's already removed his cap. Having a chat with Wayne Madsen, who appears to be holding something of a protective nature in his left hand. Jack Chappell is going into... Zach Chappell's going into field at leg slip, but he's deep enough not to require a helmet unless he's going to carry on going and he's going to go down to fine leg, which I don't think he is. There's a man out on the square leg boundary as well now. Zach Chappell is backward of square on the 45 on the leg side. Interesting. As Jack Morley bowls his penultimate over of the day. 4 to go, including this one. He's in, bowls to Holden, who didn't have a first idea where that ball was then. Max Holden. Squirted down to Zach Chappell. It is definitely turning on day one at Derby. Who'd have thought? Morley is in and bowls a quicker delivery, and that's well kept out by Holden.
Oh, it's done a fair bit of everything today, really, hasn't it? Bounce, pace, seam, hint of swing.
Middlesex have got themselves into such a good position. But they don't need to do anything extra.
Well, that's the thing.
Really.
They've taken their foot off the gas, haven't they, as Holden gets in behind this sorry flesh.
No, you're all right. You're all right. It looks as though I might see a little burst, possibly, from a 2-over burst from Zach Chappell, who's just stretching out his whatever muscles they are around his shoulder. As Morley bowls, it's wide and carved away for 4 runs. That was a poor ball from Jack Morley, and he knows it. And Holden picks up a boundary. He moves on to 41, 118 for 1. Middlesex just 55 behind now. Crowd has thinned out enormously. A lot of people will have thought the 5:30 close of play was set in stone. It isn't, of course. We go on until all the overs are bowled. We have 3 overs and 2 balls left. Morley over the wicket bowls. That's clipped into the leg side nicely by Holden. He picks up 1. 1 is all he'll get as Mitch Wagstaff still on the field. In place of Lewis Rees does the fielding. 119 for 1. Morley will bowl the final ball of his over to Mark Stoneman, who's on 75 off 84. Got to his 50 off 41. That's how much he's slowed down. But he's still there. As Morley is in and bowls, and there's bounce there. Not much turn, but bounce. It's taken nicely by Brooke Guest. And it's the end of another over. 119 for 1. Morley, Holden rather has 42. Stoneman has 75. There are 3 overs to go.
Yeah, what would they give for a wicket now? Anything, anyone. Just something to break this. You're all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you say?
Anything.
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 Yeah. But even if they do, it's a long way back. They've got to build that pressure in. 10:30 tomorrow is going to be oh so crucial to this game. If Middlesex can get through the morning session on top, then it's going to be a hard to see Derbyshire coming back as forward goes Holden to the first ball of Thompson's new over. Here comes Thompson around the wicket again. Bowls a lot of fly. Oh, and forward goes Holden. He wasn't quite over the top of that, but he kills it nonetheless into the offside. Once again, Thompson turns at the city end. Prepares to come in. This is outside off and left alone. Here is Thompson, lots of flight. Holden plunges forward. Defends into the offside. Two slips for Holden now, as there was for Stoneman at the end of the last over. Thompson just drags a bit short. Back goes Holden, and all thinks about 2 wide of mid-on. Just a little clip, but Stoneman thinks better of it and says no. Not interested in the second. Still chatter in the field, but not much. As, Thompson now has a silly point for Stoneman, as he did in the last over, in fact, as well as the 2 slips. And this is into the block hole and dug out by the left-hander. It's the end of the over. So Derbyshire 173, having won the toss and elected to bat today. Middlesex 120 for 1, having lost Sam Robson to the second ball of the innings for a duck. Thompson catch, Chappell the wicket. Holden has 43 from 104 deliveries indeed. Out facing Stoneman now, 75 from 86, and the sigh of Fletch. One of love, of course, for his beloved County Ground Derby, but also the match situation as well, I'm sure.
Neither, really. Jack Morley begins a new over. It's clipped into the leg side. The first delivery by Max Holden. They've run the first one quickly, but they'll only get one as Pat Brown does the fielding out at mid-wicket. Gets there ahead of Mitch Wagstaff, who's out there in the deep. Somebody else is coming close in now, and a helmeted Harry Kame we're going to have as well. So we've got David Lloyd at silly mid-off. Going to have a leg slip. That's where Kame's going. Donald at short leg. Wayne Madsen at slip. And Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Stoneman taps his bat. 75 not out. 121 for 1 Middlesex. Ball is, terrific delivery from Jack Morley. Goes through to Brooke Guest. That was Alex Thompson with a roar of encouragement. Middlesex trail by just 52. That one is off the edge of the bat. It's wide of Wayne Madsen. It's going down the third man. It's not being chased particularly hard by a very stiff-looking Zach Chappell. It's gone for 4, and the Middlesex deficit is below 50 now. Stoneman moves to 79. Middlesex 125 for 1. Took the edge of the bat. They trail by 48. Yorks are now 9 down at 361. Is that no good?
Well, we got past the batting point.
They're not going to get to 400 though, are they?
No, but
here comes Morley again. That's a quick delivery that's taken by Brooke Guest.
puts Middlesex under pressure to go for 450 here now, really, doesn't it?
Yes. Keeps us
Make
here.
up a couple of points.
Keeps us here all day tomorrow and
Till lunch on Thursday.
quite.
Stop it.
Well, here's Morley in and bowls. That one is defended by Stoneman. Fielded by David Lloyd. I bet you're not far off though. Not far off at all. 7 deliveries left in the day. Morley at the top of his mark. His final ball of day 1. He bowls. It's left alone by Stoneman. And it goes through to Brooke Guest. Jack Morley will finish with 6 overs for 15 in his spell towards the end of the day. Middlesex 125 for 1, trailing by just 48.
Can I make my way back to the front of the box for the last over of the day? Close to, actually. Yeah, I can. Look at that. So, Thompson will surround the bat. And rightly so. He did find that one edge, didn't he? He's found a bit of turn. He's found a bit of bite. What can he find with this final over of the day? 125 for 1. And he comes 4, crouched down around the bat as Holden pushes forward. There's no run. 2 slips, silly point, and a short leg. Mid-off and mid-on in place. So 2 extra cover, backward point, and deep cover. They're offering him the sweep, and he likes the reverse sweep as well, but orthodox is on offer. Thompson's in, bowls, Holden stands up tall, he drives it possibly into the foot of silly point. Short leg then plunges forward to try and take the catch. Now, was it into the ground, onto the foot? It would have been a decision to make for the umpire. I mean, if it was into the foot, then the question is of silly point, what did you get up for? You should have stayed down there and caught it yourself, but he may well have very nearly kicked it to short leg as Thompson comes in again and plunging forward. Holden defends to extra cover. 125 for 1. Oh, it's gripping. And for the spinner.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's plenty of turn out there. Unfortunately, Middlesex have already got 125 runs on the board.
Thompson bowls, a bit of flight and a forward defence. 2 to go of day 1. 48 the deficit. I mean, it's as good a first day, really, as Middlesex could have hoped for. Elsewhere, matters may not be going their way, but they're doing their best here. They've got to be trying to think of 450 tomorrow, I'd have thought, as Holden's forward, pushing into the offside. 1 to go of the day, so 15 points is the difference between Yorkshire and Middlesex. If they were to get to 450 now, assuming Yorkshire don't get to 400, then they could at least potentially bring that down to...
They're all out for 361.
Well, there we go. If Middlesex can reach 450 and win, then they can bring it down to 13 points going into the final round. As forward goes the left-handed Holden, defending the final ball of the day into the offside. And what with 13 points, if they were to win their final game, 16, 8 for the draw for Yorkshire, they'd still need Yorkshire to lose, wouldn't they? Even if Yorkshire to win.
I think so.
In a home game at Headingley, it's hard to see, but they can only do what they can do here. They trail by 48. They've had an outstanding first day, Middlesex. They're 125 for 1, trailing by 48.
Yeah. Mark Stoneman on 79, Max Holden on 44, and Derbyshire, well, it's been a tough all day, considering at one stage they were 130 for 2, to be bowled out for 173, thanks largely to that 32 from Harry Moore. And then they got Sam Robson out, second ball of the innings, and they've had nothing since. Excellent, Kev. Good work today, mate. You've done really well.
Thank you,
and
Fletch.
We will both be back tomorrow, just before 10:30 for the second day, to see how Middlesex's bid to keep the pressure on Yorkshire continues. But at the moment, they're doing pretty well. They only trail by 48. They're 125 for 1.